My fellow Americans, it's time. I'm gathered here today to watch some shit go down. Those tariffs are so lame. I've been working on pricing spreadsheets for the past week to figure out what the fuck they're going to do at my company. Yeah, well, I mean, it gives you a lot to talk about, though, doesn't it? I'm really miffed that we haven't had a tariff debate yet, though. That's annoying. Where's a tariff debate? Who defends the tariffs? I guess it's hard to find people who defend the tariffs. But, eh. We'll just have to try. No one can defend it. Oh, believe me, there are people who try to defend it. They're everywhere. They're all over the shop. I just can't seem to get a hold of them. Benny Johnson. I'm guessing this is why people maybe go on TikTok to find people who support the tariffs. I'm kind of into the tariffs still. I don't know. I don't know. That's not the level of commitment I'm looking for, unfortunately. I want someone who's fucking spurging over them. I want someone who's absolutely losing their shit over tariffs. I don't know, though. I don't know if we're supposed to have a debate today. Maybe two? Let me see. I will do some inquiring. Accelerationism is why tariffs are great. Is that true, though? Has Chris made a response video? I don't think so. I mean, he might have. I haven't checked. He emailed me after the debate to say it was a waste of time. I'm like, okay, I wonder whose fault that was. Tiago, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Who are you debating today? I don't know. There are two people who want to debate. I just don't know how it's going to get set up. So I know that Ogre Boy, that Hassan fan, wants to do a debate. And at least the way that he talks is like he gives people turns to speak. So it's probably not going to be as much of a shit show as that Chris dipshit. But I mean, the bar is in hell. Otherwise, there's the person called That Zionist Girl. And I think I might go, I might see if I can do debates on, what'd you call them? What'd you call them? The Adar, his channel. The ex-IDF guy who really despises the IDF. That guy. So we'll see. We'll see what's possible. We'll see. Box versus box arc. What? Okay. Ex-IDF doesn't mean anything within Israeli context. Yeah, I know, but I mean, some people think it gives him credentials, and other people think it makes him irredeemable. So I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Rip. Oh no, not Dave Smith on Lex Fridman. No way. Not doing it. Sorry. Have you had any interactions with Dario? He's my guild master and WoW IRL friend. I don't know who Dario is. Oh, the Bosnian dude, is he? I don't know if that's the Bosnian dude. Oh. What do we have here? Facing calls to disarm, Hezbollah ready to discuss weapons if Israel withdraws, senior official says. God, if this is true, it's big if true. It's also it's a shame they didn't do this before the south of Lebanon got fucking mauled. Okay. Hezbollah open to arms talks if Israel withdraws from South Lebanon. President Aoun plans talks on Hezbollah's weapons, sources say, sorry. US demands Hezbollah disarmament, cites Lebanese army's role. Some Lebanese ministers demand timetable for disarmament. As calls for Lebanon's Hezbollah to disarm gain momentum, a senior Hezbollah official told Reuters the group is ready to hold talks with the Lebanese president about its weapons if Israel withdraws from South Lebanon and stops its strikes. The prospect of talks aimed at securing Hezbollah's disarmament, unimaginable when it was at the zenith of its power just 2 years ago, underlines dramatic shifts in the Middle East power balance since Israel pummeled the Iran-backed group in a devastating conflict triggered by the Gaza war. Devastating, pummeled. A pummeled, devastating, smash pummel conflict. US-backed President Joseph Aoun, who vowed when he took office in January to establish a state monopoly on the control of arms, intends to open talks with Hezbollah over its arsenal soon, 3 political sources in Lebanon said. Hezbollah emerged severely weakened from the 2024 conflict with Israel when its top leaders and thousands of fighters were killed and much of its rocket arsenal destroyed. The blow was compounded when its ally Bashar al-Assad, was toppled from power in Syria, cutting its supply lines from Iran. The senior Hezbollah official said the group was ready to discuss its arms in the context of a national defense strategy, but this hinged on Israel pulling out its troops from 5 hilltops in South Lebanon. Hezbollah is ready to discuss the matter of its arms if Israel withdraws from the 5 points and halt its aggression against Lebanese. Does this mean, like, if Hezbollah can do this, if they can actually disarm in exchange for those 5 hilltops, like, it's still occupation. They can just spin it as it's still occupation, even though it's just 5 hilltops. That might be all right? You know, they can just call it art of the deal. They engaged in the art of the deal. They practiced it, and they actually got a W. Even perhaps, I don't know. I'd give it to them. I'd be like, okay, there you go. It's like a little consolation prize, you know, a little participation medal. Hezbollah's position on potential discussions about its arms has not been previously reported. The sources spoke on condition of anonymity due to political sensitivities. Hezbollah's media office did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The presidency declined to comment. Israel, which sent ground troops into South Lebanon during the war, has largely withdrawn, but decided in February not to leave the 5 hilltop positions. It said it intended eventually to hand them over to Lebanese troops once it was sure the security situation allowed. Well, do you think Hezbollah as a purely political organization would survive? Given everything that's happened? Absolutely not. No. No. I mean, can you imagine? Like, what if the president ever opens like criminal investigations into their members? Like, they're gangsters. Hezbollah leaders are gangsters. No, I'm not. I'm not convinced they would do particularly well. I mean, the Shiite community does need someone, but I don't know if like a new, maybe like I don't know if Amal would fill a power vacuum there, or I mean, the most hopium is that the actual Lebanese government just learns how to treat the Shiites in the south like human beings. But, eh, probably not anytime soon, given recent events. Apparently, Germany is choosing its coalition government right now. Perhaps. Are the general population pissed at them? Yeah. I mean, yeah, their popularity is not doing too well right now. But renewed focus on arms. Despite a ceasefire since November, Israeli airstrikes have kept pressure on the group while Washington has demanded Hezbollah disarm and preparing for nuclear is preparing for nuclear talks with Hezbollah's Iranian backers. Reuters reported on Monday that several Iranian-backed militia groups in Iraq are prepared to disarm for the first time to avert the threat of escalating conflict with the Trump administration in the US. Oh, because Iranian militia groups have a large amount of control in Iraq, don't they? They're a big deal over there. Hezbollah has long rejected calls from its critics in Lebanon to disarm, describing its weapons as vital to defending the country from Israel. Deep differences over its arsenal spilled into a short civil war in 2008. The group's critics say the group has unilaterally dragged Lebanon into conflicts, and the presence of its large arsenal outside of the government control has undermined the state. US brokered ceasefire with Israel requires the Lebanese army to dismantle all unauthorized military facilities and confiscate all arms, starting in areas south of the Litani River, which flows into the Mediterranean some 20 kilometers or 12 miles north of the Israeli border. Two sources familiar with Hezbollah's thinking said it is handing to the army its most potent weapons north of the Litani, including drones and anti-tank missiles. They're weighing handing to the army most potent weapons north of the Litani. That's not really a big deal because I don't think Israel gives much of a fuck about north of the Litani, apart from like the guided missiles in Dahia. That would be for the Lebanese government, though. Call for a disarmament timetable. Aoun has said Hezbollah's weaponry must be addressed through dialogue because any attempts to disarm the group by force would prompt conflict, the sources said. Patriarch Bechara Boutros al-Rai, the head of Lebanon's Maronite Church, said last week it was time for all weapons to be in state hands, but this would need time and diplomacy because Lebanon cannot bear a new war. Communication channels with relevant stakeholders are being opened to begin studying the transfer of weapons to state control after the army and security services had extended state authority across Lebanon, a Lebanese official said, saying this was a move to implement Aoun's policy. The issue was also being discussed with Parliament Speaker Nabih Berri, an important Hezbollah ally who plays a key role in narrowing differences, she said. US envoy Morgan Ortagus, who visited Beirut at the weekend, repeated Washington's position that Hezbollah and other armed groups should be disarmed as soon as possible, and the Lebanese army was expected to do the job. It's clear that Hezbollah has to be disarmed, and it's clear that Israel is not going to accept terrorists shooting at them into their country, and that's a position we understand, Ortagus said in a 6th of April interview with Lebanon's LBCI television. Several Lebanese government ministers want a disarmament timetable, said Kamal Shihadi, a minister affiliated with the anti-Hezbollah Lebanese Forces Party. Oh, Lebanese Forces. Ooh. I didn't know they were still fucking relevant, bro. Lebanese Forces. Uh-oh. Shihadi told Reuters disarmament should take no more than 6 months, citing post-Civil War militia disarmament as precedent. That's not very clever because Hezbollah and their power far exceeds any militia that was disarmed in post-Civil War. Probably even now. Okay. A timetable which presumably would impose deadlines on the process is, he said, the only way to protect our fellow citizens from the recurring attacks that are costing lives, costing the economy, and causing destruction. He said he and other ministers hoped the full cabinet would endorse the idea and task the Minister of Defense with preparing the timetable. We're going to keep asking for it, he said. The most recent conflict began when Hezbollah opened fire in support of Hamas at the start of the Gaza war in October 2023. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem, in March 29 speech, said his group no longer has an armed presence south of the Litani and has stuck to the ceasefire deal while Israel breached it every day. Israel has accused Hezbollah of maintaining military infrastructure in the south. Oh no. Who do we trust? Who do we trust? Hezbollah has put the onus on the Lebanese state to get Israel to withdraw and stop its attacks. Qassem said there was still time for diplomatic solutions, but he warned that the resistance is present and ready and indicated it could resort to other options if Israel doesn't adhere to the deal. We have no one in the south, but we are present and ready and could resort to other options. Mate, stop fucking... trying it. Why? Just let it go, man. Like, what the fuck? Stop trying to make this armed resistance bastion a thing. It's not a thing. You got fucked. I hate this. How can you still posture? Bro, your pages blew up. Your walkie-talkies blew up. Your headsets blew up. Your fucking toilets are exploding. Bro. Stop. Stop with this. We are ready to raise all hell. Come on, bro. The cope. There's severe levels of cope. Well, this is interesting. Around 75% of Hamas's tunnels in Gaza are not destroyed. We've read about this before. It does actually take quite a lot of time. Bro, these tunnels are just a fucking asymmetrical warfare fucking genius, man. I don't know, I feel like military historians will hand it to Hamas at least for the amount of fucking hassle that they cause to anyone who tries to go and operate militarily in Gaza. Fucking hell. Actual fucking ant warfare. It's kind of incredible. I guess they don't need to destroy every tunnel. Like, they could probably seal some and secure areas around them, but fuck. I guess if you can seal a tunnel, you can unseal it, so. Okay. I got that article from the Reddit, guys. If you want your articles read, put them on the Reddit. And I might read them. We already saw this. The IDF story keeps changing. This is about the IDF story not constantly being contradicted, filled with concrete. But that you realize that that's like about as expensive and difficult as actually building the tunnels themselves. That's going to take ages as well. Who TF is this? Hello, Mint. What can I do for you? Hello? Whoa! Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, hi. You're sorry, you were a bit loud, but I think you're fine now.
Wait, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're able to hear me, but I
Yeah.
guess
Oh, wait,
I'll have to switch to my
wait.
phone.
Can you hear me now? Oh no, he sounded so good. He's gonna sound shit on his phone. Fuck. Fuck. Hello, hello. The David trial.
I even cross my biceps for you.
Yo. Only you, buddy.
And I think that's it. Let's show the video.
Okay. Dudes. Honestly, I could have done this as well. This is an H3 repost about a Jewish person, Muslim, and a Christian Lebanese, all going after a white dude from California for accusing. Hey, it's like a fucking walk into a bar joke. IDF dissolves platoon and dismisses officers after reservists vandalized the West Bank. Oh, is this because of Jinba? Is that what the place is called? Please be about Jinba, because those guys deserve to get absolutely fucked. Hang on. What we saying? Ethan is white. Yeah, but he's also Jewish. So that like de-whites you a little bit, doesn't it? IDF dissolves platoon, dismisses officers after reservists vandalize West Bank camp. Disciplinary crackdown follows multiple recent incidents of misconduct by troops as new IDF chief enforces stricter accountability measures. The Israeli Defense Forces on Tuesday said it dismantled a platoon of reservists and dismissed several officers on Tuesday for vandalizing Palestinian property during a raid in the Dahisha refugee camp near Bethlehem the week prior. This is about Bethlehem, okay. During a counter-terror raid in the West Bank camp on April 2nd, soldiers graffitied slogans on buildings in the village as well as vandalized equipment in a way that exceeds the procedures and commands given before the operation. The graffiti images included Stars of David over Arabic slogans, which were photographed by Palestinian residents. Yeah, I've said before that this new chief of staff does seem to show like a few signs of promise. The fact that he also visited Jinba after the settler riot there is very unprecedented. I don't think that happened for ages. Chief of staff. Like maybe this guy will actually point them in a good direction. The operation was halted, the graffiti covered up, and an investigation was launched by the commander of the West Bank Division, Brigadier General Yaki Dolph, together with the commander of the Etzion Regional Brigade, Colonel Gal Rich. The findings were submitted to IDF Central Command Chief Major General Avi Bluth, who said the grave incident contradicts the level of professionalism and values expected of IDF soldiers. As a result, the IDF said that the commander of the battalion whose troops were involved was formally reprimanded, a note that will remain on his permanent record. A company commander present during the incident was dismissed from his position, another company commander was reprimanded, and 2 additional commanders, along with several soldiers, were dismissed. What does dismissed mean? Does dismissed mean you just can't serve ever again? Or what does that mean? What does dismissed mean? I don't know what dismissed means. Dismissed means you get thrown out of the army. Well, get them. Get fucked. Bruh. Bruh. The platoon involved in the vandalism was also dissolved. The IDF said that the disciplinary action was taken in accordance with the findings of the investigation and in line with the policy of the new IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, under which such cases are treated with severity. Dismissed in the context of military means you get fired from your position, not discharged. So they can still serve, but they're just not in that position anymore. So that's 2 contradictory statements. Thank you. Goes to show, I hope you're both IDF, because otherwise that's just annoying. Why would you talk if you were not IDF? The fuck? Israeli military crackdown on misconduct has been an ongoing trend in recent weeks. In a similar case last month, the IDF said it disciplined several officers and troops for vandalizing Palestinian property during an unauthorized search in the southern West Bank village of Jinba. Following that incident, the commander of the Judea Regional Brigade, Colonel Sahar Baraki, was reprimanded. The battalion commander received a formal censure to be added to his record. A company commander was dismissed and jailed for a week. Another company commander was ordered to remain on base for an extended period, and 2 soldiers involved were also jailed for a week. Jeez. Zamir has personally visited Jinba to investigate the incident. How does that work? How does a chief of staff go and visit the site that's just been fucking attacked by IDF and settlers? Does he interact with locals or like what? How does he? It means they're removed from their position to do other stuff. Okay. And that's him, Mr. fucking brick-faced Lord of the Earth. God. He does look like a chief of staff, doesn't he? Is that him? That is him, isn't it? This guy looks like he's in charge of everyone, right? He's a chunk. He's like physically impossible to push over, you know? Like a pig. Like a giant hog. Earlier in March, the IDF punished several troops and commanders over another disciplinary breach. This time in the Gaza Strip, after reservists fired shots during the reading of the Megillah on the Purim holiday. The company commander in that incident was reprimanded, the platoon commander was removed from his position, and 9 reservists were removed from combat service and sentenced to 28 days of base confinement. Over the course of the Gaza war, soldiers have on various occasions been disciplined and investigated over problematic behavior that the military said was unbecoming of servicemen. However, multiple instances have apparently occurred without censure. I'd be very interested to see how this guy responds to the aid convoy attack when that investigation reveals its findings, which should be any day now, I think. It will be any day now. When we actually find out what the IDF's verdict is. If they scoop out any reverse Uno cards, or if they just realize that their soldiers committed a terrible crime. Still leaning far towards the latter, but we'll see. Sentenced to 45 minutes of lefty white guy video essay. I mean, that is quite painful. Mathematician explaining the Trump tariff equation. I did this though. I already explained it. Why do people need to show me this shit? Is there more to it, bro? Why not? Why not? Okay, come on, let's get acquainted. Yeah, even though I already explained it to you guys, you know? I did the fucking work.
In short, this equation, derived and published by the Trump administration, combined with their own numbers, nothing to do with me or anyone else, predicts...
Look, these are Greek symbols, Greek multiplier symbols. That means it's smart. That's what I'm saying, okay? This is the amount that, this is like trade deficit, basically. This is the amount that America imports, I think. Is this the imports and this is America's exports? So America exports this much to a country. Yeah, it could be the other way around, actually, import-export for trade deficit. Because if it's a negative or a positive, you'd get the same percentage at the end anyway. Wait, I've forgotten. Okay, cool. It's just while we're watching this. This is the tariff. This is the change in the tariff. This is the elasticity. This is non-tariff prohibitions. These two basically cancel each other out. It's just 0.25 times 1 times 4. So this is just 1 times this. So it's really just this. This is simply superfluous, this whole thing here, but okay.
So there will be over 10% inflation on all goods imported into the US as paid by US consumers. Their numbers, their equation. Let me explain.
I'd like to see the chart if you have it. I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. Thanks a lot, Eric. I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long.
2 days ago, Trump had a big press event to celebrate Liberation Day where he waved around some physical spreadsheets, which obviously caught my eye. And watching the footage, I'm like, it looks like the second column is just half the first column.
Yeah.
But with a floor of 10%. So of course I went and found them online, put them into an actual spreadsheet, put in a formula, and yes, the second column is just half the first column, but with a minimum of 10%. I was like, that's interesting. I didn't put any further thought into where those equations come from.
Trump said that during the speech though, didn't he? That wasn't like a meme.
Satisfied my curiosity for the time.
There was no mystery
the next day, the Trump administration, they know how to get me. They released an equation. They're like, this is the equation of where those percentages came from. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it. So I had a closer look at the equation and I'm now qualified to talk you through it. This equation does indeed calculate all the values in that first column of the spreadsheet Trump was waving around, which means it represents the tariffs charged to the USA, and I quote, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. Except it doesn't. That's not what that is. This is not calculating the tariffs other countries are charging the US. This is calculating the tariffs the US would have to charge other countries in order to get trade balance. For example, last year, Australia bought from the US $34.6 billion worth of stuff. And that's US dollars, not the local dollary dues. At the same time,
everything this guy's saying is totally fine, but I just kind of hate him because he's Australian. Like, I feel like I'm hate watching. Is that bad? Is that a problem? Why do I feel like I'm doing a hate watch right now? Dollary dues, mate. Holy fuck. Just stick to the facts, mate. What?
Time, the US only bought $16.7 billion worth of things from Australia. So from the US's point of view, Australia gave them more money than the US gave Australia, to the tune of a $17.6 billion trade surplus.
Oh.
And surplus sounds positive, it just means Australia bought more things from the US than it sold. Now, New Zealand is the other way around.
You know what I just realized? Just realized that you guys in chat have a massive trade surplus against me. What the... Wait! Because I do give you guys things, but it's more like positive energy and wisdom and life advice. That's what but you guys give me... No way, it's the other way around. I'm the export economy. That means you guys want to tariff me, which means you guys actually have to pay more. That means you guys have to pay double. You guys have to pay double every time that you send to me. That's what you have to do. That's what that would be a tariff. No? I think it's that. There we go. There's a donut goal to mull it over. Okay, there's a good strong donut goal. If you reach the goal, I might consider. I will consider removing the chat tariff. Wasted design. That's the tier 1 sub. Because I feel like I've been getting ripped off. Okay, you guys charge me every time you get a super chat from me, and that's a problem. Okay, I'm gonna charge you back.
Very similar country, I would say. Not everyone would. And Australia bought from the US $4.5 billion worth of things last year. The US, however, bought $5.5 billion worth of things from New Zealand.
Oh, so that's a deficit. That's bad.
The US is running a £1.1 billion deficit, a trade deficit, which sounds bad, just means the US bought a lot of, I don't know, New Zealand wine. But let's just say hypothetically it was bad, and the US wanted to balance out its trade with New Zealand. It would need to reduce the amount it imports from New Zealand by 19.6% to get back down to parity. And that is what this equation tells you. On the left-hand side, that triangle is the delta that represents the amount of change. The tau, the T-looking thing, represents tariffs, and the I just means for one specific country. Country I.
Smart.
So, for example, we'll stick with New Zealand for now. So this means the formula is calculating the change in tariffs the US would have to charge country I, New Zealand. And that is to achieve trade balance. On the right-hand side, we work that out. X is the amount the US is exporting to that country. M is the amount it's importing from that country. So the difference is the trade imbalance, although wrong way around. Get to that in a moment. Underneath is where it gets fun. M is still the imports, but epsilon, the E thing, that represents the elasticity of demand for the imports going into the US, and the phi symbol, that represents the price pass-through of tariffs. That's a ratio of how much of the costs are passed on. Okay, so we'll break it down with an example. Let's say the US is importing a bottle of wine from New Zealand that would normally sell for, I don't know, $100. And the reason it's $100 is tariffs are currently 0%, that's our baseline, and demand is 100%. But then tariffs go up by down to tau, let's just say 20% for argument's sake. How much is that?
Guys, just so you know, okay? Just so you know. And I feel like I should really be spreading this information because I'm very proud of the effort, okay? It's taken all my energy yesterday to not quote tweet this fucking nonsense and just have this on top of it. Maybe I quote the quick solution, you know? It's taken me so much energy to stop engaging with these fucking lunatics. But this would have just been a banger. This is the banger that never was, you know? Quite quick solution, bro. Quick solution. Just free Palestine, offer reparations and a right to return. Punish the war criminals. Maybe one day the world will forget Israel's crimes against humanity. I don't really know if you're supposed to forget crimes against humanity. I don't know why why is that your purview? Why is that your area? It is my prerogative of whether or not the world will forget Israel's crimes humanity. Quick solution. No way, dude. Why didn't I think of that? Okay, yeah, but we're not doing that. Nope, don't need it.
Going to change the price? Well, that depends how much of this increase passes through to the customer. That was our symbol phi from before, some ratio. Let's say hypothetically it's a quarter, so prices go up by 5%. What's going to happen over here with demand? What's that going to be? Well, that depends how elastic demand is. That was our epsilon from before. And we could say hypothetically demand is 4 times whatever the percentage price change is. This does, of course, assume the elasticity of demand is linear. I looked up a much more complicated model from a research paper. There's your demand curve, and you've got 2 different supply curves because there's what the manufacturer are actually getting, and then there's what the consumer's seeing because of the extra tariff. Tau, we move to this point over here, and you can say it's linear, but what they've done is a bit of a oversimplification, and that's going to be theme. But we should now just remind ourselves what we're trying to do. If you take all of your imports and subtract your exports, that's your trade deficit. And if you divide that by the imports, that's the percentage imports have to go down. This is the reduction in demand required. And that's what we've just worked out here. So there's our equation. And if you move the fine epsilon under here, rearrange it like that, this is exactly what the Trump administration were using. But of course, it's much more complicated than that. The diagram I showed you before is actually from a paper that looked at what happened after Trump's 2018 tariffs. Joint publication between the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and universities Princeton and Columbia. And this is the sort of detail you want to go into when you're bringing in tariffs. Look at this analysis. It's factoring in other things like how the price is going to change relative to demand. It's looking at possible reciprocal tariffs that come in. Like this is what you should be doing when you're planning tariffs to impact your economy. This level of detail. And we know they didn't put in that detail because on the Office of the United States Trade Representative page, they give all their working out and logic behind it. And there is our equation. And there is none of the detail we would like to see for something this complicated. They do admit that actually it would be very complex. I mean, if not impossible to do exactly, and that's true. But they just don't bother. They just decide to proxy it by this equation. Now, I've seen the discussion online that maybe this was generated by ChatGPT or something like that. I can't comment on that or even the economics behind it, but I can talk about the maths of the equation. For a start, the M and X are the wrong way around. You should be subtracting exports from imports. So it's just technically a negative coefficient they've put in there, but also at the same time, they've said epsilon is less than 0, which mathematically is very funny because epsilon normally means something else. But in this context, maybe that means demand goes down when prices go up, and so that would kind of cancel out. It's just all very odd. And there's one more thing that really bugs me. Hey, Editor Matt, can you crop me down and move me right over so the bottom of the equation is right there? Okay, excellent. There's these asterisks. What are they doing there? So here's the thing about an asterisk in mathematical notation. It's not how you would write multiplication. I mean, we understand it to mean multiplication, but that's because sometimes if you're using a keyboard or a number pad or something that hasn't got a multiplication sign, you use the asterisk as a replacement to mean multiply. So actually in Excel, you'll use an asterisk to represent multiplication, but it's only really used in terms of data entry. You use it when you're telling something to multiply. You never use it as a symbol to represent multiplication. For that we have the multiplication sign. Or some mathematicians obviously get quite lazy, so you'll see in more advanced maths, you won't use the multiplication sign anymore. You just put 2 characters next to each other. Or you'll use a dot. Very rare. It's very odd to use asterisks to represent multiplication when you're typesetting maths, which is what they're doing here. They're trying to show people what the formula is. They should just have them next to each other. I don't know why they've done. It's like writing a note for someone and at the end of it drawing in the cursor. It's not what you do in the written version of this communication, even though that's what you might do if you're typing it in somewhere. You know, you don't like a carriage return, cursor on the next line. That's not how it works. So, I don't know, it's just weird. The whole thing reeks of mathsiness, which is where you can dress something up in the trappings of mathematics to make it look more legit, make it look more earned or worked out or, you know, important when...
Oh no. I'm trying to do I'm trying to do a fucking unban on YouTube, but the person's name is not the name that they had in chat. Fuck. I hope they know what their handle is. Oh no. Okay, never mind.
What you may have done is just come up with an idea and then made it look more mathsy as a way to convince people you've put maybe more thought into it than you actually have. And it gets worse. I didn't just pick the values of phi as a quarter and epsilon as 4 at random. Those are the values the Trump administration used. And if you put them together, guess what happens to 4 1/4? Boom! They're gone! That phi and epsilon cancel out. It's like they're not even in the equation. Turns out this column is just the trade deficit as a percentage of imports. That's it. It's that simple, except it's not applied consistently. And I know
Not good,
that
bro.
because I looked up the data. Of course, I wanted to check everything for myself, so I went onto the government website to get the exact import and export figures for every single country that was in those first 2 charts I put in the spreadsheet. And thankfully, each page for those countries, there's a section at the bottom which follows a very similar format. So I pasted all of those into a text document. I could have done some kind of complicated scraping things, but for 50 entries, it was quicker to just do it manually. Because the sentences had all been generated algorithmically from their data, they were all very, very similar. So I could use find and replace to take out all the common bits and turn them into tabs, which meant that I could paste them into Excel, a little bit of tidying up, and there were 4 countries I couldn't find the data for, like Serbia and Tunisia and a couple others. I then had all the data, official government data, from the same department as the equation for 46 of those countries. It means I can now go through here. This has got all the countries in the order they appear on those printed out charts. It's got the 2 numbers that were printed on the chart. I then over here have the import amounts from 2024 in US dollars and the export amounts in US dollars. I can then work out the deficit fraction, which is the percentage we need to get it down by. And over here, I've then predicted what it should be based on their formula, and next to it is what's actually on the page. And if you have a look, a lot of these are very similar. But wait a minute, what's going on here? Negative 17 and 10. I'm going to reorder these and sort them by that deficit fraction from smallest to largest. And down the bottom here, these are the countries where the US is running a trade deficit. And as you can see down here, it matches perfectly. It's often off by 1%,
Yeah.
but not always in the same direction. So
I
there's some
believe
rounding
this.
going on somewhere.
Yeah, they're rounding because of decimals. It usually comes out to decimals.
That's fine. But down here, these are the
The
runs
10% ones are the ones that are just arbitrary. Yeah.
where the US is running a trade surplus, not a deficit. And so this is where the US are getting more money in than they're sending.
There's more than I thought. The surplus is with UAE, Morocco, Egypt, Australia. What the fuck? United Kingdom's there, yes. Trade surplus. Bro. These guys are just nasty, man.
Out. And all of these, they should have in theory a negative tariff according to their equation.
Yeah.
Because if the goal is just to have a balanced budget,
Trump should tell them to tariff
then
you.
they should make the imports artificially cheap to move it back to being balanced. But it's not even just that. There's always this default. Okay, this is so weird. So for some reason, they half them all. So over here, they're all half.
Hasman Gold. Sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
But it doesn't go below 10%. So what's interesting is 17 halves to 10, 20 halves to 10, and then 30 halves to 15. And from then on, you get the halving effect. And that half amount is apparently here the USA discounted reciprocal tariff. So, I mean, I'm not going to say they made up the epsilon equals 4, phi equals 1/4, but they're numbers that have come out of nowhere. and then suddenly they just chuck in a factor of 2 or a half, depending on how you look at it. And like, why? Like, why? Let's talk trade deficits very briefly. So the word deficit sounds bad and the word surplus sounds good. And I guess that would be true if you're looking at like money you are earning as a person or a business. But in terms of trade, they're just mathematical descriptions of the relative amounts of trade. There's no good or bad situation. A deficit can be good or bad. A surplus can be good or bad. It depends on all the details of what is being imported and exported and the wider economy. So for the New Zealand case, the US imports, well, primarily meat. Meat is the top import from New Zealand going into the US. After that, they've got other animal products, eggs, important to get some more eggs in the US, and beverages like wine. So that's what is going from New Zealand to the US. What's going from the US to New Zealand? Well, aircraft, spacecraft, machinery, nuclear reactors. It's a totally different type of trade, like completely different items. And now you stop and think, well, hang on, why is it important to import the same amount of wine as we export aircraft? Like, why should those two things be the same? You got to look at everything separately. You might think, well, hang on, the wine imports make a difference to our local wine production, and maybe there are reasons to have tariffs to fine-tune your local wine production. Or maybe in terms of exporting aircraft, if you want to encourage more US manufacturing, then that's good. You want to be selling more. I'm just saying, it's not as simple as surplus good, deficit bad. So in conclusion, these tariffs are being sold as reciprocal tariffs, but they're not reciprocal tariffs. They're the tariffs you would need to balance trade. And that in itself is being sold separately. If you don't listen to what Trump said, but you read what was put on the website, that's been sold as good. US are being ripped off with all these deficits. We need to get it back to be neutral or a surplus. And that's not true either. So there's some reason that they want to put tariffs on every country, and they've come up with a sufficiently mathsy way to justify it. And finally, speaking of tax on the American people, we'll use their exact wording from their website. They talk about what the unweighted averages are across all the countries, and an unweighted average in this case is meaningless because you can't average percentages because they're percentages of different amounts of things, has to be weighted. But they do tell us, weighted by imports, as it should be, the average across the entire globe is 41%. So that's the average tariff. And we know from their logic that whatever tariff you introduce, a quarter of that will be passed on to the consumer. Their numbers, their ratios, their everything, by saying the average increase in tariffs will be 41 percentage points, and a quarter of that, phi, the price pass-through, will go to the consumers. It means the Trump administration is saying that across all products imported into the US from every other country across the globe, the cost to consumers for everything they buy will go up by 10.25%. On average, that's everything. Some will be more, some will be less. Consumer spending is going to go up by over 10% on all imported products into the US. So, there you are.
Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years.
Both those things are wrong. None of that's how that works, but it's just funny that on one hand they say tariffs won't put prices up and they're going to combat inflation. On the flip side, they are saying everything's going to go up by 10.25%, including, from New Zealand, eggs. That's it. That's the video. Thanks for watching. If you're a regular viewer, please get in the comments and say something nice. We got to balance it out. It's gonna be a nightmare. Hey, editor Matt, can you like crop me down and move me right over so the bottom of the equation is like right there? Okay,
I think
excellent.
that lines up.
There's these. These asterisks. What are they doing there?
Yeah, that works. That works.
Thanks very much. I appreciate you putting the effort in the edit. It's good work.
My pleasure. I think it's going to be a really good video.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I do wonder if all the people who...
Wow, okay, cool. What a mess. It's not about Ethan. Noah Recker. We did that. We already did that. This is just a spider video. TikTok I made for you on the anti-Hamas protests. Oh. What's this? Oh, someone emailed me this. They said they worked quite hard on it. Let's see. Oh. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, shit. All right, hang on. Just let it play. Come on, play. They used the hospital yesterday. It's again, out, Hamas get out. And they're saying here. So they're saying Hamas barra barra, which means Hamas out. They've been chatting to release the hostages, among other things. They're saying Hamas are terrorists, basically. Hallelujah. People asking for the end of Hamas's rule. Northern Gaza. They're talking about Hamas trading in their blood, effectively saying that like Hamas is gambling with the lives of their own people by putting their own civilians in harm's way by keeping up this fight. In Jabalia, which is VG camp surround Gaza City, and it is a very famous Hamas stronghold, but there's a very recurring sentiment where it's always like, we want to live, we want peace, waving white flags, things like that. They're doing the Hamas is terrorist chant again. So you guys know as well, the fact that there are any of these protests at all, even if it's a small protest, the ramifications of this are quite big for so many reasons. One, if anyone's protesting against Hamas, it's because they're serious. It's not because they're like Westerners who got bored and wanted to spend the afternoon letting off their steam and then they just go back home and nothing happens. If people are protesting against Hamas in Gaza, it's because they are serious. Because in the past, when there were protests against Hamas's economic policies and against price hikes and things like that, people were tortured. People had the beaten out of them with truncheons and batons, and people were shot, people were disappeared. Protesting against Hamas, it's a serious thing. So if they're doing it, one, it means they're really, really mad, and two, it means they're committed to it. They're not just going to do it and then get bored. Even if they'd get bored and wanted to go home, they have nothing to go home to. Most of these people, their lives are destroyed. They've all lost family members. They've almost all lost property. So the idea of it just kind of calming down, well, that works if people have other things to do, but these guys don't have other things to do. A third, this is happening in the context of Israel engaging in probably one of the most aggressive bombing campaigns since the war started. Like, so many people have died in a short space of time just in the last few days. And these guys are still drawing their attention towards Hamas. There's one village elder who talks about Hamas constantly repeating the same error, but expecting a different result each time. It's also a sign that Hamas are just very disempowered because their leaders are dropping like flies. Oh, this moron. People are so disgusting, man. Gazans, let me tell you exactly what I think about your little protest against Hamas, and I will say it loud and clear. There are no innocents in Gaza. Whoa, fuck me. Give this person a paraglider. Go say it to them. Unhinged. They were chanting, "Where's the press?" They're saying Al Jazeera here, TV channel. Notice that name, Anas Sharif. Anas Sharif is a Al Jazeera journalist talking about the protests, but not once mentioning that they are anti-Hamas. To the point where a group of protesters were actually calling him out specifically, and they're complaining that this person is not covering the protest properly, saying that the press and Al Jazeera, they're entering the hospital and trying to prevent coverage of the events because they don't want people to know that that's what these protests are about. That's why the desperate attempts of these people to try and spin it omit the fact that they are primarily anti-Hamas protests. They don't want people to know. Interesting development on r/Palestine. Hundreds of Palestinians protest in Gaza against the war. This post has been removed by the moderators of r/Palestine. Batman. Wow. Gaza is speaking. No, thank you. Excuse me. I want Hassan Piker speaking. This guy's complaining about Mehdi Hassan not following the protests. Oh, they are getting bigger though. They seem like they're getting a lot more dense. This is all Gaza, not West. Dense. I believe there was a protest against Hamas scheduled in Ramallah. Yeah, there's quite a lot of it, and it's incredibly brave of them as well, so just good luck to them, I guess. I don't see it dying anytime soon, personally, because it just seems like they're not the kind of people that can just get bored and go home, right? They don't have anything to go home to, most of them. So they don't really have that much incentive to give up. Because of the anti-Hamas protests happening in Gaza now, because people are just very fed up of all this posturing. And all this fuck is I don't remember that. Oh no! Failed, destroyed military that still just wants to keep going and still keeps on putting out announcements saying, remain steadfast, the people of Gaza, remain steadfast. And they're like, all your leaders are dead. Sinwar died. He threw a stick at a drone, hiding in Iran, still died. You're dropping like flies. You got no military. The tunnels are all caving in and getting smashed to pieces. You're occasionally firing off 2 or 3 rockets that land in a field. Maybe we're not interested in that anymore. Maybe. That's what a few people in Gaza are saying. Maybe a few thousand so far. Hamas have basically said that they're going to treat these protesters as Israeli collaborators or Fatah operatives.
Literally selling out your own.
Wow. The audacity. Tell it to him, white man. Tell it to him, the white savior. So obviously, it's very lucrative right now to do whatever these guys are doing. Supporting Operation Throw a bunch of Arabs into the meat grinder and call everyone who doesn't want to do it a traitor. That's actually like a very lucrative market right now in the West. But doesn't that mean that he's not doing this for money? He's actually doing it out of principle? Whoa, shit. That was a good edit. Sure. Quite long, but good. Good edit. Maybe I need to be more succinct. Nice one. How many years of Trump hate do you have under your belt? I know a good shrink. How many years of your grandma's savings did Trump just wipe out? I know a good bankruptcy lawyer. Oh my God. Whoa. I wonder what's happening to the, because these are going to be the most active voters as well. People who depend on largely on 401ks and Social Security. Surely the Republicans are going to face some big blowback for that. Come on. 10% of the loaner box tariff. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to unban this person, but I just can't find their name in the banned list, and it's really annoying. Like, why does that happen? Still waiting for Kalinske to mention the protests in Gaza. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost as if these guys have a very strange alignment with Hamas, even if they don't intend it. It's just odd. I don't get it. Very odd. Which stream was Malcolm X and the protocols mentioned? You can find that in my video essay on my main channel. Well, it's a spare channel now, I guess. Talking about the civil rights movement. It's in there. The source is there too. Many streams. Yeah, we say it every stream, actually. We mention it in every video. Always comes up. Okay. In any case, we're doing some politics. Okay, we're doing mostly politics today, but I do want to open my daily tabloid. Okay, because it looks like shit's going on, maybe. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about this, China's response to the tariffs. Oh look, we're doing news now. The tabloids are doing headline news. This is like when the Sun started to report on fucking the Iraq war, Fallujah and shit. Like, you want to read the Sun to learn about Fallujah. Banger. Mr. Beast suing former employee. Oh. Oh, they actually went live on Kick. What do they sound like? Do they sound like a crying laughing emoji? Sam has some trouble pronouncing moniker. Okay.
I've heard this before from at least you. I don't know what moniker you were using at the time. Or did I say that right? Moniker? Moniker? Monocle?
Wait! No! Ever since I allowed Spider, who is a black person, to say the N-word in fucking Discord, soft A, now we got this fucking... Why did people misunderstand the rules? People don't get it. No! Sam! No! Mika's rhetoric is going to come next. Oh no, she's the next one to fall.
Moniker? Moniker? Monocle?
Hey, so
nomenclature.
She knows.
You haven't addressed the factual accuracy of Brandon Tarktokoff's I am.
Look, I've heard this before.
Holy shit, man. Yeah, she heard it, but everyone heard it. What are you talking about? Sam Seed Hard R. I'm pretty sure there was a film about this. I'm pretty sure this happened in a film. Didn't it? Fucking... Because he heard the black detective saying it to people, so he decides to repeat it.
What's up, my nigga? What did you just say?
Oh no.
What's up, my nigga?
He's saying moniker, that's what he's saying. He's just Sam Cedar saying moniker. Okay, good one. Wow. His wife, Monica. No, Sam. No. Delete the moniker. No. Trump announces tariffs of at least 104%. China. Oh, yeah, they did that. that was done yesterday. I think they've actually gone into full effect today. Like all the tariffs have gone into full effect. And yeah, so the American tariffs on China now add up to 104%, and China's reciprocal tariffs to the reciprocal tariffs to the reciprocal tariffs to the reciprocal tariffs are now 84%. That face. Yeah, that's what he looks like. What are you talking about? What's wrong with that? Elon Musk and Twitch reached a deal to drop the streaming platform from Twitch's ad spending lawsuit. Oh, Elon is going after Twitch as well.
NBA basketball coach Steve Kerr decided to name his kid Nicholas. So now Nick Kerr exists.
Thank you for the $10, Jane Socks. That's just, it's fine. Nicholas Kerr, Nick Kerr, that's fine as long as Sam Cedar isn't present. Financial markets. Okay. Hello.
I we get it. Fucking
What?
I can't do. Oh shit. That's fucking funny. I give you like a week pass, all right, Lord Bucks. I give you like a week pass because you're Scottish, all right? 1 week.
Okay.
Week. All right.
Good luck.
All right.
What a little pug. What a little gup. All right. Who knows? You know, maybe I'll run up a hill in the middle of nowhere and whisper it very quietly. Who knows? It's possible. Okay. What? So there's actually not that much yeet because they're busy streaming. What was the stream like? How'd it go? 5K views for the first stream. Not bad. This is their, okay. Not showing their face. I see.
Actually have a good mic. That's the shitty part. Any mic experts want to give me some tips?
Okay.
You are so obsessed with Mizkif. I knew it. I think I'm not obsessed. I just call out the people who are the most obvious ones to call out, and Mizkif is just always doing stupid shit. And then the way he responds to things is just very stupid. So I'm gonna call it out.
People thought this was Dan Saltman.
Hassan, dude, Hassan is the type of streamer I could literally tune in any hour and get 10 clips in 1 hour, and they could probably all go viral. Like, you don't understand how many clips I have that are just timestamped in my fucking notes that could have gone mega viral about Hassan, and they just never saw the time of day because I'm always backed up with Hassan, bro. I could literally just post Hassan all the fucking.
Explain why blanket tariffs on everyone is bad. Oh, because you're literally just charging more to your own businesses and you're therefore your own consumers to gain absolutely nothing. You're just making things more expensive for no reason. That's it. Couldn't find a longer clip. What's this? What am I looking at? Oh, I need to not click. Okay. It's Dan with a voice changer. True. Tell me you're in a cult without telling me you're in a cult. Okay. So she's painting stuff. And the crowd's going mad. Okay. Silly. I don't know what that is. Why not? Sounds based or cringe. I don't know. It depends on who the person is and what they believe and what bad things they've said in the past. Whatever. Looks AI generated. Yeah, that's very response loner. Yeah, of course it is. That's how I react. That's my react stream. Bro, what is happening? Now explain why I'm more patriotic to pay more. Oh no. Thanks for the $1.99, Sir Brooks. I appreciate it. Where do I get MAGA people to talk to? I need them. I need them now. I need people to defend these tariffs. It's disgraceful. Why? What is this? Debate Maddie. Yeah, I know, but I need to. I think Sev is like hooking that up. I said I would do it whenever. which is really just today or tomorrow. That's the only time I can really do it before I move. Ugh! Oh, what is this?
Listen.
Ha!
Why do you do this every time? It's not like you're actually scared.
And the crackdown.
What?
I said, why do you act scared every time? Wait, hold on, I need to mute your
I'm not scared. I want to do it now. What the fuck? Where are we going?
Well, yeah, I don't want to do it now. I said, that's not how it fucking works, does
Scrappy
it?
Doo. Let me at him.
If you want like random MAGA fucking dipshits, you can hook up with like what's it called? People on TikTok. There's this massive retard you can talk to called the older millennial. I don't know how you get in contact with him, but he's really fucking retarded.
Yeah,
that's where all the
on TikTok. Yeah.
But that's where all the MAGA people are. TikTok.
Yeah, but they're also on. But Twitter Spaces is actually an option as well, I guess. But
I mean, yeah, but majority of the people on Twitter, like, you have a less likely chance of getting doxxed on TikTok than you do on Twitter.
Suppose so. Yeah.
Because in TikTok, they're afraid of losing their income.
Makes sense. Get Dr. Avi on here. Yeah, but I don't think Avi defends the tariffs, right? Avi wants Trump because Trump is more permissive to Israel. That's what he wants. But
Who's Dr. Avi? Is it the one that's like, according to my calculations, it's not a genocide? That guy?
Yeah, he's that guy. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Just talk to Asman.
He's MAGA? I thought it was reasonable.
He's not MAGA. He's a New Yorker who voted for Trump, I think. Yeah. Because of basically like
so I thought he was reasonable. Never mind.
No, he really puts Israel first, buddy. Yeah.
Israel
Debate
first lives in
Hassan, yes,
America.
Hassan, the famously available debater. Yeah.
By the way, that picture of him at the end of the video TikTok you were watching, that's not Hassan, that's Hussein, okay?
Okay. I haven't even Asmongold has done a segment about Trump just yesterday on the
You would
tariffs.
never get Asmongold to talk.
No, but his fans might come in.
His fans might come in? Do you know who his fans are?
Yeah.
Retard people that play video games like not female. That's no. Okay, one second. Get a phone call. Fuck, I hate work.
Hassan said he's wanting to debate people. Yeah, but he's not going to. Like, I mean, he won't debate anyone fucking challenging. He'll just be like clout surfing and shit. Just pretend you're Ethan. Yeah. I mean, I offered to talk to Hassan in the past, and he said yes, but he didn't want to. He went quiet after I suggested fucking picking a date for prep time. Debate the wheel. Yeah, I could debate the wheel. What is this? Fox News are big mad about Mahmoud Khalil. Apparently he made a preposterous accusation. Oh no. If he's speaking for himself, that might be a problem. I think if he's got a lawyer, he shouldn't be saying shit. But we'll see. There's still been no charges, though. Still no charges. Oh, here he is talking to CBS as well. Let's see.
A Louisiana immigration judge is calling on the U.S. government to provide evidence that detained activist Mahmoud Khalil should be deported. Khalil served as a spokesperson for pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University, but has not been charged with a crime. Judge Jamie Comans says the Department of Homeland Security has until 5 p.m. tonight to provide evidence, or the case will be dropped. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us here in Studio 57 with more on this case. Katrina, good morning to you. Great to have you here. What more did we learn from yesterday's hearing, and why hasn't the government provided evidence that it needs to deport Khalil?
I mean, that's a great question, Errol, and something that Khalil's lawyer said during this hearing, that he hasn't been given a single document of evidence since his client has been taken. But the big takeaway is that the government has been ordered to produce evidence by 5 p.m. tonight, or the judge says on Friday she's going to terminate the case if evidence has not been produced. She also set a removability hearing for Friday. But what was interesting about this hearing too, Errol, is...
Wait, that's yesterday, isn't it? This was... Oh, it's today. So by 5 p.m. today, the judge drops the case, but doesn't the Secretary of State still have a say over whether or not ICE detains them? So could they not just deport him without due process? Is that what they're going to try to do? Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. We'll see.
I had planned to watch it remotely, and the judge decided not to allow people to. She said it was highly unusual. There were over 600 people trying to watch this hearing, and one of the only moments that Mahmoud Khalil spoke in court was to ask if his wife would be allowed to view it, and his attorneys as well. But, you know, the bar here is that the government essentially has to show that he maybe committed fraud or misrepresented himself on his green card application, or that he's linked to terrorism. But we should find out more, you know, later today. We see if the government actually does produce this evidence that they've been waiting for.
And hundreds of people wanting to watch remotely because there's so much interest in this case. He's also not the only protester from a university who has been deported. So if this case is dropped, that would be significant. What would it mean for the other cases that we've seen?
You know, Errol, I think it's unclear if it would actually impact the other cases, because these are individualized situations. You know, they all have different immigration status. Mahmoud Khalil is a green card holder. Some of them are here under visas. But the way that this judge applies the law the government's trying to use, this rarely used provision saying that his presence in the U.S. is adverse to U.S. policy interests, that could
let him have his day in court and see the evidence against him. Well, you need charges before you go to court. I don't even know if there are charges yet. There are no charges.
Potentially impact the way other immigration judges also decide to interpret these cases.
And speaking of other high-profile cases, what's the latest in the case of Kilmer Abrego Garcia? This is the man deported due to what the government admits was an administrative error. What's happening there?
So Abrego Garcia had been ordered returned by midnight on Monday. The Supreme Court intervened. They put a stay on that determination. But his lawyers submitted a letter yesterday to the Supreme Court because, you know, there's so many of these deportation cases going on, but there was a ruling in the case about the planes that were sent to El Salvador. And the Supreme Court was unanimous on one point in a decision they made, which is that people who are detained, who are going to be deported, have to be allowed some form of judicial review and due process to contest that removal. What his lawyer said is that should apply to Mr. Abrego Garcia. The government has admitted he was taken by mistake, Errol, but he's been given no due process, no opportunity to contest these charges that he's part of MS-13, and they're asking that that be remedied.
And that mistake could have been caught during due process if that would have happened.
Absolutely, yes, because even the government is saying that they should not have sent him.
So much happening. Katrina, it's great to have you sift through all of it for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, that's one side. Let's have a look at the Fox News side. Okay, both sides. Okay, known nutters. Fox News. What do they have to say?
And the crackdown against anti-Semitism on campuses continues. Brown University is now facing a pause in federal funding. The Trump administration now planning to halt more than $500 million in grants and contracts for the Ivy League school. Here with us now is Douglas Murray. He is a New York Post contributor and author of a new book that is out tomorrow. It's called On Democracy.
This guy's been doing rounds absolutely everywhere recently. He was on Lex. I think he might have been on Rogan or Trigonometry. And I just feel like I see him in thumbnails everywhere now. Pierce, maybe?
And Death Cult, Israel and the Future of Civilization. And I spent some time listening to some pre-interviews that you've done, and I felt like your book is kind of perfect timing for this moment, because we're not just talking about this problem in Israel, we're talking also about this problem.
There's no way Douglas can defend this shit. There's no way you can defend this shit. What he's going to do is he's just going to complain about he's going to complain about the protesters' approach to Gaza and Hamas, and he will just whataboutism about like fucking American Jewish hostages or some bullshit. That's probably what he'll do. He's not actually going to say why this person should be deported. I don't think he's that, like, he's not dumb. He's just obviously insanely right wing, and he definitely supports the deportation, but he's not going to try to defend it, I don't think.
Problem, not of so much violence, but in terms of the radicalism on campus. And here are 5 of the universities that are facing some of these pauses in federal funding: Columbia, Penn.
When I say he's not going to try to defend it, he'll defend it, but not in a direct way. He won't say why this is a good decision. He'll just be like, oh, what about the Israeli hostages that the protesters don't care about? Like some shit like that.
Harvard, Princeton, and now Brown. More to come?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, first of all, what I tried to just do in my book is explain, first of all, what happened on October the 7th, 2023. I went there straight away and reported firsthand from the war But all the time I was covering the war in Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, I always had this thing of like, why back home in America have so many people sided with the death cult? Why have so many people, when Israeli women have been raped, decided to side with the rapists? Why have so many people decided to side with the terrorist group, Hamas?
So and we're going to talk about Mahmoud Khalil, right? We're going to talk about why he should be deported. It's not why we dislike him, okay? We're ready for it? We got 6 minutes to go.
This is one of the questions I ask, and I think I try to answer in the book. And one of the epicenters of this has been American college campuses. These are people who are the contemporaries of people like the people who were dancing at the Nova Party in the early hours of the morning on October the 7th, when the terrorists came in and massacred them. But instead of having sympathy with their contemporaries in Israel, they decided from the 7th itself, on campuses like Columbia and elsewhere, to side with the killers, to side with the death cults. I think it is...
Wow, yes, that's a really interesting point. It's interesting that these like well-to-do, kind of like liberal lifestyle students, youths, depraved youths in the West, in their fine little university fucking positions, would not feel empathy for their contemporaries in Israel, which are also just like fucking psytrance, party animal, like well-to-do dipshits. Yeah, wow, that's amazing that they wouldn't empathize with the people that got massacred over some like ridiculous ideology that they've attached themselves to and none of them really understand. But what's it got to do with Khalil getting deported?
Absolutely.
2 minutes. Okay, we got 5 minutes to go.
Absolutely right that federal funding is removed from universities that allowed this. And just to do a counterfactual, can you imagine if any other minority was treated as Jewish students have been treated on some of these campuses? If black Americans had been chased across campuses in the US, threatened with lynching, we would all come out, we'd all be on their side and say, how dare you do this to our brothers and sisters, our fellow citizens? But here, when it happened to Jewish students, and when groups like the group at Columbia, who not just hounded Jewish students and disrupted classes for others, but announced that they wanted the total destruction of Western civilization, why did the universities not say, hey, something's going wrong here? You would have thought that would be a wake-up.
Adding to that, Mahmoud Khalil has been allowed to dictate this op-ed for the Columbia newspaper from ICE detention, and he took to it to slam the university as an...
Okay, we've 4 minutes to go. Okay, and this is Khalil's statement about the university. Okay.
Institute that from ICE detention, and he took to it to slam the...
I didn't hear them chanting, destroy Western civilization. They didn't say that in the chants, but they did say that in one of the statements for one of the groups that Khalil might have been leading or was just part of. But we don't know that it was him who posted that statement.
University as an institute that laid the groundwork for his abduction. To Columbia, an institution that laid the groundwork for my abduction, and to its student body who must not abdicate their responsibility to resist repression.
To Columbia, an institution laid the groundwork for my abduction. To its student body who must not abdicate their responsibility to resist oppression. Interesting. Oh, so he's blaming Columbia University. Interesting.
Columbia has suppressed student dissent under the auspices of combating anti-Semitism.
Yeah, he's trying to pretend, surprisingly enough, this radical is trying to pretend that Columbia is some kind of far-right organization or something. It's preposterous. I'm extremely concerned about the fact that this guy, who has been in America on a green card, has been advocating for and calling for the total destruction of Western civilization, leading protests.
Again, we don't know that that's what he said. Okay. Again, that's also calling for destruction of Western civilization in American standards is not criminal. It's not grounds for being an aggravated offense. Nothing. It's nothing.
Jewish students get attacked, leading protests where there's violence on campus, where campus staff get injured, where they smash up buildings. This guy is now becoming a free speech martyr to people. He's a 30-year-old living on student accommodation at Columbia. What's that about, by the way? And
what is that? Yeah, you don't like him. We're talking about deporting him as a lawful permanent resident. Bruh. Oh. Halfway. And not been sleeping well. Stress, moving stress. God, okay.
I don't know, maybe he's learning that you shouldn't come to America and advocate for the overthrow of this civilization without consequence. But the thing that really concerns me, and a point I've tried to make a few times, in fact, I went to speak at Columbia on Friday, and it was wonderful to see the good students, you know, because there are always good students among this matter, but really in the intelligent ones. I said to them, you know, I want to hear people saying the name of this guy, Mahmoud Khalil, if they have spent the last 18 months talking about Eden Alexander, a 21-year-old from New Jersey who has been held, actually kidnapped, actually abducted, actually tortured, and held in a Hamas dungeon in Gaza for the last 18 months. And if these people who suddenly said, oh, free Mahmoud...
Why don't you then? If you've spoken to one of the good ones who opposes what's happening to Khalil, but also says the hostages should be released and the Hamas should never have taken them and it was unconscionable and everything else. If those people exist, like, you can find them, Douglas. Like, you're a connected man. You're always flapping around the world, speaking to people. Have you never heard any of them out? Like, where's the argument?
Khalil and all this sort of thing. If they've been talking about the abducted 21-year-old Eden Alexander from New Jersey for the last 18 months, then I'm willing to hear them talk about this Khalil guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if they've ignored the American hostages in Gaza who are still being held, and then go on this big rant that this guy Khalil is our great test for free speech, I don't really want to listen to that.
So Benjamin Netanyahu is going to come visit with the president.
That's... Sorry, just going to translate this because I can speak English. I'm pretty sure Douglas Murray, is he not originally from Scotland? Why do I think that? Am I thinking of someone else? There is someone who's got this kind of like fucking Victorian English accent, and he went to Eton College. Now he's born in Hammersmith, but his father was Scottish. Okay. So no, his accent is, I guess it's authentic. Oh, apparently he did briefly teach in a school near Aberdeen. Interesting. Wait, really? Wild. Then he got a degree in English at Oxford. Huh. Which school? Where'd he go? Mr. Murray. Aberfucking-Dean, mate. Just near Aberdeen. Oh, okay. That could be like 5 different places, right?
Today they'll have a press conference at 2:30.
Oh yeah, the translation for what he's saying. Fraser Nelson's the one. Yeah. The translation for what he just said, I'll hear someone out if they support bringing the hostages back home. But otherwise, I don't want to listen to you. That's code for, I support this deportation. I just can't justify it on any moral or logical grounds. So, as to appease the political camp that I have aligned myself with, I will just conveniently avoid engaging with the issues at hand. That's all he's doing.
One of the parts of the discussion will be about tariffs, but setting that aside, your book is on democracies and death cults, Israel and the future of civilization. How important are these meetings that Netanyahu is having now that the Biden administration is in the back?
I'm hoping that, there's some kind of move forward towards a resolution of the conflict. But as I say in the book, there's been endless cycles of this conflict between the Hamas and the Israelis, because the Israelis have never been allowed to destroy Hamas. You know, the Obama administration during the 2014 war, the Biden administration for most of this war, they wanted
Hamas. Why is it the more politically extreme people are, the more they pronounce these fucking Middle Eastern names and place names like fucking weirdos? Wow.
Israel effectively to come to a ceasefire, whatever the terms. Just stop the war. My view is that...
Yeah?
Is this the right-wing version of Gaza?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Hamas.
Hamas.
Does she say Huzza? No, she says Ghazza.
Yeah,
Right?
she does. Yeah, yeah. Which is funny because it's like,
That's not how we say it. It's funny because that's not how we say it.
yeah, it's like I saw this a few years ago when that guy fucking Lance from the Surfs was saying Hamas, but he kept saying Hamas because he thought he was being like authentic Arabic, but even
Oh,
though
was
actually how
he?
Israelis say it. Yeah,
Yeah, Israelis say Hamas because
yeah,
they don't pronounce a hate. They pronounce their hate is pronounced kha.
yeah,
It's hate, the letter. But for Arabs, we say Hamas because we
yeah,
can pronounce the hate.
yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, that wasn't like always the case because Mizrahim used to be able to say hate. Like
Well,
they
they used
used
to
to
speak
speak in hate.
Arabic.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, they used to speak Arabic, but that originally Hebrew, the correct pronunciation is with a hate because that's the letter hate. That's
Oh,
how it's pronounced, not hate. Because I'm pretty sure in universities they say the Yemeni Jewish population is the closest to the original Hebrew, and they pronounce it hate.
okay. Oh, even Scarlett said that. Look, there's one thing you two agree on.
She's gonna change her mind after you said that.
Okay. Guess I'm gonna
I
finish this
know.
guy off. Okay. Let's go.
Excuse me?
Listen. Okay. It's a free country over here.
Just
Douglas
because
is
it's
gay as
free,
well.
doesn't Is he?
Yeah. He's a gay
He does not
conservative.
give off that boy.
No.
Okay.
All right. Let's go.
Bye bye.
If a terrorist group has been elected to power, has misgoverned the Gaza for 16, 18 years, has taught their young people to annihilate and slaughter and commit genocide on their neighbors, the state of Israel, if you've been told that you can store rockets in your homes and educate the next generation into hatred.
Oh, he does that. He calls it the Gaza. Yeah, because he's posh. And also because it's kind of a dog whistle. He doesn't want it to be like a sovereign territory. Oh, God. The Gaza. The thing I don't get it because he's like the only person I've heard ever do it. The only person I've ever heard call it the Gaza. I know people used to call it the Lebanon in the 70s. Like they would call Lebanon the Lebanon. Like,
and then you start war after war after war. The thing to call for is not ceasefire. It is the destruction of Hamas, the release of all the hostages and the destruction of Hamas. It is impossible for any civilized society, whether it's...
He says the Ukraine and he's very pro-Ukraine. Yeah, he's just like a fucking, I don't know, so like half of his... The thing is, like, he's not like a dumb person. It's just that so much of what he does is just like aesthetics.
Okay,
like,
I do wanna just add, it might be because he's like translated directly from Arabic, or like he's heard how people say them in Arabic. In Arabic, people don't say Lebanon. They say the Lebanon in Arabic. In Lebanon, in Urdun.
Lebanon. Okay.
Yeah, in Lebanon. They don't say Lebanon. Like they sometimes do, but they always emphasize that. Because like, yeah, Urdun as well. Jordan. They don't say Jordan. They say the Jordan.
Oh.
But
yeah,
they
but that's
do
not
use
why.
it with,
That's not why this guy's doing it.
It's
Okay,
definitely
no
not
way.
because why he's doing it. But in Arabic, they do that.
Did they say that for Gaza though? Did they call it the Gaza? I never heard that.
No, they say Gaza.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but I don't know where you're getting this from. Maybe it's just our dialect. They do say Lebanon, Urdun. But for Syria and Egypt, they don't. They say Masr or Syria. They don't say Al Syria.
Strange.
Yeah, it's fucking weird fucking language, bro. Everything differs. No rules.
Nice one.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Reporting from the Scotland.
Israel, America, anywhere else, to live alongside a death cult that calls for your total annihilation. Yeah. That death cult has to be destroyed, whether it's in America or in Israel, and I hope it is.
Love your approach of going to the regions that you are reporting on and coming back and telling us all about.
We don't call it El Lebanon. I haven't heard that, but I'm not paying attention to the El. I'm just listening for the Lebanon, so I couldn't tell you.
Thank you so much. Congrats on the book.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be with you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
That's probably a fucking Kfar Qasim sensibility. Okay, that was good. No arguments, actually, for why he deserves to be deported. Just Douglas Murray molding and seething about protesters. Okay. Wow. Will his book be complete bullshit? It'll probably be the kind of thing where it's like some truths mixed in with exaggerated truths, mixed in with a couple of falsities, woven into a narrative that is probably not particularly helpful. I don't know. Just a guess. Buy my book. Subscribe to my channel. Okay. Is it time to do a Germany? Are there protests today in in Gaza? I was going to say a different word. I was going to pronounce it different. I don't know. Hello.
Germany.
Yeah. Is the thing happen? Does it have an English translation if they're doing the thing now?
No, I watched the whole thing.
You watched the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, I watched it. Basically, they said they finished the coalition like contracts. The SPD, like the party, all party members have to like vote on it, and then depending on the vote, if it passes, they're gonna forward in the parliament, and then I think next week is gonna be the vote for who's gonna be the chancellor, unless I misunderstood something, or the week after the vote. I'm whatever. They didn't necessarily say everything that is in the coalition contract because obviously it's like a long-ish document. But the contract will probably come out tonight, and the translation will probably come out, I don't know, the next couple of days. Basically, what they're going to focus on is lowering taxes for some reason. Well, it was kind of obvious. They're going to lower taxes to basically coax people into coming to Germany and, I don't know, having their manufacturing in Germany, and to basically boost the economy, like some kind of trickle-down economics bullshit.
Okay.
They want to also this is something that really fucking confuses me and makes me really fucking angry. There's something in Germany called Körperschaftssteuer, which is basically capital tax, right? If you have a large sum of money and like all kinds of stuff. Like, for example, if you make a profit from stocks, you pay, that tax. If you this also involves like inheritance tax and stuff like that, and they want to lower that as well, which is kind of fucked because the people that benefit the most from that are obviously rich people. Nobody that actually has like, I don't know, that is low income actually benefits anything from that.
Okay.
So yeah, that's kind of fucked. But the good things are, for example, they're going to introduce a kind of retirement fund for mothers, which is kind of nice. Because, when you're a mother and you don't work because you raise children, you obviously get less retirement than, I don't know, somebody that doesn't raise children. So they're going to increase retirement for mothers basically, or parents that raised children, didn't work because of that. As for foreign policy, Merz basically, I don't know, sent a message to Trump saying like, yeah, we're back and Europe is back and we will be extra competitive and we will invest into our own defense and blah, 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 blah. there's basically nothing new on the defense front. Somebody asked whether they're going to send Taurus to Ukraine, and they said we're not going to announce anything about specific weapons. They said Ukraine can rely on us, and yeah, they left it at that. But when you but like in the debt break reform, they also like allocated some funds that like basically there's like a clause where they can use the debt to finance aid to Ukraine. So yeah.
Okay. So what concessions are the SPD getting? Are they getting any?
Yeah, they're gonna raise the minimum wage to 15 euros an hour.
Whoa.
Which is kind of good, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, obviously also like the retirement fund for mothers, and obviously the infrastructure stuff, which will also be, used for schools and daycares and the like, yeah.
And how normal is it for Social Democrats to have coalitions with the Christian Democrats? Does that happen often, or
No, all
is
the
this first time?
Yeah, it happened.
Okay.
Has happened multiple times in the past, yeah.
Okay. And they're usually stable, or these coalitions?
Yeah, it's just that like in the past it was just basically like it was a different time. It's not like it is today. So like the stakes were different, I suppose. And yeah, Merkel at the time, because Merkel was the chancellor, and there was probably also more coalitions with the CDU and SPD. But with Merkel, she had her own kind of like politics in terms of like foreign policy. Like for example, I don't know, letting in all refugees, which is kind of good, but also the way they did it was maybe not the best. Like for example, the issue with integration. But now they're basically saying, yeah, we will not allow refugees in. Like if they come through the border. Yeah, I'll play music soon. Sorry. If they let refugees, they can't let refugees in through the border is what they said, and yeah, they want to basically stop the illegal migration into Germany, because if you're already a refugee and you come in through a European country, you're meant to stay in other European countries and not go further. But that kind of like they need to reform that, because that also doesn't really make as much sense. Like because otherwise all the bordering countries get all the refugees, and it's like a whole thing. They said they're gonna talk to their other, government heads about it and see how they can reform that. But yeah, I gotta go now. So if you have any more questions, just toss them to me in DMs. I'll see.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. See you.
It also that stance on refugees is interesting, because that's if Trump wants to do his plan and Bibi wants to keep insisting it's voluntary. Well, it seems like the top location that Gazans who do want to leave Gaza said they would want to go to, the top location was Turkey, but it's followed by Germany, then Canada, US, and Qatar. Man, US should take if US is going to do that, they should be taking a fuck ton, because like it's their decision, right? If they want to back this plan. But, I feel like Turkey is one of those countries where people might arrive and then realize they hate it because Turkey is so bad for refugees. Oh, actually, I don't know. Are there many Palestinian refugees in Turkey? Might just be the Syrians. I don't know. 5 takeaways from the election. What else do we have? AFD dominant in the east, spreading to the west. God, like a fucking plague. Ugh. And I guess the point of this coalition is largely that it kept AFD out as well, because they're the second party. No one likes the AFD. Fuck these guys, apart from the people who vote for them, obviously. Wow. Biggest turnout in 40 years. Ugh. Leaders of the collapsed government all over. Wow. TikTok generation hauls the left back from the dead. Die Linke. These are the more populist ones, right? The co-chair has 580,000 followers on TikTok. Her post attracted 7 million views. Wow. Young go left and right, old stick to the center. Uh-oh. How did Die Linke do? Die Linke. They're still behind the Greens, but they are growing, whilst the Greens are losing. Okay. Huh. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I guess this is what you would call the libtard coalition. Could be worse. Why not? I'll take it. Why are these guys so riddled with cope? How will regional developments weaken Israel with Helena Koban? I don't know. How will regional developments weaken Israel, bro? 11 days ago. Mate, fucking give up. Holy shit. What are you trying to do at this point? Convo with breaking points. Oh, Pisco spoke to breaking points on SCOTUS.
So 60 Minutes did a fantastic piece on Sunday breaking down what they were able to figure out about the men who were sent under the Alien Enemies Act to that notorious prison in El Salvador. We can put this up on the screen. So the government has not released the names of...
Pisco's channel's doing well. It's not surprising, obviously. He's a good speaker, got a lot to say. Damn, some of these are going really well. The Tim Pool, 55K? Yeah. For a fairly new channel as well. How many has he uploaded? 97 videos. Bro, how are people so fast, man? I think I've uploaded, what, 300 videos over the space of like 4 or 5 years I've on this channel. We need to... It's okay though, we're speeding up. We're chomping at the bit. Or is it because his live videos stay up? Oh, he's got members only. Members only for the live streams might be wise, to be honest. It keeps the nasty clippers out. Or makes them pay for it. What are we saying? Actually, I don't need to see people who agree with me. Fuck that. The algo is gobbling him up for some reason. Well, a new channel gets a good amount of traction. Which means gobbling him up. Like, it's good. Debate. And he's also... It would, because he's bringing on, like, guests who people know quite well, and he's going on shows that people know even better. Like Tim Pool and shit, yeah. Rob Noor. Rob Noor. Good. Making the world a better place. Destiny refugees. Get Starmer on Learnerbox Live. I don't know, like the thing I don't always enjoy bringing on people who are already inclined to agree with me. But maybe I should, because getting bigger, definitely interviewing people who actually have a bit more going for them is probably a good idea. I can imagine there being some use in that. Economist says life will never be the same after Trump tariffs. Wow.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. President Trump is threatening additional tariffs on China, 50% more. This as the market saw another turbulent day of trading. Here is how the president defended his tariff approach.
No other president would be willing to do what I'm doing or to even go through it. Now, I don't mind going through it because I see a beautiful picture at the end.
A beautiful picture.
We need more slop content with TikTokers. Well, chat gets really fucking active when I do that, unfortunately. Well, yeah, when I have a little fucking scrappy do throwing shit at my face. Like, yeah, that gets chat going. I wonder if Stardust wants to do like a Scrappy Doo theme edit on that fucking guy. That's definitely the energy I was getting from him. Like just someone like swinging, but not landing anything.
At the end, for more on what that picture might in fact look like, I want to bring in Justin Wolfers. He is a professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan. It's great to have you with us. Justice, you wrote an op-ed for the New York Times. You know what it says, but my audience doesn't, so let me go through it a little bit. Quote, your life will never be the same after these tariffs. You wrote also, these tariffs are going to hurt a lot. By my calculations, this round of tariffs may be 50 times as painful as the ones Donald Trump instituted in his first term. Simple question, why?
Yeah, so this is not just bluster. This is actually what basic economics tells us. Look, there's two things that tariffs do. The higher tariffs are, the less we trade with others. That, of course, means that, you know, the car you wanted to buy, you make do with something else. And then the higher tariffs get, the more you end up making do with worse and worse substitutes. The net result of that is a pretty basic economic idea, which is small tariffs aren't much of a problem, but big tariffs can cause enormous pain. And if you simply work through the math of this, it turns out that this set of tariffs will be 50 times more painful than the last set. And that's because this time it's much, much higher tariffs, and it applies to every country and every good. Every part of your life is about to change.
Wow. And Justin, when the president says, and his economic advisors speaking on his
behalf, I refuse to believe this guy knows anything other than suffering. What? This guy?
Also say, we simply want countries that trade with us to buy as much of our goods as we buy of theirs. Is that practical?
No. Look, it's about as practical as me saying that I wish that Trader Joe's would buy as much of my stuff as I buy of theirs.
Yeah.
I go to the grocery store. I spend a lot of money there. I do so willingly because I can use what I get for that money, food, to feed and nourish my family. But Trader Joe's and I don't have balanced trade the same way China and the United States don't have balanced trade. I turn up to Trader Joe's. I offer to sell them economics lectures, but it turns out they don't want to buy what it is I'm selling. Now, it doesn't create any economic problems because the University of Michigan is willing to buy what I'm selling. So overall, Justin Wolfers Inc. is doing just fine. And the same logic goes for the United States. Overall, the US gets a pretty good deal out of international trade.
I can't do it. Also, sorry. I also can't unsee. Sorry. It's happening. You guys know what I'm doing. All of you know exactly what I'm typing up now. There's no one seeing. I'm waiting for someone to say it in chat before I do it. You know what's happening. It's not, listen, it's the accent. It's too close. Like, listen, just give them 20 years. And it's there. We're there. Didn't his wife leave him? What are you talking about? 1-to-1. Steve Irwin. That's number one.
We buy some stuff, we sell some stuff, and all of our lives are enriched because we get plugged into the enormous variety of wonderful products that people all around the world make for us and with us.
If Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, were here, Justin, he might say, okay, let's take your example. Justin Wolfers Inc. goes into Trader Joe's, but Trader Joe's, if it's China, uses hackers to steal information from your iPhone. That's intellectual property. It manipulates its currency, which makes your dollar go less far than it otherwise would. And it subsidizes its products in ways you can't for your incorporation. They say all of those things underlie an unfair trade relationship. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think when you tried to make his story make sense, it sounded utterly absurd.
Yeah.
Look, there are serious trading issues. There are, for instance, big questions about intellectual property theft from China. If that's the question you want to solve, then what you need to do is think about tariffs and reaching out to the Chinese on the specific set of strategic goods. It doesn't tell you that you want to put tariffs on Australia, tariffs on Madagascar, tariffs on India, tariffs on the whole world. If what you have is strategic goals, you have strategic tariffs. What we have is across-the-board tariffs, which appear to have no real rationale at all.
And Justin, I want to ask you something that my colleague Aaron Navarro brought up when he was joining us from the North Lawn of the White House, quoting the president saying, America's wealth was never greater by percentage than the years 1870 to 1913. Evaluate that.
Stupid, moronic. Let's be serious about this. There was no outdoor plumbing, no indoor plumbing. You had to go outside to use the toilet. You had to. You didn't have antibiotics.
Wow.
You didn't have vaccines. You barely owned anything. Even just go back to your grandparents' era. Your grandparents probably grew up with 3 wooden toys. My kids grow up with enormously more. Look, if you want to go back to 1890, he's got exactly
Bro,
the
this is, I don't want, stop fucking showing me this shit. Stop giving it to me. I can't cope. I cannot cope. Get this off my... Cannot believe we have to suffer through all the nonsense of Trump for a second time just because America still isn't ready to vote for a smart, qualified woman who loves genocide. Oh my God, dude, shut the fuck. Oh, shut the fuck up, man. This is what you wanted. Pay for it, okay? You're fucking British. You didn't even pay for it. Apart from you will, because Trump's fucking fascism affects everyone. Oh my God. Fuck up, fuck me.
Right set of
oh God.
Policies.
What's the point in your job? Why are you even a thing? Why?
Place.
What is the short-term risk for the average investor in this country, the average consumer?
Both. Look, I've had all sorts of older Americans reach out to me over the past couple of days, terrified because their portfolio, their 401ks and their retirement plans,
a lot of reaping being done by the sowers.
are down 10% and they can't afford to lose that. By the same token, every one of us wakes up every day and we try and get our paycheck as far as we can. We want to feed our families and we want to be able to buy iPhones and we want to be able to clothe our families. And it turns out the reason we can afford to do those things is because the United States is really good at doing a bunch of things. For instance, we're really good at writing software, so we design the software behind the iPhone. Other countries are really good at other things, for instance, putting the iPhone together. And if we brought iPhone manufacturing onshore, it would be the same phone, but it would be $3,000 and no one's life would be any better off as a result.
Justin Wolfers, I appreciate your time and expertise, sir. Thank you.
A pleasure.
Yup. Uh-huh. Yup. Okay, do I need to... I do news and then Asmongold. News and then slop. Listen, guys, we just need to put families on the table. And food on our children. Dr. Octobong, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I don't know, guys. I got rewarded pretty fucking disproportionately for slop yesterday, so you keep encouraging bad behavior from me. Anyway. Listen, I don't know if you guys know this because a lot of it's gone under the radar, but known Taliban simp, Donald Trump. A lot of people don't know this. Trump actually quite likes the Taliban. It's kind of something that just goes under the radar a little bit, that Trump has some kind of strange admiration for the Taliban. So we know that in the Doha talks, which were the prerequisite to the American pullout of Afghanistan, the deal that Trump negotiated for the pullout, which Biden followed and actually delayed because it wasn't ready at the time. Trump negotiated that, and he did it famously in a way that was very beneficial to the Taliban. He praised them several times. He called them smart people and great warriors and whatever the fuck. And he also actually caused a huge controversy because he secretly invited them to Camp David for talks. It actually caused a huge schism within his own administration, and they ended up getting cancelled. Interesting. I didn't actually know this until today. After Trump's team got divided over that decision to invite the Taliban to Camp David, one of the people who gave a pretty strong public outcry to it was Mike Waltz. 9/11, yeah, it was going to be in the 9/11 anniversary. Yeah. Yeah, Mike Waltz. who is now Trump's national security advisor, came forward to slam this decision. As we head into the anniversary of 9/11, I do not ever want to see these terrorists step foot on United States soil, period. That was Mike Waltz to CNN. This guy, Mike Waltz, I think, who was the one who actually invited that journalist by accident onto the Signal group chat. Those Doha talks were also famous for Trump basically excluding the Afghan national government and undermining their negotiating position massively, and also because he released 5,000 Taliban prisoners for very little reward. Yeah, Trump, for whatever reason, is quite nice to the Taliban, and it hasn't actually gone away. So right now, the Taliban have been in talks with US officials since they took over and since Trump came into office, because the Taliban actually sees this administration as a window for achieving some level of diplomatic recognition. No country has recognized the Taliban as the governing power in Afghanistan yet. There are countries that have started to sort of slowly normalize. So I think they have embassies, they have ambassadors from China and the UAE there. The Taliban has there are Taliban ambassadors in China and the UAE. And they have a political office in Doha, which has been there for a while. But the United States are talking about exploratory conversations with Taliban officials. Like, they've been having these talks. And there are more and more signs that these exploratory talks are becoming more and more fruitful for the Taliban. So Americans have been negotiating for prisoner releases. They managed to achieve a few. Actually, a couple already started under Biden. But the Taliban, again, a couple of prisoner releases from the Taliban to the United States happened with nothing in exchange. But they deliberately delayed the exchanges, well, the releases, to happen under Trump's presidency, because they were initially going to happen under Biden's. Like, they're actually properly like rubbing knobs quietly behind the scenes. And there were a bunch of people who had bounties on them, US bounties on them in the Taliban, and those bounties have been very quietly removed. And they're members of the Haqqani network, which is still a designated US terror organization. One of the people is now the Taliban interior minister. Because again, I think Trump kind of likes the Taliban in part because they don't have international ambitions. But even then, that's not really necessarily paying off, because one of the parts of the Afghan pullout with the deal with the Taliban was that they wanted to make sure the Taliban wouldn't allow Al-Qaeda to regroup in Afghanistan anymore, because Al-Qaeda does have international ambitions. The problem is that this hasn't really been all that successful, which is why Biden in 2022, his administration bombed al-Zawahiri in Kabul. But there was an annual US intel report which hasn't really said anything about the Taliban, but they did describe the Taliban's enemy, like a mutual enemy, ISIS-K, as the most capable ISIS branch. And they are basically a pretty strong enemy of the Taliban in Afghanistan. If anyone remembers the bombing that killed 13 soldiers and about 200 Afghans in the withdrawal, that wasn't the Taliban. That was ISIS. That was ISIS-K that did that. But yeah, it seems like the Trump administration and this annual intel report is much more interested in just like Al-Qaeda, but elsewhere. Whereas like their interest in Afghanistan is mainly ISIS-K, which is a mutual enemy between them and the Taliban. Why does he not like Jelani then? Oh, they speak about that too. They speak about that as well, because they talk about how they can't really trust Jelani to keep out terror groups. Like, they think the situation is too volatile. There's a whole section here where they talk about instability and potential power vacuums in Syria. Where is it? The Assad regime? Oh, they say Assad with one S. There's like a little black box, like a gray box that they have for Syria. No, Beijing. Where is it? It should be here. Iran. It's under the Iran section. Yeah. They also actually blame. They talk about the Alawite massacre. It's Alawite and Christian. Don't forget the 7 Christians. The massacre of Alawites that happened in northwest Syria. They do talk about that, but they blame it on HTS-led interim government forces, which I think includes at this point some SNA people. But they also attribute some of it to Huras al-Din, which is Al-Qaeda's affiliates in Syria. So that's probably why. I don't think Trump really trusts Jolani to tame the ISIS Al-Qaeda elements in Syria yet, because we know that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are trying to exploit power vacuums in the country, especially since poor fucking Jolani is distracted on all sides by the Turks up in the north, by Israel ramming them in the south, and also by these internal pressures. So yeah, it's not good. And not to mention just the volatility of Syria as a country, as an entire geography. But yeah, Trump, known Taliban dick suck, basically. His administration is already sort of edging the idea of slow, quiet normalization with the Taliban. There's also some like OSINT accounts on Twitter that are talking about American flights that are taking place over the country, which might imply that they have warned the Taliban that they're using their airspace, and also that they might be using Afghan airspace on their path to Iran. Maybe. I don't know if that's how feasible that is, but this stuff is true. So far, though, official Trump administration and the Taliban have not offered comment. It's just from unnamed officials. Yes, he is massively edging the Taliban. At least the Taliban sees it that way. American officials have described it as exploratory and fluid. Wouldn't rule out negative things too, though. And it's clear that the Taliban does see this as a potential opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the Trump administration. And given that this annual intel report doesn't mention the Taliban at all, it mentions their mutual enemy. They talk a lot about Iran because Trump is obviously eyeing them up to fuck. And in their talk about Iran, it's a bit interesting because it seems to be that this intel report is eyeing up a deal, but it's still a little bit chompy, you could say. Because when they talk about nuclear, hang on. The problem is that they, where is it? The problem is that they kind of smell blood. They see Iran right now as being in a position where they're not posing any credible deterrent. Like they think that Iran's prospects of reassembling and regrouping are dim in the near term, which does mean that I don't know if they see that as a reason to calm down. But then, of course, why are they moving a bunch of bombers and other military installations to Diego Garcia, which is where you would launch an attack on Iran from if you wanted to? Like, why are they doing that? And why is Trump puffing his chest, waving his little chode around at Iran, if it's not also about like exploiting the situation and the weakness of Iran to try and just like take out the regime or at least the nuclear facilities for good? They do talk about nuclear weapons. They still haven't, the nuclear weapons program still is basically in the same frozen state that it's been since 2003. That's when they, yeah. But there is internal pressure, I think largely from the radicals, the radical youths of the IRGC, but in general, just because of how much failure Iran has gone through in the last year and a half, that there might be mounting pressure for them to start to reauthorize their nuclear program. They haven't done it yet, and this report seems to say that it's more likely they're going to continue research for chemical and biological weapons. Apparently, Iranian military scientists have researched chemicals that have a wide range of sedation, dissociation, and amnestic incapacitating effects, and can also be lethal. Scary. He's probably just annexing Diego Garcia. What, another place that he already has carte blanche to like militarize as much as he wants. Potentially. Can't really rule it out, can you? What are they saying? You know what? I didn't actually check what they're saying about Houthis in this. Have they spelled it differently? Surely they're mentioned in this. It would be under Iran, no? Or transnational Islamic extremists. I didn't know this actually. I learned this here that I didn't know Al-Shabaab, who are focused in Somalia. They're Al-Qaeda's largest and wealthiest affiliate. I didn't know that they were starting to grow their ties with the Houthis, because I would have thought Shiite fundamentalists and Al-Qaeda would not really get along at all. But, you know, it seems like there might be some prospects of the Houthis getting more sophisticated weapons. Or no, the Al-Shabaab might be getting better weapons from the Houthis, I think. But yeah. You learn a few things. This is the Al-Qaeda affiliate Huras al-Din that they partially blame for the massacres in Tartus and Latakia. But I guess Trump is hopeful for nuclear talks with Iran. I don't know if they've actually been set to take
Welcome
place
back
yet.
to
They spell it H-U. Yeah, Houthis. The goddamn Houthis. They've emerged as the most aggressive actor, attacking commercial shipping in the Red Sea and Indian Ocean, US and European forces, and Israel. In addition to receiving Iranian assistance, the Houthis have expanded their reach by broadening partnerships with other actors, such as Russia and Russian arms brokers, PRC commercial defense companies, Al-Shabaab, and Iraqi Shia militants. Yeah, I think the US is maybe also going to step up their support of the Iraqi government against the Shia militias there, because they're still quite powerful. Who knows? Who knows? But yes. Known Al-Qaeda gimp, Donald Trump, waving his little fucking mallet at Iran.
Welcome back to BBC News. Now, Russia has welcomed news that the US and Iran are to meet for indirect talks on Tehran's nuclear program. The Kremlin says it's long supported a diplomatic settlement to the dispute. Iranian state media says indirect talks with the US will be held in Oman on Saturday, led by Iran's foreign minister and President Trump's special envoy. While announcing the meeting during Benjamin Netanyahu's White House visit yesterday, Donald Trump said Iran is going to be in great danger if talks don't go well.
We have a very big meeting, and we'll see what can happen.
A big, beautiful
and I think
meeting.
Everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. And we're dealing with them directly. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe you're going through surrogates or you're not dealing directly, you're dealing through other countries. No, we're dealing with them directly, and maybe a deal is going to be made. That would be great. It'll be really great for Iran, I can tell you that.
Well, I've been speaking to Dr. Roxanne Farmian, a lecturer in international relations at Cambridge University. This was her assessment on the likelihood of those talks being successful.
I think they're in better position than
Sir
they
Brooks,
have.
thanks for the $2 or $1.99. Actually, I shouldn't overstate. My God, not in this economy. Thanks for the $1.99. Didn't Iran try to assassinate Trump? Am I crazy? I believe they were involved in an attempted assassination. Yeah, but I don't actually know if there's much detail behind that, because I haven't seen it widespread, and I think it would be if there was more to it. Let's do some supers fast and bulbous, because we're 5 out of 10 now, guys. 5 out of 10 on the goal. I learned about Hans Holbein in The Youngers, The Ambassadors painting without you telling me about it first. What's that about keeping secrets? I don't know what you're talking about. Go away. Unreal, thanks for the £2. Trump gave the Taliban lower tariffs than Israel. Are they even on the... America doesn't trade, but shut up. True. Wasted Design, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN. It's time for 21.37 tariff on loaner. What? Albatross Commando, thanks for the 6 shekels. Look up the Onion's shitty job skit. Sure, yeah, why not? Fumbungo, thanks for the $5. Sam said hard R. Nice one. I've done the other ones, haven't I? Oh, I haven't done... Johnny Pinkcheck, thanks for the $5. My dad calls them ham ass. Wow. Godzilla, thanks for the 5 Canadian. From now on, all countries will be referred to as the country. The United States will be known as the United States. Okay.
Been in the past under Biden, for example, when the talks did not go anywhere. I think Trump is very motivated to try to open up the economy of Iran, which has been very much in a backwater for so many years, and that would certainly gain him the accolades of changing a relationship that has been hostile and very cold with the United States after 45 years. So if he is able to establish a deal that really lifts sanctions, and I think the Iranians are quite keen for that because their currency is plummeting and their economy is in very bad shape. Inflation is rampant. So I think they are more open as well than they have been for some years.
A quick answer to this question. How close is Tehran to any...
Didn't he run on maximum pressure against Iran during the campaign? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump has had his eyes on Iran for a while, no? I always thought that was what he saw as the big thing. That's why Israel likes him so much as well, because they see Iran as the source of all their problems, right?
Any sort of nuclear device?
Well, it's producing more advanced enrichment of nuclear material than it has been before, which is worrying. On the other hand, it has consistently claimed it is not making a nuclear weapon, and most experts agree it's not, and that its main reason for the nuclear program is to use leverage to lift its sanctions.
This off, Trump might accidentally boost my state's economy like how he accidentally tanked Russian oil, lol.
Sorry, that was just so much at once. What the fuck? All right. Listen, my boy Gavin is in the background wheeling and dealing. What the fuck?
Too slow, too slow.
What's going on? Holy shit. I was just... What was that? It was TikTok. Jesus. What the fuck? Wow. Okay. Never mind. It's fine. That's a lot. Okay. Okay, I'll read that again because I got completely flummoxed there. Thanks for the $10. Listen, my boy Gavin is in the background wheeling and dealing. If he unironically pulls this off, Trump might accidentally boost my state's economy, like how he accidentally tanked Russian oil. Oh, good luck with that, though. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Fix your mic volume. It's been asked for months. What, is it still too low? Is it still too low? Sir Brooks, thanks for the $1.99 and $1.99. Don't be a panickin'. We're greatly getting monies. Wow, okay. Let's do a little 1 decibel, see how that goes, because 1 decibel actually causes a huge fucking jump. 57. I think it's just because when I raise my voice, all hell breaks loose. I don't know. I also feel like the EQ is different, but maybe just like there's a problem with the mic. I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit quiet compared to the videos. Yeah, I know. Whoa! Shit! It's low for arguing with a TikTok child. Yeah, well. People just say my voice is loud. What a fucking joke, man. I could do more peak reduction, but no, any more and it just goes way too high. Oh well. Whatever. Don't care. Oh yeah, we still need to do the fucking Brianna Wu disagreement. Oh no. Oh no. Argue with someone, come on. No. Please. What? Are you going to debate the Eritrean TikToker again? If she wants. She hasn't asked. I could ask her, I guess. I got some ad from... Okay, I got some ad from a guy called fucking Jihadi Diver who might want to talk to me. I don't know. Weird. What's going on? But honestly, I would actually rather move to more interesting topics because we have massively exhausted The Hamas simp dipshit fucking debates. Ugh. EU has imposed an extra 25% tariff on US imports. Oh no. Oh no. Any good uplifting news? Nope. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. Debate IDF TikTok girls. Yeah, they're just very difficult to access from here. No, I wanted to see, oh, where was it? The tariffs are actually in full swing today. So we should be expecting some crazy shit. BBC News. This was the thing I wanted to watch. Lebanon Historical Research Arc. I mean, I've already done a lot of that. I've still got all my Nasrallah speech summaries. They're all down. How tariffs on Vietnam might affect US businesses. This is really sad.
Now, we have
it's
been
really sad when
hearing
you actually
about the
see
new-
just like the kind of vulnerability that this places so many international workers on, just because so many of them depend on making things and selling them to America. It's a huge thing.
US tariffs that have come into force today, and one of the countries that is impacted is Vietnam. It's being hit with a 46% tariff on all goods imported or sent to the US. So this country saw a surge in manufacturing that moved from China after the first Trump presidency, when he imposed tariffs on China then. And many US companies have therefore been making their products in Vietnam. So how will this impact them? And will they look to move production to the US, for example? I talked to Andrew Gibbs Dabney, who is founder of Livsen, which is a US outdoor wear brand. Its company has their clothing made in Vietnam. I asked him how the tariffs would affect his business.
The last week has been a turbulent time, to say the least. We're a small company. We have less than 10 employees, under $5 million in revenue. And like you said, we make all of our products, all of our cut and sew products in Vietnam, and proudly so, with factory partners and people that have been with us since the very beginning who took a risk.
The videos are much louder. There's no way. My voice is in the red. You're lying to me. You're gaslighting the fuck out of me.
On us and supported us early on, and now we've been partners with them ever since. We go to Vietnam regularly. And so we have product ready to ship right now that we're asking the factory to hold on to while we see what clears up. We are, cash strapped as a small business is, and how many small businesses, including, lots of the outdoor industry, is driven by these kind of smaller brands. We don't really have the ability to weather a cycle like this if we do get hit with an additional 46% tariff. So we're looking at all options. Our advisors, our board, our company, everybody I can speak to, and every other founder, we're just looking at what we can do to respond to this rather than react, but the uncertainty is hard, to say the least.
I'm sure. I completely appreciate that. Now, your suppliers in Vietnam, I presume you've spoken to them several times since it was announced these reciprocal tariffs could come into force. So what are they saying, and how are they responding to all of this?
Well, look, we'd like to see this as a true partnership, and we're not making any demands of our suppliers at this point. I was just in Vietnam about a month ago, making sure that our relationship was strong and let them know that we were going to be with them as a long-term partner. And so we're taking a wait-and-see approach. A lot of this is in the air, as you've mentioned, right? The uncertainty is hard. But Vietnam, there's been very active efforts on the side of the Vietnamese government to make conciliatory and reciprocal, consolations to the U.S. to try to ease this burden on Vietnamese exporters and American importers, which is a lot of the outdoor industry, really. Like it's a significant amount of our apparel is built there. And
hey man, that's just it fucks with me so much that these people, these poor, good, honest, working class, good, honest, white male workers, okay, white blue collar male workers, Christian, God-fearing, they have to suffer the fucking, just the whims of a crazy person That's all they're suffering, the whims of a crazy person who's upset about trade deficits for no good reason. I know there are people behind him who have more like fucking malevolent plans and everything, but not Trump. I don't think Trump cares for the plan at all. I think he maybe just thinks that he wants like countries to negotiate more generous deals to the United States. And this is a way of doing it, by fucking everyone, including Americans. Ooh.
There's some reason to believe that there'll be some relief, but we're just one small piece of a very global.
If a deal isn't brokered between the US and Vietnam on trade and these tariffs remain in place, what will you then be forced to do? Will you have to pass on the cost to your customers, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's going to be no way around it. There are margins built into apparel, but we're not a excess profitable company, right? We don't have extra margin to absorb. And our factory is really in a similar situation. Our main factory.
Well, welcome to competition, buddy. Welcome to dog eat dog world. Big fish eat the little fish, my friend. Get over it, etc.
Is a family-owned business with one factory. It's not a massive conglomerate, and there's not a lot of margin there. And so we'll work with them to mitigate the harm and the risk to that. But eventually, we'll have to raise prices, and we're not going to do anything that would sacrifice the quality of our product to do so. So we're discussing to some degree, prices will have to come up if the tariffs stick.
That was Andrew with his story and the impact on his business.
Whoa! All right. Okay. All right. Have you done research on the Great Famine of Mount Lebanon? No. I mean, I can tell you the fucking bullet points. I know that the Ottomans requisitioned food, and then about 100,000 people died for the war. The requisitions were for the war, but that's all. Begins and ends there. I mean, usually people who talk about history, that's all they know about anything. But yeah. Or no, are you talking about during the war, or are you talking about the 1800s? Because there was a famine then as well. Oh, I don't know. I thought 1860 was when the Christians and the Druze fought with each other. Bruh, hang on. China hits back with 84% tariffs. Uh-oh.
Important breaking news this morning. China is striking back. In just the last hour, Beijing announced it is now slapping new retaliatory tariffs on all U.S. goods by an additional 50%, bringing the total tax on U.S. goods headed there to now 84%. Just look at your screen. That is after President Trump followed through on his threat to hit China with new tariffs, adding up to a combined 104%. That set in at midnight. So as the two countries now show exactly what a trade war looks like, going punch for punch, here is a live look at how stock futures are looking, and they are down across the board. They were mixed early this morning. Now all the major indices are down. Let's continue to follow this morning. Opening bell, next hour, investors bracing for another roller coaster ride today. Many of the markets in Asia also took a hit as the new round of Trump tariffs set in. And also this just in, we have first reaction now from the White House. Which we will get to in just a moment. CNN anchor and business correspondent Zain Asher has the very latest for us, and she's joining us right now. So with this response from China, one thing in all the things that are not clear, one thing is clear is China's taking a very different approach than basically every other nation.
Absolutely. I mean, say what you want about reciprocal tariffs that are taking place across the world right now. The canary in the coal mine, Kate, is China, not just because of the 104%. Obviously, that is a huge amount, but it's also the fact that American businesses have had such little time to prepare. This is moving very, very quickly.
Yes.
You think about the retaliatory tariffs, 104% in terms of what Trump is slapping China with, 84% in terms of what's happening vice versa. Xi Jinping, his rationale is, listen, we can afford to wait this out. Why can we afford to wait this out? Because Americans rely on China much more than vice versa. It is the American consumers that are going to suffer because America imports essentially 3 to 4 times the amounts of goods from China compared to vice versa. Also, the Chinese have other ways of protecting their economy, including, for example, boosting domestic consumption. That's one way.
Oh, shit, guys. Dow's up. Dow's up 0.33. It's huge. It's coming. We're winning. Don't worry. Don't worry about that one. It's back up. Trump needs to announce it. We're so back. Look at it. Don't ignore this. This is old news, buddy. This is old news. 37,067. Nah, excuse me. 37,778. Get fucked, CNN. You're cooked.
Regional cooperation, that's another way. There is a fear that they're going to flood the EU with more Chinese goods. That's another factor as well. But they know that it is the American consumer that is going to suffer, and they are hoping that that will force Donald Trump to the negotiation table here.
And it's, you know, I was talking to Mark Stewart. One of the things that he was saying is look at the timing of when China also announced this retaliation. That goes kind of a pattern that people have noted with China right before kind of U.S. markets would be opening. Right. One could lean on thinking that that is intentional in trying to see, you know, make the hurt as much as possible, or be as volatile as possible. But that's not just the only thing we're looking at today. We've got reaction coming at some point soon from the EU as well. They're voting today on how are they likely to respond?
I mean, yes, so they're voting today. And what's interesting is that in terms of their retaliation, they are responding at this point to the steel and aluminium, or aluminum as you Americans say.
I love you.
Aluminum. I still need to get used to that word.
Fucking brilliant, man. What an amazing double act. What combo.
Aluminum tariffs that were imposed back in March. So they're literally 2 sets of tariffs behind. They still need to respond to auto tariffs. They still need to respond on the latest 20% in terms of reciprocal tariffs. Part of the reason why the EU is so slow is that we're talking about a 27-member bloc. So, of course, they're going to take their time. Also, I think what's really important is that they have to be smart. They have to be strategic about how they respond so that it doesn't come back to bite them. They really need to sort of play out the game of chess. So, for example, Donald Trump had initially threatened them with 200% tariffs on EU alcohol if they went ahead and imposed tariffs on American bourbon. So they are deciding today, and it is likely that they're not going to include American bourbon for that reason. That would have completely destroyed French winemakers, Italian winemakers, Spanish. I mean, it literally would have been game over for them.
And putting it that way is interesting because it does add into a bit of, call it chess, or just, there's a little bit of as the Wall Street Journal editorial board had written it, just call Trump's bluff, right? You had the head of the European Commission saying, we propose 0 for 0 tariffs. Right. He said no. Now they will have a carve out for Kentucky bourbon. So what does that mean in terms of how Trump responds? I guess it is a very dangerous, very impactful game of chess.
Very dangerous. The EU is also taking it slow because they really need to sort of leave some room open here for negotiations. You pointed out the auto tariffs. They're trying to see if that can be 0%. But EU, if we could pull up actually where EU markets are right now, they were, I mean, obviously the EU, Europe as a whole is 5 to 6 hours ahead of the US. Correct. So they're going to be closing soon, but you see they're down significantly across the board. The FTSE 100, CAC Carol, all of them are down right now. So in terms of optimism, there really isn't much in the way of that.
Not today, not right now. Zane, it's good to see you.
Good to see you,
Thanks for coming in. John?
All right, and with us now, CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar. So, Rana, since we've been on the air in real time, China announced its retaliatory tariffs, putting its tariffs on U.S. goods at 84%. U.S. tariffs to Chinese goods are 104%. So where does that leave us as this trade war progresses this morning?
Well, it leaves us in chaos is the short answer, and you can see that in the markets already. In terms of the real world impact, it's going to take time for this to play out, and the way it's going to happen is you're going to see supply chains beginning to rejigger like dominoes falling. If you think about how many parts are imported, say for the average car, I mean it's hundreds, it could be thousands for some pieces of equipment, and those as those pieces get imported, the retailers are going to have to decide who's going to pick up the cost. Are they going to try and push it onto suppliers? Are they going to take some of the pain themselves? shelves? Are they going to pass it on to consumers? And so in different products, in different industries, in different parts of our lives, we're going to begin to see prices shift. It's interesting. You can see a lot of Americans actually responding to the threat of this by shopping, which, it would seem like an oxymoron, but actually it sort of makes sense. People are stocking up. They're thinking, let me go ahead and buy all those toothbrushes. Let me maybe make that car purchase. You're even seeing, certain retailers, automakers are not actually sending as many cars out for export. They're kind of hoarding supplies. So we're beginning to see the sorts of things you see at the beginning of a trade war, which is disruption to.
Anyone have a link to yesterday's stream? You should be able to just find it in the playlist. What are you talking about? It's easy enough to find. I don't think it got nuked, did it?
The status quo.
So stock futures did not react well to this Chinese announcement. Slightly dropped about 1% the minute that China did announce the retaliation. And if the markets close today, and it's not clear that they will, that's not how futures work. But if they close, the S&P down more than a point at the end of the day, that would put us in a bear market, technically. That's stocks. But Rana, what I've heard overnight is more concerns about the bond market. The bond prices are dropping. I was excited to talk to you because I know you can explain in ways that silly people like me can understand why that's important and so concerning.
Well, first of all, I just want to say to all listeners, the simple questions are always the best questions. It's an interesting thing. Usually when you see a kind of a stock market route like what we're seeing now, you would see safety assets, things that people feel are more secure, like bonds, particularly short-term bonds, short-term U.S. treasuries, gold even. Things like that should be rising. But actually in recent days, they've been falling. So why is that? Two things to think about. One is that a lot of players in the market, particularly big institutional players, hedge funds, the professional guys, are actually selling the good stuff, meaning, the safe bonds, the gold, in order to cover the losses that they're having in other places in their portfolio. That's something that worries me because that's the type of behavior that you see when there are more losses to come. It means there's blood on the floor somewhere. There are big places where there's debt that may be covered and we don't know where it is. And that just means that there's a lot of risk in the market still. Point number one. Point number two is that even before this trade war, bonds were telling us, the bond market was telling us, we're nervous about the US economy. We're nervous about the world. We know that there's a kind of a paradigm shift coming, and they were reflecting that. Yields were going up, which means you get paid more for taking the risk, but prices were going down. And that says the bond market was already thinking, even before the trade war, gosh, I'm worried about the US economy.
Yeah, it's a scary cocktail, the likes of which you see during COVID. Or something. I mean, we haven't seen something like we're seeing overnight since COVID, which is why I think people are waking up going, whoa, this is getting even more tenuous. Again, back to the first question, you were talking about goods. Rana, do you have a sense of where people will see this first? I'm going to go to the store and the price for this is what's going to be higher most quickly.
Yeah, for sure. You'll see it first in perishables, in food and agricultural products, things that would need to be imported on kind of a day-by-day basis, and then you would see the price hit quickly. The things that will take longer will be, complex products, things like cars, things like certain kinds of white goods, computer products, where the retailers and the manufacturers might have a lot of parts that are already in stock. And so it could take weeks or months for them to need to import more. And then you'll see those prices begin to rise. And by the way, to try and find a little bit of a silver lining here, there is a lot of rejiggering of supply chains that is going on even as we speak. So, automakers, computer parts makers, they're all looking around the world and trying to figure out, okay, where are tariffs the lowest and how quickly can we get our products there? In a way, it's going to be a really interesting real-time experiment in how quickly can we rejigger global supply chains in an emergency? Kind of COVID-like, again, as you were saying earlier.
There are a lot of real-time experiments going on right now, maybe more, I think, than people.
I wish there were fewer.
Right. I mean, people are struggling right now with the amount of real-time experiments. Rana Foroohar, great to see you this morning. Thank you for explaining everything so clearly.
Okay. It's all very exciting, isn't it? At least I just get to watch other people's pension funds and their nest eggs just get absolutely fucking shattered. Wow. Ooh. Sloppy. I mean, I might have to. I'm just feeling low energy today because I've just been spending so much time planning fucking moving stuff. Whew. Liberated from your 401k. Yeah. Let me get my water and then we will do a little bit of slop. Yeah, 1 second. Because I know what I want to do. I know what's going to keep me going. What the fuck's going on here? Oh, shit. Why do I have a parcel coming today? What is it? What could it possibly be? Water. Yeah, that's what I want. 1 second. Be right back.
אבי, תעמוד רגיל כאזרח רגיל, לא כמאבטח. שלא יחשבו איזה מישהו חשוב עכשיו פה. Okay, you see that's the border, Nasif. The closest point to the border is that area where's the antenna or the tower over there in the hill. That's a community called Dovev. That's the border. You see the curve. That's the border, and nearby there's a chicken farm and Dovev itself. Both were hit by anti-tank missiles. They didn't hit tanks, they hit community, homes, civilians. Electrician was killed there, fixing electricity. People, synagogue was hit in Dovev. You see here, this is a kibbutz Bar'am, also hit so many times by Hezbollah from Marun al-Ras. This is Marun al-Ras. You see that village, the highest peak, that's called Marun al-Ras. By the name Marun al-Ras, it's supposed to be a Maronite homeland, Maronite town, with people live there, Maronites, but it's not. People who live there are Shia Muslims who support Hezbollah, who Iran with the intelligent officers sitting in it and managing all this region. So that's Marun.
Whoa. All right. Terrorist chickens. Yeah, obviously. Why, what other explanation would there be? Norman Finkelstein on Brianna Joy Gray. Jewish success has gone to their heads.
It didn't begin.
You need to timestamp.
With Trump's threat.
Unless it's in the fucking very beginning.
Things like that. So now that brings me to the point I wanted to make about this Jewish supremacy.
Sure.
The point is that Jews were so fantastically successful, in particular in the United States, but also with gradations in Israel as well. And 90% of world Jewry, 90%, is either Israel or the United States. Yes, 90% of all the Jews in the world are in those two places. And they enjoyed such fantastical, secular, earthly success that it's hard for it not to have gone to their heads. That sense of being superior. So the chosenness is sort of like another layer, but the foundation is that fantastical success. And it was deeply, is deeply corrupting. And it's, so when they, the example you just gave of, well, the state of Israel has to come into existence and some people are going to be harmed by it. Well, still, Jews need the state. It's because they believe that it's more important because it's Jews. They're Jewish supremacists.
That's what comes off in these conversations. That's what it
can't possibly be that their experience was totally exceptional compared to any other minority, compared to Roma and Sinti and all that. Like, there's no group that has a comparable historical experience, especially in the last 100, 200 years. But I mean, let alone 2,000 years. I'm not even triggered, man. It just makes me sad. I don't know what to say. It's not even. What's the point? What's the point? They don't live by the same standards, man. They're Jew haters. That's what they are. I was thinking it with that debate yesterday, that kid just fucking flagrantly, instinctively lying about the cause of death of this one Israeli, or these two Israeli kids, like the baby, for no reason. Like, it doesn't help his cause, it doesn't hurt anyone else's cause to lie about that. It's just because it's one side against the other. And it's like, you expect me to fucking think that you're sincere when you soy out over like my positions and when it comes to civilian deaths. Like, fuck off, you know? Just, we're not playing the same game. We're not living by the same rules. But you know who does have something wonderful to say to us? Known idiot. Known decrepit, slimy, shit for brains, fuckface, Asmongold. Where does he stand on the tariffs now? Trump said, what about the tariffs? Okay. Has he learned what a tariff is? Because
any questions?
It seemed like last time he was just getting all of his information from the Trump speech and the Trump board. Just going, yep, that seems reasonable to me. Well, let's see. Let's see if he's figured out anything new.
Any questions?
Mr. President, to the markets today, and would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiations?
Nope. Well, we're not looking at that. We have many countries that are coming to negotiate.
If he pauses it makes him lose strength. He can't pause.
Yes. Wow. Brilliant analysis. Yes, he cannot pause it. Yeah. People will think he's weak, you know? People will, they might think he's mad.
In cases, they're going to be paying substantial tariffs.
Yeah, he's locked in.
There'll be fair deals. As you know, I spoke this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan, and we had a very good conversation. They're coming. And I said, one thing, you're going to have to open up your country.
Nintendo
because
Switch.
We sold no cars, like zero cars.
What about
in
Nintendo
Japan.
Switch?
And they sold millions of cars into our country. They don't really take our agriculture, a little bit of it just to keep us slightly happy, but they don't take what they're supposed to be taking. So we have a great relationship with Japan. We're going to keep it that way, but they're coming in to meet, and other countries are coming in. With China, as you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade. And it shouldn't be that way. And I have a great relationship with President Xi. I hope it's going to stay that way. I have great respect for China. But they can't do this with just, we're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do this, what I'm doing.
Probably not.
I'll tell you what, it's an honor to do it because we have been just destroyed, what they've done to our system. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. And the reason is that people allowed it to get that way. So we'll be talking to China. We'll be talking to a lot of different countries. And I think, you know, if we can make a really fair deal and a good deal for the United States, not a good deal for others. This is America first. It's now America first. And we didn't put America first. We put America last. The people that were in the Oval Office put America last, and we're not going to stand for it. Yeah.
It's Biden. Yeah. Holy fuck, man.
Two questions. Do you expect any of these deals to be made before April 9th? And secondly,
is he surprised? Is this when something completely normal happens, but these fucking apolitical, just got into politics dipshits are like, what's going on? He's shocked to hear a bunch of journalists asking questions over each other to be the first one to get noticed. Like, what are they doing? This is chaotic. Like, it's never happened before.
there have been some mixed messages from your administration. You're talking about negotiations, and yet others in your administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent. What is the action?
Well, it could be.
Hey, if you guys want the wheel, what the fuck? I'm not for free. The goal is still 4 out of 10 complete. You want me to put a wheel up with an incomplete goal? That's never been the agreement. What? We've always had the agreement that you fill the goal and then the wheel comes. The wheel is valuable. It's been fine-tuned. It's developed beyond anyone's expectations.
They can both be true. There can be permanent.
Well, they're permanent if they don't negotiate. That's obviously
because there are things that we need beyond tariffs. We need open borders. You know, we almost had a deal with China where we're going to open up China. It was almost done. Some of you remember it during my first term, and it was very disappointing. We ended up making a great deal. $50 billion worth of product was sold. $50 billion. You'd like that in Israel. And I made that deal, but it wasn't the deal that I wanted. It was the deal that I wanted was that plus they were going to open up China so that our companies could go into China and compete with other countries and China for the, you know, for a large number of people. And at the very end.
Hey, Sabreeze, thanks for the $5. Wheel money tariff. True. Is this literally just Asmongold watching and mmming at the entire... Oh, no. So he's still locked in. Well, of course he is, because Trump's locked in. And Asmongold does what Daddy does. Jack, thanks for the $5. The people need the wheel. They do. We are wheelless. Give us.
And that deal was terminated, and we went to a piece of the deal. And there are a lot of things outside of tariffs, but tariffs are very...
Asmongold's negotiation skills come from negotiating his way through piles of refuse on his way to the fridge. Hey, true. Grumble, grumble.
Important, but there are a lot of things like opening up countries that were totally closed. China's essentially a closed country. In fact, it is a closed country, and what they do is they charge tariffs so that if you sell cars or if you sell anything, nobody's going to buy it because the price is out of control. But that's true with a lot of other countries also. So we're going to get fair deals and good deals with every country, and if we don't, we're going to have nothing to do with them. They're not going to be allowed to participate in the United States.
God damn. He doubling down, yeah.
Mr. President, we have time. This gentleman is all day long.
Corolla, thanks for $5. Tired of winning, boss. I'm tired of winning. I'm so tired. Learnerbox Live, your commentary is laughing at Asmon, bro. I mean, yeah, that's all I do. I literally just play Asmongold, laugh, and don't say anything. Don't explain. I've never explained anything on my stream ever. Heinz Monster, thanks for the £5. Ooh, pounds, strong currency. Huh. Art of the wheel. True. Yeah, the EU has done retaliatory tariffs, 25%, I believe. And watch MasterChef. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mr. President, many of
Just settle the fuck down.
Thank you.
Yeah. This never happens at a conference. You never get journalists shouting over each other to be the first one to ask a question. It's so alien to me. It just they make it so obvious that this is the first time that they've ever seen a thing like this happen. Like, because they just took an interest like 5 minutes ago. Okay. The wheel is complete. We have completed the wheel. Let's go. Let's take her for a spin, boys. Put in your trust. Pray. I need strength. I'm going to handle this. Oh, no. You know what? I'm not doing it like this. I'm going to tap him over here. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to bring him here. That's a good setup. Okay. Give us the wheel. Come on. What we got? What we got, boys? We're expecting an uh-oh or an oh no. Okay. I'm waiting for it. Let's go.
Many of Palestinian Americans who voted for you
We have
and not
3
for
tries.
Biden because you've promised them to end the war in Gaza.
Very honored by that.
The war.
I'd say that's quite close. He said half of the words. He said, "Oh." I'll take it. That counts. Oh no, there's an ooh there though. No, we can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it. Nah, no shot. Sorry.
It's still going on and there's no hostage deal. Do you have any update on that?
Well, I'd like to see the war stop, and I think the war will stop at some point that won't be in the too distant future. Right now we have a problem with hostages. We're trying to get the hostages out. We got quite a few of them out, but it's a long process. It shouldn't be that long. We have a big problem that we've done. I think I'll ask Pete to maybe talk about it for a second, because a lot of people are asking. The Houthis, we've been very tough and very successful militarily.
Second try, boys. We had a false alarm. That's not a false alarm. Put your trust in the wheel. Well done. Okay. No shot. What do you mean no shot, bro? I've calibrated the wheel. Okay, we've got him down. Listen, you think that's success? That's just the beginning, okay? Get ready to ride this wheel on an epic journey of success, okay? Get ready for it. Wait, what were we waiting for? Lock in. Okay, well, he just did that, but sure. We are more accurate so far than Trump's tariff calculator.
We've really damaged them badly. These were people shooting down ships and other things, by the way. Flying objects like airplanes. And we've put a major hurt on the Houthis, which nobody's been able to do. We've really hit them hard, and they know it, and they don't know what to do. And it's every night, night after night. And we've gotten many of their leaders and their
just killing them.
They're experts on missiles. I mean, they actually make missiles. Nobody thought that, but they make missiles. They're highly sophisticated and
That's
they're
surprising.
very tough. But they've been very badly damaged. Nobody else was able to do that but us. Pete, you want to discuss that, please?
Yes, sir. It's been a bad 3 weeks for the Houthis, and it's about to get worse. It's been a devastating campaign, whether it's underground facilities, weapons manufacturing,
I love it,
bunkers,
man.
troops in the open, air defense assets. We are not going to relent. And it's only to get more unrelenting until the Houthis declare they will stop shooting at our ships. And we've been very clear.
Oman was close, but not a good one. It's okay. We just need to keep trying. Man, Pete Hegseth, holy shit. Damn or wow? I feel good about a damn or a wow. Yeah, I feel it. It's happening.
The Iranians as well. They should not
get worse.
Continue to provide support to the Houthis, and that message has been made very clear. So we have a lot more options and a lot more pressure to apply, and we know, because we see the reports, how devastating this campaign has been in them, and we will not relent.
We have a great military. There's no military like our military, and despite...
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I need to stop fucking streaming, man. I can't. This is not my line of work. This is not my field. I shouldn't be able to do this. In this line of work, why is this a thing? Why am I able to fucking do a wheel with 6 random grumbles that contribute nothing to the content, and that wheel is able to successfully predict like half of the fucking reactions of the largest political streamer on Twitch? That's my competition. What the fuck? Imagine being a musician, okay? And like, the best artist in your local scene is just a guy who gets up on stage and just fucking cackles insanely. Why? What am I doing here? What the fuck? I should just rope. I don't know. I should just. Do the Houthis have a Christian wing? I don't know. That's a good way. It's a quick way to go, isn't it? I wouldn't last very long in the Christian wing of Ansar Allah.
Biden having.
Hey.
Let's take her for another spin, boys. Let's take her for another spin. Okay. Come on, Asmongold. Let's get some sentience. Okay, get your way around it. You're a little too old to be recruited as a Houthi. Yeah. I guess if I clean shave, I could maybe pass for like early 20s. Maybe not a teenager anymore. Couldn't do that. A bit too rough around the edges.
Hey, that's what I want to hear.
Lot, but nevertheless, a pretty small piece. But it was a lot of our military weight.
There's no way. There's no way I just caught him like mid-yup. No way. What?
Nevertheless, a pretty small piece, but it was a lot of our military weight in Afghanistan. And one of the dumbest, but it was having given
that's what I want to hear.
Lot, but
it was A. Okay, never mind.
Nevertheless, a pretty small piece, but it was a lot of our military weight in Afghanistan. And one of the dumbest situations, I think, and maybe the most embarrassing situation we've ever been involved in. That short period of time in Afghanistan. What a disgrace that was, but left a lot of our military behind. Left. You see them in their annual parades, where they're parading trucks that are armor plated and different things that they can't. But it's many billions of dollars we left behind. But despite that, we have a tremendous military. That was a very small portion because we rebuilt the military during my first term, and we have great things happening with our military. We also essentially approved a budget, which is in the facility, you'll like to hear this, of $1 trillion, $1 trillion.
Wow.
And nobody's seen anything like it.
I knew there was a wow coming there. Fuck, I should have just said it.
We have to build our military, and we're very cost conscious, but the military is something that we have to build, and we have to be strong because you got a lot of bad forces out there now. So we're going to be.
So he's saying things that are all on the wheel, but he's just okay. Maybe a bingo card would be too easy though. That's the problem. We got a spinner again, boys. Given that he's cycled through like a and a dam. So yeah, this one's probably coming up soon.
Be approving a budget, and I'm proud to say, actually, the biggest one we've ever done for the military. We're cutting other things that were under DOGE, but under a lot of other. When you look at a woman getting $2 billion for environmental, and it had nothing to do with environmental, and they had $100 in the bank, and they give her $2 billion. Many of those cases, all that stuff is going to be cut out, but we are getting a very, very powerful military. We have things under order now, the likes of which we've never had before. We've never had the kind of aircraft, the kind of missiles, anything that we have ordered. And it's in many ways too bad that we have to do it, because hopefully we're not going to have to use it. But the military is very, very powerful, and it's going to remain that way.
How do you Holy sh!
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about Iran, because this is the first time we hear that the U.S. is having a direct contact with the Iranians. Is it possible to give us some more information? At what level it's the U.S. is
one more try.
Very high level. And we're dealing with the Iranians. We have a very big meeting on Saturday, and we're dealing with them directly. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe you're going through surrogates, or you're not dealing directly, you're dealing through other countries. No, we're dealing with...
Okay, that was all right. Not bad. We waited too long, though. It doesn't feel as affirming, but I mean, it's still there, you know. Loner, is it true you got $100K for a musical about autism? What, from USAID? Yeah, they didn't actually even take it from the taxpayers' budget. They just took the personal income tax that you paid over the last 20 years. Yes. Oh, we'll get one of those. That's no problem. No problem at all. I don't even feel like it's a challenge anymore.
With them directly, and maybe a deal's going to be made. That'd be great. It'd be really great for Iran, I can tell you that. But hopefully we're not going to have to get into that. We're meeting very importantly on Saturday at almost the highest level, and we'll see how it works out. Please.
How do you ensure, Mr. President, that these tariffs don't drive U.S. trading partners into the hands of the Chinese?
That's a good question.
I'm not worried about it. If they want to be in the hands of the U.S., they don't want to be in the hands of the Chinese. And the Chinese have turned out to be really not very good at that. People that are with us, they're with us. But we cannot be taken advantage of any longer. I used to watch these deals for years. I've been talking about it for years. I've been talking about it for 35 years.
Spin again. Sure thing. Okay. He's evading the wheel. Okay, he's doing fine. Oh, we're definitely getting one of those. He's very reliable. This one's even the alternatives.
Our country is being ripped off. I mean, 30 years ago it was Japan. Then it was.
I see what I mean. It's just that one's a no problem, really. There should be 3 segments of the wheel that are just That one's a fucking banger. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Okay. Let's go for another spin, boys. That one's just a freebie, you know? Okay.
It was something else, and it was another group.
No, he has.
China.
He
China's
has.
doing the best job of it, frankly. And it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Mr.
President, you said it may
EU has said that they have offered 0 for 0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough?
Well, the EU, no, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years. It was,
So he's still not
I
even-
always say it was formed to really do damage.
Oh yeah, because it's not about tariffs, is it? Wow.
the
Almost as if it's nothing to
United
do with
States
tariffs.
that's the
You can do it. You can do it, Asmongold. You can just do a little Google search, and you will never be disappointed. You know, you won't struggle with it for that long if you just do a little quick Google search about what a tariff is and what Trump was actually doing, what Trump was responding to, because it wasn't tariffs. But until then, you know, you're a bit lost.
the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of
I think
the
that's probably
countries
true.
from Europe.
Probably.
Yes, most of them, not all of them, but
So
most
for
of them.
collective bargaining.
And they
Don't
come
check.
together
Yeah, don't
to,
check. It's probably
create
true.
a little bit of a monopoly situation to create a unified force against the United States for trade. So they have NATO, which is largely the same countries, and they took advantage of us dollar-wise and militarily until I got there. You know, I was able to get $600 billion.
What was that? What was that?
Militarily until I got there. You know, I was able to get
That was like a All right.
$600 billion from
Billion.
NATO, where they paid NATO because most of these nations weren't even paying. We were paying for NATO. So we're paying them to guard them militarily, and they're screwing us on trade. So that's not a good combination. So now...
He's not going to do the uh-ohs because there's not enough contention. That's what I figured out. Okay. We can leave those ones. I don't think he's going to do a crazy either. We're just spinning again. I'm not trusting it. Not today. We can actually probably clear the wheel for a good part. We're definitely getting a damn or a wow. Okay, I feel good about that one. That feels strong.
It's really turned around. It's the opposite.
Yes, fuck that.
The European Union's been very bad to us. They don't take our cars, like Japan in that sense. They don't take our agricultural product. They don't take anything practically. And yet they send millions of cars in a year. Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, BMWs.
Well, I have one of those.
They're sending millions and millions of cars into the U.S., but we don't have a car that's been sold to the European Union or other
So I'm
places.
part of the
but
problem.
let's go for the European Union, and it's not going to be that way. It's got to be fair and reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion. And it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons...
Oh, shit, that was a good opportunity for one.
That can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have to buy it from us. They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week.
Damn.
They have to buy...
Hey! Haha, wait. We almost lost faith, but he saved us right at the end. Okay, good damn in there. Why not? Why not? Listen, I'm getting rid of this one for now. We don't need a crazy, insane I think all the rest of them are... The uh-ohs can probably stay. Okay, we're really fine-tuning now. Okay, we're going for a good record. Let's get 3 in a row, maybe. Damn. What do we got? What do we got? We got another damn or a wow. Okay, it's possible. Oh, we were so close to the
By a like amount of energy, and we have that. You know, we have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know that. He knows everything, but the one thing he may not know, we have more energy than any country in the world.
Geez.
We have more of every kind of energy, every form of energy, from
Damn, we were
oil
so
and
close.
gas to
Fuck.
coal. And people talk about, I call it beautiful, clean coal.
Clean coal.
As you know, Germany is opening up a coal plant a week. They tried the windmills and it didn't work. They tried all the other solutions and they were ready to go out of business.
Wait, what did you say there?
The windmills and it didn't work. They tried all the other solutions and they were ready to go out of business.
He was about to start a dam, okay, but the AI is aware now. Do you think Asmongold might actually be... You could probably train an AI to be a more convincing React streamer than Asmongold. I think that would be actually quite easy.
Now they're doing a coal plant a week. China is now up to 2 coal plants. They're opening
Why
2
are we bringing
major
back coal?
plants every single week in China, all over China. And
That's a good question, isn't it?
Coal.
Why?
Well, we have clean, beautiful
Why are you bringing
coal
back
more
coal?
than anybody else. We have oil and gas more than anybody
We're bringing
else.
it back?
We have the most energy of any country in the world.
Mate, what the fuck do you think the point in the tariffs are, you stupid, crusty, slimy fuck? You don't even know what the point in the tariffs are, do you? You AI-generated fucking roach prick. You're literally just fucking memeing over people's lives getting destroyed by these fucking deportations and by the fucking tariffs. And you're just like, what? What? We're bringing back coal? What? What do you think the point in the tariffs is? The tariffs is about Americans fucking Trump wanting to bring back manufacturing and good old traditional Rust Belt jobs, which include fucking coal. One day, okay? There should be a fucking betting pool on whether or not Trump, fucking Asmongold, actually learns what a tariff is before the end of the year. Because he's just figured out, he's very close there to figuring out one thing. This is what you would look like if you shaved. I did not look like this as a baby, but fair dues. Okay. Me, when I am 10% of the way to discovering what a tariff is. Holy shit, that is so horrible to listen to. Me, when I've almost figured out why Trump wants to do tariffs. They're bringing back coal. What?
Including Saudi Arabia, including everybody, by a lot.
Oh,
and I took it to #1. We were #3, and I took it to #1 during my administration.
Get my pot quick. Maybe I just realized it's actually quite obvious why Trump would talk about bringing back coal after doing tariffs and talking about reviving manufacturing and American jobs. Do a pondering face, quick. Make it look like I'm sentient. Fuck me. Go on. You are deep in thought. Take us for another spin. I was hoping for an but okay.
And the reason that we were hurt so badly and the reason that we went into such incredible inflation during Biden is energy. It was also their bad spending. But
also, apparently Germany has been shutting down coal plants. Like they're phasing out coal. So I don't know why Trump is convinced that they're bringing it back. Okay. All right.
Trump could stick it in Asmongold's keister, and he'd say thank you and blame Joe Biden for the burning pain after. I wish progressives had this much blind loyalty. Saluting face emoji.
Thanks for the $10. The thing is, progressives do have this blind loyalty. It's just not to the Democrats. It's just not to the Democrats. It's to their favorite social media figure. That's what their blind loyalty is for.
Energy.
Because
they played around with this incredible thing that we had built, this administration had built, and the energy costs went through the roof. And when that went up, everything else followed. Now, if you look at what's happening, you got to see this today. I said we're going to try and get groceries down, right? An old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term.
Yeah.
Eggs. So when I got in,
oh God,
the press went absolutely crazy the first
That's
week.
True.
They said eggs have quadrupled in price.
They did.
I said, I just got here. Tell me about it. And Brooke Rollins and our team did a great job. And eggs are down now 79%, and they're all over the place. And this was
They're not all over the place, by the way. These stores are actually having to put limits on how many fucking eggs they can sell per person. Like, there are literally signs in shops saying, like, 3 eggs per person, please, maximum. Also, tariffs are inflationary. I don't know what he's talking about. Tariffs are inflationary. What if, are they going to leak documents in 30 years that show us how eggs were actually subsidized by the government because they became a meme and everything else inflated apart from eggs? That eggs became the nucleus, the central representation of the state's inflation?
Problem that
you're gonna have more eggs than you know what to do with.
Time to cure. We have energy is down. We have interest rates are down. We have groceries, meaning food is down. We have everything is down
Tariffs
at levels that nobody ever
groceries,
thought possible.
meaning
energy
food.
Looks like it's going to be in the $2.50.
He knows his audience. He knows his audience. That's he knows Asmongold's listening, so he needs to qualify. Hope is down. Wow, stop with the fucking dams, please.
A gallon range and maybe
Come on.
below that.
Make me proud.
For a car.
Hey! I don't know if you guys heard it. You heard that? $14.49?
50-cent a gallon range and maybe below that.
Wow.
Okay, that was pretty instant, actually. No problem, guys. No problem. Dr. Gonzo, that's the $5. Trump issued executive orders yesterday to keep coal plants open, make mining easier, and go after state clean energy climate laws. Oh yeah, they said that there's an executive order stopping states from doing green energy, wasn't there? Fuck me, man. That is disgusting. Never doubt the wheel. I'd never doubt the wheel. What are you talking about?
For a car, so for gasoline. So,
it was $2.86 today, I saw.
We're really doing amazing. I mean, we're cutting prices because prices got so high, people couldn't live. I mean, the prices for groceries, the prices for standard groceries, standard things were going through the roof. They couldn't live. And now those prices are coming down. So call them groceries, but that's down, energy's down, and interest rates are down. Everything's down. And the interest rate.
Oil being down is like, yeah, that's a sign of bad things happening. All right, yeah.
It's the beauty there is when we refinance debt, you know, debt's become such a big factor in this country. We're going to start paying debt off with tariffs and other things. But it's such a big factor because the interest rate's so high. Well, now that's coming way down. So our budget's going to look a lot better because interest costs are way down. And I guess I've done that.
Many Israelis are watching you now on live show. Good. What is your specific way of getting the hostages out from the horrific captivity?
We are trying very hard to get the hostages out. We're looking at another ceasefire. We'll see what happens. But we want to get the hostages out. The Israeli people want the hostages out more than anything. They want the hostages out. This man is working very hard with us to do that. I mean, I don't know. I hope he's being appreciated because he's been a great leader. He's working very, very hard on the hostages and many other things. And there are plenty of things you have to work on. It's a tough place in the world. I have a good partner. Yeah, you do have a good partner, and so do we. We're working very hard on the hostages.
Uh-oh. I don't know why he keeps landing on that. It's not fair. I don't think he's going to say this. This is not the appropriate setting for him to say that. I'm getting rid of that one. Fuck that. We're narrowing down the wheel. I don't know, for some reason, Asmongold has been so fucking bought in to Trump's fucking sludge that he's become a less complex AI-generated Twitch streamer. His entire brain is split up into 4 quadrants. He has 4 hemispheres in his brain.
If you're going to negotiate
Oh, thank you, God. Yes. Come on, give it to me.
Than the JCPOA.
Well, I can't really say that, but I think it'll be different and maybe a lot stronger.
Come on.
But they were so happy when we made that first deal because we did get a lot out. You know, I had people right in this office, this beautiful Oval Office. They came in, 10 people hostages, you know that. And I said to them, so how was it? And the stories they told me, I mean, as an example, I said to them,
who the fuck thinks the hostages were treated well?
You were there. 10.
Oh, you know what? That's one bit of hope in normie society. I do like it that normie society is actually, that would be the default response. Who the fuck thinks the hostages were treated well? Mate, if I can introduce you to a very sizable online community.
People. It's only 10, but it's pretty
Come on,
representative.
he's doing it.
Yeah.
Did the Hamas show any signs of, like, help or liking you? Did they wink at you? Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like, you know, you think of doing? Like what happened in Germany, what happened elsewhere. People would try and help people that were in
He's not going to give us some
distress.
They're psychopath terrorists.
No. I said, all of them. I said, did they ever wink at you like, you'll be okay? You're going to be okay? No, they didn't do that. They'd slap
What the hell do you
us.
expect?
The hatred is unbelievable. And the lives, you know, they lived in a pipe. Not really a tunnel, it was a pipe.
There was one. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, he is doing the thing about Germany, yeah, where he's saying that Germans saved hostages, but Gazans didn't, which is bullshit. Also, it's actually kind of surprising that any Gazans managed to save hostages because Hamas had deliberately made sure that their small number of hostages were kept with a very tight, reliable cell so that average Gazans couldn't find information about the hostages. Therefore, the IDF couldn't find information about hostages. But even then, some Gazans betrayed Hamas and helped the IDF find hostages. That still happened. We know that now. And we got another coming. Okay, good.
And they always thought they were suffocating. They were going to suffocate.
Oh.
And then they'd open up the pipe, and it was like 3.5 feet high. This isn't, you know, we hear tunnels is bad, but pipes are worse. And the stories I heard were incredible. But I just said, was there any sign of potential love or affection?
There's another one. No fucking issue, man. Too easy. The it's just like, it's gold for a reason.
Whatsoever. It was amazing to me. There was nothing like, here, take this as a little extra meal or something. They lived like hell. I don't know. They seemed to be...
they're fucking terrorists. What do you expect?
They were amazing to me because they seemed to be pretty normal. They weren't scarred. But I guarantee underneath they have to be scarred. And one was there for 356 days. Another was there for about 180 days. You know, a long time. These are people that...
Wait, did he say, did I just miss one?
...to be scarred. And one was there for 356 days. Another was there for about 180 days. You know, a long time. These are people that have been really, really horribly treated. I've never seen anything like it, actually. I was very surprised to hear the answer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's there. Okay. No problem. All right. Man, the wheel is actually fucking dominating today. It's like he's been pacified. The wheel's never been this accurate before. It's like the Trump disease has just made him more simple. Like he's just suffering psychic damage from agreeing with Trump and all this shit. He said it twice. We got another one coming up. Wait, this one covers that one though, because there was an earlier one. Fuck! It's okay, he'll do a third one. No problem.
Are there 2 or 3 countries that are on your list that you feel are farther along in getting their tariffs lowered?
Oh.
I think there are many that want to get rid of tariffs right now. European Union, I mean, as badly as they've treated us, they've brought their car tariffs essentially off. I guess they brought it down to 2.5, and I hear maybe to nothing. But it's not only tariffs, it's non-monetary tariffs. It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so...
Like there are people in the country who don't want to buy Chevrolets and shove them on their skinny little fucking medieval European roads. Wow, surprising.
Difficult, the standards and the tests. They drop a bowling ball on the top of your car from 20 feet up in the air, and if there's a little dent, they say, no, I'm sorry, your car doesn't qualify. When the same car from Germany or anything would dent likewise, unless you're going to have an army tank, it's going to dent. So they come up with rules and regulations that are just designed for one reason, that you can't sell your product in those countries. And we're not going to let that happen. Those are called non-monetary.
Hey, we got one. We got a live one. No problem. Never lose faith, Wonderbox. Okay, one more. One more for the boys. One more for the lads. Another yup. A fourth one. No way. There's no way. We can only be so lucky. Another picture of me if I shave. Really? I think I did look a bit more like this, I suppose. More like this one than the last one. Yeah. For sure. This one's more convincing. Okay. Fucking big boggly eyes and shit. Okay.
They make barriers that are so tough that it's impossible to qualify.
That's not a surprise.
So
I'd easily
tariffs
expect
are a
that.
big part of it, but there's another big part of it, and that's barriers. They also do something else. They manipulate their currency, and they drive it down. They want to have low currencies. You know, it sounds better to have a high currency, a strong dollar or whatever, but they bring their currency down. And when it competes with our currency, it's very hard to sell a tractor. It's very hard to sell.
No problem. No problem. Okay, there we go. Good, solid 20 minutes. The wheel is strong. I don't know. I feel good about the wheel right now. Holy shit. I think we have tweaked the wheel. It was simplicity was the answer. We actually overcomplicated Asmongold before when the wheels had more options. Really, we just need 4 and we're fucking laughing. All right, be right back. Fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No. These are grenades. This is not the appropriate equipment to produce a Happy Meal. These are not Happy Meals. These are unhappy meals. Terror meals. Meals of death. And then he'll just take like 2 steps to the left. Whoosh. Today I'm in Gaza. We killed Yahya Sinwar. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat. Yup. Oh, wow. Okay, good. Well done, guys. Thank you, Asmongold. Thank you for shepherding us through the Tariff Valley of Darkness. For we are weak, and you are guide. You are the guide. We learned how to be shocked at Trump talking about the prospect of bringing coal back after announcing tariffs on the entire world. Flicks cockroach off his shirt. Oh dear. Oh dear. Fuck me, I guess. What am I doing, man? Did Queeman ever actually debate the Yeet person? I don't even know what their argument is. Probably over... Oh. I see President Sunday has started a new channel. Well, good luck to him, I guess. Okay, why not? Jordan Peterson on Piers Morgan. I've never seen our man looking so unbelievably red. God, he is so red. What the fuck? You are what you eat, eh? He's a fucking sirloin steak. He's just a slab of fucking prime cut. Okay. Pierce growing tomatoes. Pathetic to the core. Pearson on Trump tariffs, adolescence, and more. Fucking yes! Brilliant! Thank you, Pierce, for being the most watchable fucking slop creator on the internet. Cider smoked pork. Yeah. What is it he said about cider? It produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. To describe, like, sickness. Very convincing. Okay. Okay. Come here.
There's a bit of a darkness that has to be incorporated into men before they can mature, before they can stop being children. And it's actually better to be a bit of a monster than a complete bloody lamb. Why don't you give some thought to trying to figure out why young men and women are so...
Why is he so unbelievably red? I don't... What the fuck? What was supposed to call... What causes this? What? How... Why? Where am I supposed to be going? Orgrim, okay.
Isolated from one another now that they don't even date. They don't drive. They don't drink. They don't marry. Why is that? How about 60 years of radically demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dimwit, hedonistic, leftist propaganda shoveled at them? We might as well teach kids using a Netflix series on adolescence. Look at me now! Jesus. Brutal, pathetic. And of course they're going to turn to figures like Andrew Tate in their desperation.
I've got to say, I've interviewed you many times. I think this has been our best interview. And the fact it moves you so much, to me, says it all. If you didn't genuinely care, you wouldn't get emotional talking about this.
Pierce code for you've gone fucking mental. I'm going to get so many views out of this and so many subs. That's what Pierce is actually saying there.
Man, just seeing this, like, this malaise, it's also overwhelming.
Yeah.
Well, many evangelists for common sense cheered the demise of Justin Woke Trudeau. His resignation as Canadian Prime Minister marked the end of a disastrous period of his ultra-virtue signalling policies and cratering polls. Conservative Pierre Poilievre seemed almost certain of a landslide victory in the imminent election, but tariffs and talk of a 51st state have changed everything, and the Liberals have changed their leader. Mark Carney, the former Bank of England governor, is now a favourite to be Canada's next Prime Minister at the election, and one prominent Canadian star of the uncensored universe thinks that spells
Justin W. Trudeau. Yeah, that works, doesn't it?
disaster, not just for Canada, but for us all. Dr. Jordan Peterson, author of the best-selling We Who Wrestle with God.
He doesn't even get red. He starts red. Vinny starts like reddish and then turns into a tomato, like on the spot. But I guess Jordan's already prepared.
Co-founder of the Peterson Academy, rejoins me now. Jordan, great to see you again.
Hey, Pierce, nice to see you.
For those who haven't kept up with what's happening in Canada, just very quickly bring us up to speed, because it seemed a few months ago that Trudeau was going and there was no way in God's hell's chance of the Liberals winning the next election in a few weeks because of the damage that Trudeau had done. But there's been a political change driven mainly, I think, from what's been happening in America.
Yeah, well, it's two factors, I would say. I mean, it's certainly the case that Canadians had decided after 10 years of Trudeau and absolutely dismal economic performance, and an increasingly fractious and uncertain country, that the sunny days globalist liberals had had their run and deserved to be annihilated. And that's exactly what was going on.
Just to be clear, Canadian conservatives are much more normal than American conservatives. Like, this brand that Jordan Peterson has, I don't think has any fucking sway in Canada. I don't think. Maybe he's influenced discourse and sort of social spaces with his impact, maybe from 2017, but this is just not what, like, that Doug Ford guy seems fairly normal for everything I've seen of him. He just seems like a normal conservative. He doesn't seem like MAGA or any of this fucking MTG insanity.
To happen, they were facing an electoral defeat so profound that they might have lost their official party status. And that was necessary. The West is divided against the East because of the West's dependence on fossil fuel, while the whole Canadian economy's dependence on fossil fuel, and the green liberals' insistence that that can't proceed and that somehow some new magical economy is going to emerge that will make everyone twice as rich and the air is stellar and clean. And
whoa.
Well, and then two things happened.
Yeah, sorry. How many OECD countries have been reducing their carbon emissions for the last 10, 15 years and still managed to grow? It's very surprising.
Trudeau resigned, and Trump started his saber rattling in the United States, particularly in relationship to Canada, although not uniquely. And Canadians have often united in the face of American expansionism. It's a historical trend, and it's also the case that Canadians have a proclivity to pride themselves on being morally superior to the United States, and any excuse is good enough to go down that road. And then the Liberals, also being relatively instrumental in Canny, decided that they would install a new leader, coronate him, and now we have a prime minister who's only been selected by about 130,000 Canadians. And the real issue here is, Pierce, I think that older Canadians who are likely to prefer Carney believe that he's a return to the stability, let's say, of the period between, well, even the post-war period, but particularly between 1990 and 2010. You know, Carney's a banker. Canadians think he's pro-free market. They think that he's pro-industry. They think that he's a genuine, old-style, stable, conservative, liberal type. And he looks the part, and he plays that, and that's how he puts himself forward. But the problem with that, sir, is that Carney is seriously bad news, despite his international cachet.
It's so funny when these guys just act like they're so surprised by a prime minister stepping down and then the party voting for a new person before an election. It's the most normal thing to ever happen in any democratic system. But, you know, it's just a game of memes. It's a meme off.
And his lengthy CV and his term as Bank of England governor, that's all impressed Canadians and made them believe on the face of his CV that he's a competent person. But a little bit of investigation into what he believes and the scope of the oncoming disaster makes itself clear. I mean, Carney believes that 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to remain in the ground. He believes that every single financial decision that every individual makes in every company should prioritize decarbonization over every other consideration, right? He was UN climate envoy, and he started a consortium of businesses that agreed really to be under the aegis of central planning because he believes the climate...
Where do I learn poisons? Why have I forgotten where you learn poisons? Can I not do it yet? Where's the fucking poison? Is there a separate trainer? There's not. I should know how to do poisons now. What? It's not here. Is there a separate trainer for poisons? Does this guy say? Lockpicking. Is it in the unavailable? Poisons. Level 20. How do I learn poisons?
Unironically, Peterson's kinda right to not like how we do
it's a
leadership
quest.
elections. I think we should go back to MPs choosing the party leader. It's more democratic, as they are reps for their constituency.
Wow. Oh, there's a tower. Okay, well, why would they get me to buy the materials now if I can't do them? And why won't my fucking bag open? Interesting. Little bug. Okay. Nothing's
An
working.
apocalypse narrative. And my sense is that that entire narrative, and I mean entire, is nothing but the use of provocative and ill-founded fear to exercise a level of control over people that...
You want to go back to MPs choosing the party leader? Yeah, that might make more sense. But again, it's not like he's going to be there for that long, is it? The election's coming like just around the corner. Thanks for the £10 though, appreciate it.
We'll find unimaginable if it ever manages to manifest itself. And it's economically devastating. I mean, your country's been devastated by the net zero idiocy, and one glance at Germany should convince anyone that that's a really bad path to walk down. And so Canadians are looking for security. They think that Carney's a 1990s guy like leaders that we have had before. And they really they haven't done the investigative work necessary to actually understand who this guy is.
So, Jordan, like I said at the start, the big issue, it seems to me, in terms of why Carney's getting more popular and why Poilievre is not, is because of what's happening in America, and in particular, Donald Trump basically taking on Canada in a very aggressive way that many people think is completely ill-suited to the fact that Canada's always been a supportive neighbour. Just on that point, what do you think of what Trump has been saying about Canada in the last few weeks?
Hell. I have no idea where I'm going.
It seems like it's part of whatever his broader strategy is on the tariff side, but it couldn't have possibly been more ill-timed from a Canadian perspective, because, as you pointed out in your introduction, the Trudeau Liberals were headed for utter catastrophe, which was a fate they richly deserved. And now Canadians have united, and at least to some degree, and actually have started to understand, and maybe this is a salutary consequence of Trump's saber rattling, that maybe they have a country worth protecting, and that maybe our absolute dependence on the United States, which we've really fallen into, let's say in the last 30 years in particular, was a strategic error because it left us with no cards on the table. But at the same time, what's happened is that Canadians have decided that because of how Mark Carney presents himself and because of his CV, his record, such as it is, that he's really the guy to deal with Trump. Now, Trump has already said publicly that he'd rather deal with a weak liberal than a strong conservative, speaking from his pro-American stance. But Canadians really haven't taken that to heart. You know, you can't overestimate the utility of looking the part. And Carney really is a master at that. And the Liberals, the Canadian Liberals, are a treacherous bunch. And they will say anything to get elected. Carney has convinced Canadians that he's going to put together an effective industrial policy. And this is something that I just can't understand. I read his book, Values, twice. I really tried to understand it.
Yeah, and that doesn't really mean anything, but okay, it's going to work. Talk about presentation.
Isn't anything that Carney believes more deeply than that carbon dioxide is going to destroy the world. He staked his entire soul on that proposition. And
it's also kind of like it's sort of destroy the world. I don't know, but when people talk about climate change and it causing a crisis, that's kind of like the entire scientific consensus, my friend. Sorry. Meanwhile, you're out here inventing your own fucking beef diet that's turned you into a piece of fucking sirloin, turned into a $2 steak yourself. Or is it a lobster thing? I don't know. There's something red going on. Lobsters and beef.
And now he's telling Canadians that he's going to be the leader to turn us back into an industrial dynamo, which is kind of a 1970s vision anyways. And Canadians are desperate to believe that. And then the Liberals have been extremely canny in leveraging that anti-American sentiment. And the Americans, insofar as they care about Canada, have been extremely blind and foolish in relationship to the consequences of their utterances. I've used my connection network to find out what the hell is going on behind the scenes in DC. And it's pretty clear that the demolition of the Canadian Conservatives is an unintended consequence of Trump's broader strategy. And so if he would have just held off for a couple of months, and that's obviously his decision, then he would have had a much more stable, reliable, productive, and intelligent country to the north. And now I'm not only afraid that Carney will win, Pierce, and the polls, especially Polymarket, seem to indicate that at the moment. I don't actually believe that the country will stay intact with another 4 to 8 years of Liberal governance. I think the West of Canada will decide that it's had enough. And certainly the Premier of Alberta, which is our oil-rich province, has been very, very forthright in her objection to everything Carney does. And, the minister who was responsible for energy policy under Trudeau was literally a climate activist from the time he was 5. And Carney, with his emphasis on decarbonization, couldn't be a worse enemy of really Canada's fundamental economic engine. And of course, now he's rebranded himself entirely. And as I said, he looks the part. He looks every inch the part, and Canadians would like some stability and to move away from the narcissistic pretender who was our last leader, but they're not going to get what they bargained for.
The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world, and with April the 15th now fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. Enforcement has ramped up in 2025, and if you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, waiting is not an option. The longer you do, the worse it gets. April 15th marks another tax year that has passed you by. The smart move is to get ahead, but never contact the IRS alone. Let the experts at tax of Canada being the 51st state of the United States. I mean, I can't think of anything more guaranteed to rile most Canadians against an idea than they would become a vassal state of the US. I mean, how damaging do you think that has been in making Canadians appreciate the real danger of the Liberals?
Pierce has US-based sponsors. I'm pretty sure Pierce has been based in the US for years, no? I don't think he's in the UK anymore, is he? He had that, was it CNN? He had a CNN show for a while. Then I think he went to Good Morning Brit, but I think he's back in the US, no? Whoa! Fuck that. Flare gun. Oh, this quest is buggy. This quest might be bugged. Okay, now he's friendly. Facts or caps? True. No problem.
It's been very damaging, and this is especially true for older Canadians. There's a huge age divide in voting preference in Canada, and older Canadians who lived in a stellar period of Canadian history when...
If you're going to leech off the content, you should at least watch the ad. I'm not leeching, I'm providing substantive commentary. Prick. Why can't I get into my fucking bags? Bro. What are you doing to me? Fuck. Oh well, log out, hope the add-on fixes
all of
itself.
our institutions were solid and reliable. Look to Carney to restructure the country, to return the country to its former, I wouldn't say glory, because glory isn't a Canadian concept, but productive, peaceful, predictable stability, that's not so bad, and we had that for a long time. And older Canadians believe that Carney will bring that back and that he can negotiate effectively with Trump. Younger Canadians aren't fundamentally concerned with Trump. They're fundamentally concerned with the fact that their economic future looks dismal. Like the projections are that Canada will be the worst performing economy in the developing world for the next 40 years. And that's definitely a Liberal legacy. And the fact that we're utterly confused about how we're going to move forward on the basis of the economy that we have. It's not working though. The add-on's fucked. Not entirely a fossil fuel economy or resource economy, but in large part that means that there's no reason to
Fix that
assume
later.
that sunnier ways are coming our way. And young people are really concerned about
Oh, is it
that.
because of Big
That's
Brother, I
their
think,
fundamental
maybe.
issue.
Maybe that's
Housing
it.
price acceleration, for example, which has
Get rid of this one.
made many
Bring this one
Canadians
back.
under
Oh, no, that's both-
40,
that
let's say,
enables this one.
despair of ever owning a house
well,
in a
shit.
country that's
What
got
about
nothing
this?
but land to spare. And so the younger people aren't concerned about Trump and his saber rattling, but the older people are. And at the moment, that's enough to tilt the election
Yeah, it's
quite
fucked,
heavily
man.
in Carney's favor.
Well.
We're looking at a majority Liberal government at the moment, which is an absolute and utter reversal over the situation, even a month and a half ago. And so Trump made at least from the Canadian perspective, he made a...
Fuck's sake.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was going to ask you about, because
Sure.
you've been pretty supportive of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
This, though, has been a very damaging thing, I think, for what you would have preferred
That
to happen
ringtone.
in Canada. Looking at Trump's wider tariff war that he's now waging on, it seems, the entire planet, some people, depending who you talk to, some people think, well, obviously this has to be done. It needs a radical new rethink. America's $37 trillion
Patrollers
in debt.
and lookouts.
It's been losing manufacturing hand over fist, wiping out the middle class, and so on. I can get the big picture argument Trump has been putting
I don't have a
forward.
dagger, though, do
But
I?
the
I
way
remember.
he's going about trying to achieve what he says he wants to achieve is being seen by many as incredibly destructive, almost certainly destined to fail. What do you think of it, Jordan? We've never said anything quite like it, but what do you think of it?
Well, we haven't seen anything quite like Trump, and so this is par for the course as far as I'm concerned. My suspicions are that he's doing what he tends to do, which is to set the cat among the pigeons and see what the consequence is. He's certainly put the world, and not only Canada, the world on notice that things need to shift radically. And my suspicion is that what Trump is doing, I read an interesting article yesterday in Newsweek by Mark Joseph, and he claims, and he's reasonably well informed, that Trump does in fact want to shift the tax burden away from income tax to tariffs. And I don't know enough about economic history to be a judge of that policy. In principle, that worked 100 years ago. Does that mean it'll work again? I have no idea. I don't think income tax is a great strategy for funding.
Does it not count if I don't use the dagger on them? Is that what the problem is? Oh, no. That means I need to run back and get a dagger, doesn't it? Fuck me. What a dipshit. What an airhead. Rip. Whew. Okay. Actually, I'm better just running. Am I? Fuck. Ambush and garrote. But yeah, but garrote doesn't work on the drones, does it? How do I do the drones? Fuck. Not drones, the other ones though. Yeah, but I need daggers for the drones, right? Or patrollers and lookouts are the ones I should be killing though, right? So I don't need the drones. I need the patrollers and the lookouts, and they're up here. The patrollers... Okay, that's fine. I just don't kill them. This is dangerous as fuck, man. What am I doing? Patroller. Patrollers I kill with rupture. Okay, cool. They're vulnerable to that. Dangerous, bro. Okay.
A country, and so, but that's a casual and idiotic opinion from someone who isn't informed in such matters. But it's certainly possible that that's part of what Trump is pursuing. Another real possibility is that he's doing his art of the deal work, and he's terrifying everyone
Very
into
possible.
returning to the...
No, but you can kill drones without ambush and they won't count it. Is that what's happening? What the fuck? That's so disgusting. Lookouts I kill with eviscerate. Okay.
negotiating table so that he can make a better deal for the United States, and maybe particularly for the working and middle class that he really does seem to care about. And he's putting everyone on notice that the old order is done and we're going to make some new negotiations. And again, I don't think I'm qualified enough on the political and economic front to
but you can talk about
judge the
fucking climate denial.
suitability
You're
of
good for
that
that,
approach. It certainly seems to have woken up Europe, and that's something to say because Europe's been asleep for a long time. And I can't say that I'm unhappy about that because Europe deserves to be woken up. And it is the case that the working class and the middle class in the United States has been hollowed out to some substantive degree, and people are unhappy about that. And it's going to take months or years to evaluate this particular strategy. No, it's part of the art of the deal issue, though, as far as I'm concerned, is that Trump is
obviously
thumping his chest and saying, we're going to take a new look at things, and I'm going to bloody well make sure that the U.S. comes out on top. And that's actually his job, and it's something, by the way, that we have been spectacularly bad at in Canada. Our industrial policy for the last 30 years, particularly the last 10, has been
double check. I really can't just kill these
to a
drones
degree that's
normally.
almost unimaginable. We've got no strategy for dealing with IP or data ownership, even though that's the entire new economy. And even if we turn back to an intelligent resource policy, that'll still mean that we're stuck in the 1970s. And so
that works.
Well, that's a lot of complication. But I understand Trump's motivation, and he's certainly taken a radically pro-American stance, which is kind of what you'd want to see from a national leader. Now, I'm not very happy that it was ill-timed from a Canadian perspective, and the collateral damage is going to be immense. I also think, and I've tried to use my DC contacts to make this known, that the last thing Trump really needs is an international banker with WEF connections who is the UN Special Climate Envoy and who led...
So I can kill them normally. Right. Just not with Garot. Okay.
400 international companies down the primrose path to idiot net zero policies, maneuvering behind his back and trying to undo everything Trump's done, and trying to do, say, even on the climate and industry side, behind his back with his international connections. That was not well thought through. And certainly Pierre Poilievre is the person who's paying the price for that at the moment.
American homeowners are at risk of a growing real estate scam, which the FBI calls house stealing.
Fuck you.
This is how it works. Criminals forge your signature on just one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee, and then file it with your local recorder's office. Just like that, your home title is transferred out of your name. Scammers can then take out loans using your equity as collateral, or even sell the property behind your back. You won't even know it's happening until you start getting collection or foreclosure notices. When was the last time you checked your home title? I own a home in the United States, and the answer for me is never until now. That's why I trust Home Title Lock. Their $1 million triple lock protection helps keep your home and equity safe. Here's what you get: immediate 24/7 monitoring of your property, urgent alerts if there are any changes, and if fraud does happen,
Now you want me to skip? Okay. Get what you pay for, buddy. Sorry. Fuck, I guess I'll just kill stuff until those drones come back. So I can kill them normally. I just can't. Okay, I get it.
US-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title at no additional cost. I've teamed up with Home Title Lock to give you a free title history report so you can find out if you're already a victim and get access to your personal title expert. A $250 value just for signing up. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code PEERS, or just click on the link in the description. Make sure you check out the $1 million triple lock protection details when you get there. That's Home Title Lock.
Did you experience a siren when you were in Israel? Nope, we actually just missed one. One went off in a town in the north when we were just leaving, so we didn't hear it. We just knew it was there from the app. We did experience drones flying around, though. There were lots of drones flying around. And you never knew whether or not they were Hezbollah's drones or Israel's drones. So that was quite scary.
.com, promo code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, to get the protection and peace of mind that you deserve. How does Pierre...
Take a break over to Hotch's stream for a moment, please. Why? What's he doing? Is he even streaming? Oh yeah.
I just feel like we just commit
Whoa!
to it. You know? Fuck it, right? Commit to tanking the hairline like the tariffs are tanking the economy.
Holy shit. I like
think
it.
Bald with the mustache is kind of like a bit much.
I like it. It works. It's that whole thing when men, like, their hairline starts fucking receding or they start thinning, and it's like, yeah, you should just go bald. Just don't fight it. Like, it gets to a point where you should just go bald. Good on him.
Polyev actually feel about this? Because he looked like he was on a certain pathway to become prime minister, and then bang, through no fault of his own, really, and certainly no great work by his opponent.
How's your hairline? I mean, I know it has done something, but it's like look at that. Bro, I'm good. I'm set for life. It's my strongest asset. Okay, I garrote one and kill the other.
But all because of what's been happening in the US.
What the fuck?
Everything has completely
Oh,
changed.
no.
I would imagine he's feeling
I thought
very
I was supposed to
frustrated,
kill him.
isn't he?
What?
Well, I have had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Polyev on multiple occasions.
Why does it not count
and,
these kills?
You know,
What the fuck?
he never took his victory for granted. One of the things he insisted upon when he was speaking with me was that he was going to campaign continually until the election on the assumption that things could shift radically in a sideways.
Why does it not count my kill? I don't understand this fucking mechanic. What's going on? What's going on? Mutated drones. Oh. I'm retarded. Okay. I thought it was like about using the right ability.
Direction, and that his apparent
Fuck
lead
it, man. No problem.
was not something he would rely on, and I think he has done
Controllers,
that.
you rupture. Okay.
And he's certainly not happy with what's happened on the Trump side, and that is a
bleed him out. Bleed him out.
But I mean, if you're going to be the leader of a country, then you're going to have to deal with the unexpected, and I think he's done a credible job of that. Part of Polyev's problem too is that communication problem. Let's say is that the Canadian legacy media, particularly the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, very much similar to the BBC, is state-funded and very much inclined to favor the ever-ruling Liberals, particularly because Polyev has threatened, and I think he means it, to defund the CBC,
Okay.
which is an
This guy,
institution that
you're going down, buddy. You're
royally
fucking
deserves
dead.
being defunded. It's
Fuck, they're high
incompetent
level.
to the core. But Polyev is
Save
having
me.
a hard time communicating with Canadians, especially older Canadians who tend to get their news from the CBC, let's say, and assume that it's reliable like it was 30 years ago. And so he's facing that as an obstacle as well.
Fuck
and then
me.
he's also
Oh my God.
facing the fact that it's a very deep temptation for Canadians to parade themselves as morally superior to the evil and unpredictable Yankees to the south. And
Oh, now this guy, this boss, I can't ambush him because I don't have a dagger, and that would reduce his HP to half. Is this worth it? Am I just gonna die? Am I just gonna get fucking torn to pieces by this tank mob? Gouge to restore energy. That is quite scary for hardcore if I don't have my dagger. But is it possible? I don't think it is, actually, because I did this with 2 guys last time and it was still scary. Just come back when you're next in the area. But I might never be. How close am I to Crossroads? I can just get a dagger and come back, can't I? You're too young to die. True. I can't even flee, to be honest. Fight, potion, gouge, bandage, pray. Yeah, it's not impossible. It's just kind of terrifying. I've got evasion. I've got gouge. I've got potion. The potion's shit, though. I don't have the buff. To be honest, get help. But there's no one helping it right now. There's no one in the area. I'm just wasting time. Ugh. I'll come back to it. Fuck. Fuck off. No, 4-man. I don't want to kill you. Leave me alone. Let's just do it later. Lock picking. Go to the boulder load mine. Fuck that. I'm gonna go to get a dagger. Wouldn't risk it in hardcore. My weapons are good. And yeah, it's just I might as well. There's a fucking cooldown timer anyway. We're fine.
Certainly, the Liberals have been capitalizing on that and terrifying people.
This is not power leveling.
Telling everyone that our relationship with the U.S. is over, which is a preposterous claim in many ways. Although Canada definitely needs to differentiate and make more sophisticated its economic structures. I mean, we're far too dependent on the Americans, and Trump is also, in some ways, to give the devil his due, pointing that out to Canadians. And one thing he said, and he said this to other countries in the world too, is that if you can't really bring anything to the negotiating table, if you have no real power, then why should we pay any attention to what it is that you are asking for or claiming? And I would also put that absolutely 100% firmly at the feet of the Liberals, who are hypothetically likely to rectify this now, because their policies have been, for example, there's no east to west pipelines in Canada to speak of, and that's definitely a Liberal, that's Liberal doing.
Oh, yeah.
And Carney says he'll rectify that, but he was the author of those.
Is this just like a Jordan Peterson's climate denial soapbox? Is that all this is? Is that why he's red? Is it because he eats fossil fuels?
Those policies to begin with. Yeah. The other thing he's done that's so treacherous, like truly treacherous, is to present himself as an outsider. And what he means by that, I suppose, technically, is that he's never been elected, which, you know, is a dangerous thing for an actual prime minister of a country. But he's been a key economic advisor, operating both in front of and behind the scenes in Canada for the last decade. And he's a man that's responsible, in large part, for the policies that have made Trump able to do exactly what he has done to Canada over the last month and a half. You know, if you're so damn daft that you've got no power when you come to the negotiating table, especially when you're dealing with the superpower Americans and, you know, madman deal-making Trump, then it's not surprising that you're going to find yourself at a loss and not holding the appropriate cards. And maybe Canadians have woken up to that to some degree, but they're definitely turning to the wrong man to solve the problem. So what's Poilievre is attempting to put forward his pro-working class policies, and he's very popular among young Canadians who should have a say in their future, but the saber rattling by the Americans has definitely worked to a staggering degree in favor of Mark Carney and the Liberals. And Canadians are deluded enough to think that he's a new guy, and he's not. He's the worst of the old, that's for sure, you know. And
the interesting thing about America at the moment is it's run by two people in terms of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, who I would imagine from a psychoanalysis point of view would be just about as fascinating a subject as you could possibly get. We've talked about Trump, but what do you make of Elon Musk and the whole Doge thing, but also the vicious reaction from the woke left, who of course originally had him as their green energy savior?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if half the money that the American government spent, the Canadian government as well, the British government, governments as such, is like utter waste and worse.
Bro, I really hope they sell daggers at this place. Otherwise, we are so fucked. Come on. Baker? No. Who sells weapons in these parts? I think it's down here, right?
Than that, like positively counterproductive.
Come
and
on.
It's certainly the case that Musk is the kind of managerial businessman who's very detail-oriented. He's an engineer. Engineers know how things work from the atoms upward. I have many engineers as friends, and I've watched them run companies. And the good ones know everything about how their enterprises operate, and they pay attention to every detail. And Musk is definitely one of those people. And we know that because he's done 5 impossible things at least.
Is he talking about Elon Musk? Do you think Elon Musk is an engineer? Excuse me, what? Elon Musk. Elon rewrite the whole stack is an engineer. Elon rewrite the whole stack Musk. No. None of these are that. This one is. Thank fuck. What would he do instead of rewrite the whole stack? He would tell someone to take the boat apart and put it back together again, but different. Like build a new boat. But take the old one apart anyway, just because. That's what Elon would say. Engineer. Fuck off. Jeez.
And then he bought Twitter and he cut its staff by 75% and made it work better, despite the fact that his advertising base collapsed. And he did that despite the fact as well that everyone thought it was a mad move, economically and practically. And so I think it's great that that Musk and his team of brilliant young engineers are going through the budget line by line, trying to figure out where all the idiot money goes. And I think the left is appalled by that because they've set up an entire network of so-called non-governmental agencies, organizations, NGOs, that are essentially funded by taxpayer money that run their, quasi-criminal radical enterprises all around the world. And now the gravy train has ceased to operate. And so it's not surprising they're unhappy about that. But thank God for that, as far as I'm concerned, especially given the catastrophic levels of debt that the American government, Western governments everywhere are carrying. This is absolutely necessary. And for some reason, the left is skeptical of.
Want to debate something that just sounds like the most incredible introduction to a debate ever. What's something? What do you want to talk about? Whoa.
Of big business because they don't trust capitalists, even though capitalists have made the world wealthy and almost eradicated absolute poverty all around the world, especially since the Berlin Wall fell, and done that far more cleanly than socialist or communist governments everywhere by a huge amount. Apparently, the radicals think that big government is trustworthy, even though big is the problem. And they believe that because good-thinking moralists like themselves are in charge and have the wisdom and the intelligence, and this is also what Carney believes fervently, to believe that they could operate by central planning principles and make the world a much better place. And we know what happens when that happens, Pierce. We know what's happened to Germany, where energy prices are 5 times what they should be, and they cause more pollution than they did 10 years ago before these idiot green policies were put in place. Then there's you characters in the UK, and you guys can't even make steel anymore. And if you think that's progress, well, then you deserve the poverty that's coming down the pipes at you very, very rapidly. And there's no evidence whatsoever that any of these policies have produced even the tiniest transformation.
Where is he gonna start crying about men? He's just railing against woke people and devoting a very strange concentration of time against green energy. So again, you can look at a graph of any country in the OECD, especially like Western Europe and America. Look at their carbon emissions over the last 10 years. They're all down, but growth is up. So it's like, he's just full of shit.
In levels of carbon dioxide output, not in the least, especially not with China and India thinking that the West has gone out of its mind absolutely and, making their own way forward to an industrial future. And the whole bloody climate thing is a scam from top to bottom anyway.
There it is again.
Everything about it is a lie. And that's a terrible thing to understand. And people don't want to understand that, and no wonder. But that doesn't mean it isn't true. So, yeah, sad.
If you've ever felt like you're being watched online, it's unfortunately because
Number 3.
you are. Hundreds of companies, so-called data brokers, watch and record everything you do.
I was getting bored of the ads. I was starting to miss the ads. That's what I was having. Not getting bored. No way. I was never getting bored of the ads. I was starting to miss them. Rebuild the boat is often the right call. Okay, dude.
On the internet.
Thanks.
Even if you're using incognito mode or private tabs, they can still access every purchase you make, every search you type, and much more. Your data can be sold to advertisers, government agencies, or insurance companies who could use it to charge you more. You could stand by and accept all of this, or you could reclaim your privacy, as I have done for many years with Express.
Oh, you're defending rewrite the whole stack. Okay. Listen, I've spoken to many people who actually have jobs, like working in fucking web design and things like that. That is complete fucking horseshit. What he was saying for Twitter, at least, like rewrite the whole stack, was ridiculous, and they were right to laugh at him for it. Fuck off. Okay. Stab. Now I can stab. Hey, beautiful. Then we switch weapons. Absolutely smash.
VPN. The app redirects 100% of your online traffic through secure servers.
Wow.
No data brokers and no third parties.
Don't forget the VPN adverts, guys.
ExpressVPN also hides your IP address, without which there is no way of tracking you and no point invading your privacy in the first place.
Wow.
A new feature called ID Defender is free to all US customers. ID Defender scours the internet to remove your information from the files of data brokers. This is the #1 rated VPN by experts at CNET, PC World, and The Verge. And right now, you can get an extra 4 months of ExpressVPN for free. To scan the QR code that we're showing on the screen, or go to expressvpn.com/peers to get 4 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/peers. Now, on with the show. In relation to the way, like I said, the woke left has now turned on Elon Musk, it's purely because he flipped.
When did woke left people like Elon Musk? I feel like they've hated him for quite a long time. I feel like I've hated Elon Musk since before even 2020. Since I heard of him, really. When did the woke people like Elon Musk? I know he pretended to be more liberal, but Ukraine, that one completely sent him off the edge for me when he was supporting basically Putin's narrative on the entire thing. Reddit liked him before the Tide diver incident because he called them pedos and shit. Is that them? Yeah, that was fucked. Okay. Goblin. We're good. We're good. We're going to destroy this guy.
To support Trump because he found he had nothing in common with the woke left. I completely agree with him. I have nothing in common with them either. But his punishment is that all these people who love to have be kind hashtags on their bios on social media promptly went out and started torching Tesla dealerships and attacking people in Tesla cars and so on. You know, reacting with violence against somebody for political reasons.
Disgraceful.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, I think that's a warning to everyone, because there's a tremendous false morality in the planetary savior posturing of the radical left. The anti-capitalist planetary saving posturing is we're moral agents because we're on the side of the planet.
Oh my
There's
God.
a catastrophe coming down on us that warrants all intervention.
This guy's
all we have
nothing.
to do to be moral people is proclaim to be on the side of Mother Earth, and that justifies everything.
It's like climate change
what do you
again.
Mean by everything?
You're obsessed.
Well, how about violence in service of your moral rectitude? Yep, looks like that's justifiable too. How about keying your neighbor's Tesla to show just what a stellar moral individual you are? What an utter Pharisee you truly are. And you can see the line between
here we go.
moral
Now he's getting
posturing
emotional.
in
Let's
service
go.
of these putative goals,
Yes.
saving the planet, let's say, and anti-capitalism. You can see that has the proclivity to turn into violence at the drop of a hat. And here's the excuse. The world's greatest industrialist
Noah
is trying
Samson
to go
called
through
out
the budget line by
world's
line,
greatest
which, by the way, is an extraordinarily difficult thing to do. And he's putting his own ventures at risk to do it. And his reward is that the radicals decide that he's enemy #1 and do everything they can, not even to undermine him, although that's happening,
crying
but to
for
target
Elon.
people who've bought green vehicles from the most effective electric car manufacturer in the world. Yeah, and that's what? That's
Tesla.
progressive logic. Progressive, right? You know, Pierce, one of the things I've figured out, there's this finding, you know, in the psychological literature that people become more conservative as they get older.
Wow.
And that's actually not the right way to read that data. The right way to read that data is that progressive policy, that infantile, hedonistic, self-centered progressive policy, is nothing but the political expression of radical immaturity.
Man, he is so traumatized by progressives. What the fuck? And I think he lumps them all into the same category, right? Like progressives and liberals. Also, the greatest industrialist, man. Elon Musk's entire thing is to come in, fire people for fucking arbitrary reasons, like slash and gash the entire fucking business, and then force people who are still there to work harder and then take credit for the results. That's what Elon does. Which is why you're kind of starting to notice now that he doesn't really have any fucking idea what he's doing. Which is why Doge is such a state. They have to keep lying about the amount of savings they found.
And that like classical liberalism and classic small c conservatism is something that you have to learn how to manage painfully as you get older. And so the reason that those Marxist doctrines and the socialist hedonistic, we're going to take care of you for the rest of your life doctrines don't go away despite all the evidence that they're pathological to the core is because they are really nothing but the political expression of radical immaturity. And so that's a much better way of looking at it psychologically, because otherwise it's a mystery.
We are coming to 10 years, yeah, since Bill C-16, and how many people got jailed for misgendering. So far, it's still none. Still none. The one story they've tried to use is one dad who was like sharing fucking confidential medical information of his child on social media. And then got like a restraining order or some shit. Like that was the closest they could find. Wait, do I have to go all the way back into Orgrimmar now? Okay, I do, yeah. Oh.
Like, why do these ideas never go away, despite the fact that they've been demonstrated time and time again to be utterly counterproductive? Why does Eastern Europe think that the West has lost its mind, turning to these policies that destroyed them for 70 years?
What? Is Eastern Europe really wondering why the West is turning to what, like wokeness? Was that really what destroyed Eastern Europe, really? Eastern Europe is looking to the West and going, well, they're not doing state central planning with an authoritarian regime that masks its national chauvinism behind a thin veil of worker solidarity. So it's probably fine. That's probably what Eastern Europe thinks about Western Europe. That's why Eastern Europe loves Western Europe, and they don't simp for Russia like half of the fucking dipshits that watch you, Jordan Peterson. Ooh.
Well, the answer is that if you haven't grown up, you look to progressive hedonism as the expression of your
Pierce loves it, doesn't he?
failure
he has no
to
idea
develop.
what he's talking about.
And that's what we're seeing playing out in the West. It's probably a pathology of wealth, because it's easy to be over-coddled and turn to irresponsible hedonism and to presume that that's the appropriate political stance. And the leftists, well, and we can see where that leads. And I think the Tesla example is a great one. It's like the border between that holier-than-thou radicalism and the idiot violence that's actually merely targeting people who bought a Tesla.
Wasn't it showrooms that usually got the most they got hit? But anyway, as in like cars that hadn't been sold yet, but also Trump's voters stormed the Capitol building. Where was the outrage about that? They tried to overturn an election. What the fuck?
There's no line at all. And we should pay very, very careful attention to that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Let's just change subject slightly to this Netflix drama phenomenon, Adolescence. Which is really in your wheelhouse, I think, Jordan, because it follows a 13-year-old boy who's suspected of killing a young girl. And he's been adversely influenced, affected by what he's seen online, some pretty extreme stuff, a lot of misogyny. He's portrayed as a young incel and so on. There's now a move to have this series shown in schools. It's been a huge hit in the UK and America and everywhere else. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but you've probably seen the coverage of it. What do you make of the fact, A, that it's been so successful, and B, the premise behind it, that we're basically having an epidemic at the moment of young boys in particular whose brains are getting scrambled by pretty vile stuff online?
Well, look, there is a crisis of youth, both among young men.
Now, allow me to shoehorn this into all the things I was going to be complaining about anyway, which is wokeness and green energy. Let's go.
And young women, and with young men, it's a consequence of the fact that they've been programmatically demoralized for 60 years, I would say. Their play preferences in schools are not favored because boys tend to be more active, as they're taught that competition is wrong by utter fools who don't understand
poisons.
that peaceful
Do poisons now,
competition
please. Fuck.
In game-like settings is actually an advanced form of cooperation that socializes aggression. They've been taught that their ambition is nothing but a manifestation of the oppressive patriarchy. They've been taught that all of their attraction towards women.
Even from watching the trailer, Adolescence is a commentary on kids watching fucking like Andrew Tate and becoming like misogynistic and shit. Isn't that what that's about? At least that's what's in the trailer. Am I thinking of the right thing? Not about kids getting poisoned by progressivism. It's not about that. It's actually kind of the opposite. Because a lot of youths are also turning very hard right now. It's only partly that. Okay. Is it also about them getting corrupted by feminism, or is that just Jordan Peterson taking out his pet peeves? Just airing out his laundry. Can I make this jump? Yeah. Fuck it. Don't die. No problem.
Is to be regarded with extreme skepticism because fundamentally they're nothing but, would-be rapists. And, that all has an effect. And I've seen that, and it's been painful to see. I've been struck to the core over the last 6 years as my influence has grown to see just exactly the scope of demoralization among young people. I'll talk about men first, all around the world. And also, Pierce, hurt as well by the observation that many of these young men can be set right with not much more than some truly encouraging words. And that exaggerates the pain because the problem is deep and the solution isn't that complex or difficult, and you don't need that much of it. And so, I warned back in 2016 about this assault on masculinity.
Here comes the fire hydrant.
You keep pushing, you're going to find out you think strong men are a problem. You wait till you produce weak men who are resentful and bitter because of their failure, and you're going to see real trouble.
Oh my God, that's what makes them
You're
sad.
going to see people turn, and this is happening.
You think weak men are, okay, let me tell you what happens when weak men come around, bro. Give us some weak men, youtube.com.
Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about. Yeah. USA, 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 USA. Ah! Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about weak men. Let me tell you about it.
Some degree.
Oh no, sorry. That's the Lord of Industry, who's incredibly clever and is going to save the world from the weak men. Oh, I'm sorry, you got me fucking mixed up.
The most popular influencers in the world among young men is Andrew Tate, and I wouldn't hold out much hope for the West if Andrew Tate is the direction that young men go in, because he's a bad actor right to the core. But the thing about someone like him is that if you're weak and dependent and demoralized by your culture, let's say, and you've fallen into that isolated trap, someone blustery and successful on the surface and
oh, sorry, don't forget this one. Don't forget this one.
I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like...
Yeah. Fuck. Wait, am I in the right place? I don't think I am. Which one takes me to... Yeah! Bro, which one takes me to fucking... Terrestrial Glades? Hey, this one? This one? Oh. Yeah. Yes!
You know, and dominating in the power-mad way that Andrew Tate is going to look pretty damn attractive compared to your infantile dependency. And the other thing about that, Pierce, is there's some truth in it, because it's actually better to be a bit of a monster than a complete bloody lamb, and, you know, a passive lamb. And this is why there's, you know, I'll give you an example. So in The Lord of the Rings, for example, when the Hobbit, Bilbo, decides that he's going to stop being, you know, hyper protected, the first thing he has to do is join this band of miscreants and become a bit of a thief. There's a bit of a darkness that has to be incorporated into men before they can mature, before they can stop being children. And there's different pathways that can take, and it can take that blustery...
Oh, that's what we were watching. We were watching Elon Musk doing the dark gothic MAGA that is required before you become a man. I see. Sorry, it's easy to mix these things up, you know.
Characterizes people like Andrew Tate, you know, and the hyper masculinity that goes along with that, or it can be truly civilized and socialized, so that...
Tate, the guy who is currently standing against credible accusations of rape and sex trafficking. Yep, that one. And of minors, and who openly hits on minors in public and has done so for years and brags about it. That one? Okay, hyper-masculine, let's go.
Men can become civilized and staunch competitors who are moving forward implacably in the world. That's much more complicated to manage, right? Because that's the true path of civilization, the self-sacrificial path of true civilization, an alternative to mere utilization, let's say, of power or degeneration into hedonism. But we've decided in our culture that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that everything about the patriarchy is pathological, and the consequence of that is that we're demoralizing young men. Now, that also turns out to be very bad for young women, because they might even be in worse shape than young men. And so you get a show like Adolescence, and
Elon gets bullied playing Path of Exile 2. Okay. XQC React as well, thank you. What happened? What are they saying? Hang on. How is it possible to look this dumb and ugly while Tesla's falling apart? And he's trying to ignore them. Oh no.
True.
He's listening to Grimes. Okay, fuck me.
I don't get it. What? Grimes?
He's listening to his ex-wife's music. Okay. You have no real friends and will die alone.
It's his ex-wife. Really interesting.
Israel killed JFK. Die. Elon is a pedophile.
Bro, these guys are
God.
fucking off the rails.
Yeah.
Lost connection. Connection lost.
And he got killed. Wait, he didn't say he's lost connection before just turning it off, did he? The fuck? Why is that his stream set up, bro? You're the richest man in the world. Unbelievable. You wouldn't say you've lost connection before you crash your... Okay. He might go violent. Oh, yeah, he'll probably crash a couple of economies. He'll probably just slash another billion from the fucking federal budget, because why not? Trillion, to be honest. He'll take $1 trillion out of the federal budget. And that'll show those bastard haters, those liberals. Why do people keep saying that the tariffs have paused? I can't see that. 2 people said that now. That means it's true. I don't know. We'll get to it. I've got a video to watch afterwards anyway.
It does target in some way one element of the problem, although it's ill-formed in its psychological analysis, and there are much greater threats, let's say, to the integrity of British culture.
Trump actually caved. Jeez. What, like all of them, or just the recent package, or just the China extra tariffs, or what? For everyone but China. Market jumped 5% right away. Oh, no, I thought we had to break some eggs to get cheap eggs. What? 90-day pause. What a fucking embarrassment, man. I wonder what the conversation was like behind closed doors.
As Kemi Badenoch pointed out this week.
Hey, Kemi Badenoch. Yes, our Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you. The British MTG. Culture warrior dipshit. We always need more of that. Ooh. Don't die. This is dangerous. I'm in danger zone. It's all a rug pull. Come on. He said 75 countries have come to negotiate. Oh, so he's just bullying countries into different fucking terms of a trade deal. I don't know, man. Is it the art of the deal? Elon told him to pause because they were hurting his bottom line. What if he transfers all the reciprocal tariffs, quote unquote reciprocal, onto China? What if he does that? That would be a good move. That would be a crazy... No one would ever see it coming. It would be so out of the box. Oh. Stocks are climbing. Dow surges up 2,000 points. NASDAQ jumps 7%. It's like giving fucking... it's like giving a hit to someone who's on going cold turkey. Walmart gained 9, Apple up 7, Nvidia 10. Oh shit, why didn't I buy on the lows? Why didn't I buy the dip? Fuck me. Should have bought the dip. If only I'd bought the dip. I was going to buy the dip. I was going to invest all my money. I was going to empty my fucking savings into the dip just 5 minutes ago. Fuck. Oh well. Rip.
What violent incel culture, of which really, Pierce, there's pretty much none. Like, I'm not saying that isn't a lurking psychological danger, and I think the Andrew Tate...
Just so you know, I know like quite a few people who work in schools or in institutions for like kids who are struggling socially or because of like disabilities or whatever. Like, yeah, the schools are fucked. When Andrew Tate was on the rise, schools were fucked because so many fucking boys were like watching this shit on their phones and taking out on the girls or on each other as guys. Yeah, that was not like a small thing. Teachers worrying about Andrew Tate fans was actually a big fucking issue. That's not to mention guys who were like dating, you know. Guys going out to bars and clubs after they've just watched an Andrew Tate video. Ugh. Not good, bro. NYT confirms 90-day pause. Brilliant. Where is this guy? Oh.
Phenomenon points to that. But you guys in the UK and maybe everyone in the West more broadly, we have more serious things to consider than, you know, conspiratorial incels. You know, I mean, even...
No, fuck the incels. You know, what we really care about is the wokes because they're the ones who attack me online. That's it. That's it.
Let's take the Muslim extremist front, shall we? I mean, even countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have been insistently warning the West that the true danger from Islamism is going to come from Europe and the UK in the future, and not from places like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, which have already become alert to the threat. And for those who, might want to call me racist for pointing such things out, it's like, well, the UAE and the Saudis, they know what they're talking about when it comes to such things. And so we could dispense with that right away. And Kemi Badenoch, I would say, put her finger on the true problem, or at least one of the true problems. Keir Starmer, he's just playing.
By the way, all Kemi Badenoch does is just fucking whines about trans people and says that we need to go after grooming gangs, even though her party didn't and this party is. That's it.
That typical leftist game, that it's toxic young masculinity, and particularly of the Caucasian version, which is really quite the insane claim. That's the thing.
Who said it has to be particularly Caucasian? People talk about Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate and all that. I guess Andrew Tate is partly Caucasian. Never mind. The China tariffs are 125% now. What the fuck, man? It's not even funny, man. It's boring. What the fuck? At a certain point, it's kind of losing its edge, Oh, China reciprocated 97% next, and Trump's put it to 175. Oh my god! It's like when you get to WrestleMania 35. It's like, bro, no one gives a fuck. No one cares. Read his Truth Social post. So I'll read his Truth Social post. I've realized that playing video games for long extended periods makes me much more apathetic. I just don't care. Interact with the tombstone. That's all I want to do. I don't care about towers. I want to interact with the tombstone, bro.
That young people should be taught more about, because obviously they're not demoralized enough yet. So that's what I think of adolescence. Jesus, talk about putting the cart before the horse. And it's exactly what you'd expect from the progressive playbook. It's like, we're going to double down on the incels. Well, why don't you give some thought to trying to figure out why they're so bloody isolated, why young men and women are so isolated.
I thought it wasn't a problem. I thought incels weren't an issue. Now now it is because they're isolated. Now when it's the progressives' fault, then we can talk about it being a problem. Okay.
Isolated from one another now that they don't even date. They don't drive. They don't drink. They don't go out. They don't date. They don't marry. Why is that? Well, how about 60 years of radically demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dim-wit, hedonistic, leftist propaganda shoveled at them from grade 1 all the way through university. And of course, they're going to turn to figures like Andrew.
Why did he say date twice? Jordan Peterson's he's completely insane. Look at him. The thing is that Pierce is just sitting there like, yep. Well, I don't really know what he's talking about, but he doesn't like the wokies, and I don't like the wokies. Yep.
Through Tate and their desperation. But, you might as well do a causal analysis and try to figure out why they're so bloody demoralized to begin with. And I would say I actually know something about that, because I think I've talked to more demoralized young people in the last 10 years than anybody on the planet.
I bet you have. They're your entire audience, bub, and you just told them how to blame progressivism.
I've watched and seen what works, and more demoralization is not the answer, and there's something remarkable about well-socialized masculinity. One of the things I learned, for example, when I was writing my last book, one of the things I analyzed was the symbolic use of the figure of the shepherd in the biblical corpus, right? Because the shepherd figures large both in the Old Testament and in the New. And the reason for that is because a shepherd is a very good symbol of well-socialized, ordinary masculinity. So shepherds in the ancient Middle East had to live by their own wits, right, in the wilderness. And so they were tough guys, and they had to keep the wolves and the lions at bay with pretty primitive weapons. as exemplified in the story.
Yes, they did. All those lions in the Middle East. Yes, those everywhere. You know, when I was in fucking Palestine, even when I was in Lebanon, bro, getting away from those lions. They're ooh. All over the shop, man. All in your hair and your ears.
Moses and in the story of David, for example. But at the same time, they had to protect the most vulnerable.
Historically, there were lions in the Middle East. Shut up. No, there weren't. Stop lying to me.
Right, and lamb is a pretty good example of, you know, something vulnerable and edible, especially by monsters. And so the model for masculinity, the biblical model for masculinity, at least in part, is tough enough to keep the bloody wolves and the lions at bay, and what would you say, resourceful enough to survive on your own, and then devoted to caring for the most vulnerable. You know, and that's a pretty damn good model, and it's certainly exemplified, well, of course, by the figure of Christ in the New Testament.
There were even lions in Greece. Yeah, in fucking Hercules' menagerie. I'm not talking... Shut up.
Who's meta-shepherd, you might say, and capable of keeping the worst evils at bay while simultaneously serving
the boys who cried lion. That's what you guys are.
The most alienated and vulnerable. And that's the right model for masculinity. And if you don't think that exists, well, you're definitely part of the problem and not...
I'm not joking. I'm not looking it up. I will never believe that there were lions in like Lebanon. Stop. In the wild. And this was a great concern for the shepherds. I don't believe it. I'm not doing it. You cannot make me. I will walk blind until death.
Not part of the solution. And maybe you're a woman who's been damaged by men who've entered into your life who are radically immature or mad users of power. And that's really sad. And there's plenty of that too. But that doesn't mean that at its core, there's something pathological about masculinity. And it certainly doesn't mean that the radical leftist proclivity to describe everything as an oppressive patriarchy and to make men weak is doing anything other than hurting young people right to the core. And Starmer's posturing with regards to adolescence is only going to make that worse. It's bad psychology, and it's not only that, it's also oriented not to help young people, but to make Mr. Starmer feel a hell of a lot more secure in the idiot presumptions of his dimwit progressivism. So, and that's really the fundamental aim. It's like, how can we show we're right? And if we have to burn some young people on the pyre to make sure that our moral presuppositions can remain intact and our faith in our idiocy remains unchallenged, then we might as well teach kids using a Netflix series on adolescence. Jesus, brutal, pathetic, to the core. This terrible moral posturing. You know, that's, I think, the most pathological element of our age.
Wow.
You know, how can we garner as much undeserved moral credit as we possibly can? Well, we'll stand up against toxic masculinity and we'll worship the planet. You know, God, it's so appalling, so destructive. And the evidence is also in Pierce. It's like, look at Germany.
Mate, you're a fucking climate denier. Shut the fuck. You're a roast beef climate denier. A salty mutton chop charlatan. Molding about a TV show you haven't watched, clearly. And fucking inventing shit about climate change. And crying because liberals don't like Andrew Tate. Okay.
For God's sake. What a mess. And you guys in the UK, you're not much better. And we're walking down the same road in Canada. So Western Europe as a whole, you know. I've gone through Eastern Europe many times now, talked to many Eastern Europeans there, and they're appalled at what's happening in the West, and they're rightly so. It's all part of the same mess that Starmer's still pushing. You know, a race to the bottom. Christ. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Jordan, I'm always struck by
how retarded
how
you are?
emotional you get when you talk specifically, and this has happened a few times when I've talked to you.
Sorry.
I think when your mind takes you specifically to young men who've come and told you what they've been going through. And it's almost like you've become a surrogate dad to just, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of young men who, for whatever reason, have been lost and feel abandoned and feel confused and don't.
Is Starmer progressive? Starmer is like the most milquetoast, fucking center ground, purge the far left Labour leader you could ever ask for. He is the most bland, Blairite, lawyer, fucking brained shithead. Like, yeah, no, Starmer is not. Starmer is like the least progressive you'll ever get. Watch Starmer try to answer a question about trans people. Okay, watch his fucking cogs turn to the point that they're about to fly out of his ears because he's so nervous about upsetting any single group when he talks about it. Like, yeah, Starmer is the most obvious, like, social democrat leader, technically, who is just trying to toe the middle ground to appease the right-wingers. To remind them that he's not Corbyn. That's his entire fucking aesthetic, is I am not Corbyn. His whole sales pitch to the British nation is I am not Corbyn. I'm not like the other Labourers. So, does that answer your question?
Have anyone to try and steer them to, you know, some better place. Why does it affect you so emotionally, that?
Well, you know, Piers, before my public presence emerged, let's say, or developed, I worked as a clinical psychologist, and that was pretty intense. You know, I spent about 13 hours a week, maybe more than that, listening to people at a very deep level. I really liked that. It was unbelievably interesting. You know, it was like one Dostoevskian novel after another, hour by hour. And I really learned to listen. You know, and people are so fascinating if you listen to them and they actually...
Yeah, he's mentally unwell and he has brain damage. Yeah, that's actually the correct answer. He's not going to say that, though.
Start to tell you what they think. You know, they're unbearably interesting. It's just partly why people keep the conversations at a shallow, you know, and polite level. And it's not surprising. But I like to go deeper than that.
Craft poisons.
That was kind of bounded when I was doing my clinical practice. You know, it was a set number of hours a week. And I had many other things to occupy myself with. But then when the work I was doing started to explode, I was in contact with thousands.
Can you really call him a social democrat? I mean, just like Labour is a social democratic party. Technically, Labour is still a democratic socialist party. If you look at their, whatever it's called, they have like a thing. They have like a statement of principles or something like that. Yeah, they still call themselves Democrat Socialist Party, as far as I know. Their charter, yeah. But, like, yeah, he cut areas. I guess he also created a few new areas. So he does some social democracy and then some fucking austerity. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. He's like the least fucking progressive leader of a social democratic party you'll ever get compared to anyone in Europe. Yeah.
What now? Speak quickly.
Oh. I've watched you play this game on stream for years and I still don't get it. What's the goal? The goal is to do quests and level up. Why would you even ask me that? Okay, this is done. This quest is done. No more. No, I'll get rid of these ones. I don't need these ones. Okay. All right. Oh. Wait, make this in your home. Talk to, yes. Junk. Okay.
Of people, not individuals. And they talked to me, and I could see this demoralization, and it's part of fatherlessness, broadly speaking, and sometimes specifically. And I could see
not fatherlessness. He's
to
fucking gone, man.
that. Like
We're
the
losing
pathway
him.
to rectifying that, as far as I've been able to understand, and I've understood this more deeply as the years have gone by, is that we're built for adventure, Pierce, and you take on adventure by taking on maximal responsibility, and that's the symbol of hoisting your cross voluntarily and trudging up the hill, right? And that's the symbol upon which our society is founded. And the adventure of life justifies its suffering, and it's maximized with maximal responsibility.
Did this guy just like, did he just eat the Dragon of Chaos? I don't... And it's trying to fight its way out of him. And that's why he's puffing right now, like a steamed kettle.
And it's maximized with truth, because if you tell the truth, what should happen as a consequence of the truth makes itself manifest in the world. And that's the best possible outcome. But it's also the most adventurous thing that you can do, the most exciting thing you can do.
He's going to burst,
hands down. There's nothing that compares to it. That pathway of...
I think he might need to cry, because if he doesn't, his head will overheat and he'll die.
Maximal responsibility, voluntary responsibility, and truth. And I understand that deeply at a religious level. I understand that that's the symbolic world on which our productive and peaceful culture was properly founded. And I've seen the effect of communicating that to people, thousands of people. And it's a great privilege to serve that role, but it's also overwhelming. I think it is one of the things that made me, I was ill for quite a long time.
Yeah?
And I think that was part of the reason, just seeing this, like this malaise so deep, and that's also so easily addressed in a sense. It's that paradoxical combination of depth of suffering and ease of rectification, and I kind of understood what the conservatives have done wrong all along. They tend to moralize in a finger-wagging way. You should do this, you should do that, and there's truth in that. That imposition of mature structure on immature hedonism and disunion and disorientation. But it's much better to talk to young people about morality and truth as an adventure than as a moral burden, as something that enlightens and offers opportunity, which it absolutely 100% does. I've had so many young men come to me. I don't know how many?
Did I just get like a pretty coveted item? I did, didn't I? Feet of the Lynx. Oh, this is a pretty rare item. People spend money for this shit. 3 strength, 8 agility. Bam! That'll keep me for a while. Look, they look nice as well. They're nice and thick. Beautiful. I remember the first time I started gaming, I think I was like, wow, give me those. All right.
Thousands of them.
Okay,
it's
we're
continual.
gonna survive.
Who say,
we're gonna win.
I was completely disoriented and lost 5 years ago. I started putting my world in order a little bit, making my bed, in that cliched way. At least it's a gesture in the right bloody direction, trying to tell the truth, because now I understand that that's necessary, trying to act responsibly, and like my life is completely turned around. And these are guys who are usually standing up straight, and they have a girlfriend, and maybe they have a baby, and maybe they're married, and they were bloody suicidal wrecks 5 years ago.
Bro, that's not your audience. What the fuck are you talking about? That is not Jordan Peterson's audience. They're still in the same place. Oh, shit! Okay, I kind of wasted that vanish. Didn't really need to use it. And now I might just die because I don't have anything. Ugh. This is a dangerous area. Be careful, boys. Take good care. I've got swiftness. Where's my swiftness potion? You go there. Okay, swiftness potions are there. Healing. Yeah, I always thought, because I don't know if being on meat only turns you red, but it just, my instincts tell you it should, right? Like, that you just become a slab of beef. You just become a fucking mutton chop. And your skin tastes like salt. I don't know. Can I take these two? I guess I have to. All that iron. Yeah. Come here. Whoa! You set me on fire, bro. Okay, focus.
And so, you know, great. And as I've delved into that, you know, I've started to understand more deeply why this works. And it does work because this pattern of voluntary self-sacrifice, that service to the truth, service to your wife, to your kids, to the future, to your community, all of that is what makes your life rich and meaningful, because your self-regard and the significance of your existence is obviously proportional to the burden that you're willing to uphold. You know, and that's the symbol.
Yeah, the Liver King is red. He is. There's a thing. It's all connected. It's all connected. What? Why though? What happens? What's the process? What's the biological process that makes that happen? The Liver King was very red. Was that roids though? The connection is called the carnivore diet. Is it? Does the carnivore diet actually turn you red? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was asked a question. Bye. Okay. Huh. Roids. No, Jordan Peterson's not on roids though, is it? Like, it can't be as simple as you eat red meat, you become a slab of red meat. That's not, that can't be the science. That doesn't make any sense. Fuck knows. Yeah, because trans men, they don't turn red. Okay, I don't know. Fuck.
That underlies Western culture, and I'm trying to teach people what that means, you know.
Yeah.
The alternative is something like power and compulsion, or this idiot hedonism that, you know, certainly does no one any good. And, well, it's overwhelming, I suppose. The magnitude of it, I suppose, is what's overwhelming. But also that paradoxical juxtaposition of depth of suffering and relative ease of rectification. You know, these things are so obvious when you lay them out. It's like, who do you admire? You admire some power-mad hedonist? Well, that would be Andrew Tate. Or do you admire someone who's taken on some responsibility? Like your natural proclivity in a healthy psyche is to admire the shepherd, let's say, you know, and not the goddamn tyrant.
Yeah.
And not the hedonist who lives for the immediate pleasure, driven by his whims. It's hard for me to imagine that to understand how we've forgotten these things. I guess that's part of the religious, what would you say, the degeneration of the religious substrate in the world.
I wonder how much he realizes that his only appeal to like an audience is just that he says lots of things and it just kind of sounds like he's saying something, but he's not really. He's not really saying anything. It's just like, it's like the Russell Brand effect. He's just kind of yapping. with a slightly impressive vocabulary. That's all he's doing. Can I help you? Ooh. Oh! Wolf bracers! Wow! Fuck. I get rid of these and these. My bags are so fucked, man.
Have a good one.
I really hate this lack of bag add-on, man. It's really annoying me. Okay.
West. We've forgotten what our symbols mean. And the thing is, Pierce, they mean something. You know, this is something I've really figured out.
Yeah,
we put the crucifix, for example, at the center of our churches, and we put the churches at the centers of our towns.
For sure.
Particularly, that's a European thing. And the reason for that is because we long ago understood that the proper foundation of the world is voluntary self-sacrifice upward. And that's true. It's absolutely true. And if you understand that truth, your life becomes meaningful, even in it.
What first turned me off about Jordan Peterson was that he went on Channel 4 and was asked by that journalist, Kathy Newman, about his opinions on feminism and women and all that. And he would kind of just give these sort of like leading statements about how women are different from men, and I'm not really sure that the gender pay gap exists and there are fundamental differences, but he wouldn't actually commit to any position on what he wants to happen with gender relations. So she would say, oh, so what you're saying is, and you go, no, I'm not saying that. I'd never say that. But even though it's like, okay, what are you advocating for? Like, I don't know. That's kind of what turned me off of him, is that he was just kind of a charlatan dipshit. And also, every time he spoke about Marxism, because I had actually read Marx, and listening to the way he spoke about communism and socialism and all that was just like, he just sounded like a fucking vintage McCarthyist moron. Like saying that trans rights overlaps with fucking Marxism because they're both oppressor and oppressed. And it's like, no. Like, or that like the trans activists were like Chairman Mao. Yeah, that's fucking mental. That's batshit. Just because they both have like a level of oppressor and oppressed doesn't mean that, first of all, they don't work in the same way, because lots of trans people are also like Marxists, so like, or communists. Like they believe that the primary form of oppression in society is still capitalism. It's not like that oppressor and oppressed works in the same way. Like I don't think trans people talk about overthrowing cis people unless they're completely insane. But yeah, he was just incoherent, completely incoherent. Why are you so harsh toward the old man? He has helped a lot of people. No, nope. If he has, he's hurt a lot of people as well, because he's made young men retarded. Like, I don't know. Locked ball and chain. Yes, I heard about the fucking tariff freeze, dick. Buy stocking pants. Wow. No, they don't have them. Fuck.
It's suffering, and you set things right around you. And everyone has to remember that in the West. We have to remember that. We have to relearn that. We're going to be weak in the face of Islamism, for example. We're going to be weak in the face of progressivism and nihilism and despair.
How did he help hurt people? Oh, because if you learned about men and women's relations from Jordan Peterson, and if you learned about fucking politics from Jordan Peterson, and you went out into the real world, you would be treated like a fucking moron, deservedly. Yes. I've seen it, okay? I saw people who started getting fucking educated by Jordan Peterson. Oh my God, it was so embarrassing. Because these people, they couldn't articulate shit, for one, because they were just so used to hearing him ramble off the fucking thesaurus and the jargon, and they were like, they'd feel really smart, and then they would come to, like, maybe a university student and try to talk about fucking how... like men and women in the workplace is kind of like an expression of Marxism, and HR departments are an expression of Marxism. Yeah, you would just look really dumb. You just get laughed out of the fucking building. I think anyone like this who basically works as the perfect fucking substitute for people who have like daddy issues, men who have daddy issues, like, are not helpful. They just fill a void with something that is ultimately always going to be kind of shallow and useless. Like, maybe he did push a few fucking stoners and like burnouts to get their shit together, but if he didn't do that, then he just reeled them into some other like waste of time cult shit, like just watching Joe Rogan and feeling like I'm watching this guy and feeling like you've done the work with like understanding the world. Yeah, it's stupid. Not good. Wait, click the ball and chain. What the fuck? That's how I feel in your Discord, to be honest. Like, what? Wow. Why is Hangnails so hostile lately? What the fuck? Slurs? Making fun of the Discord? Fuck. Okay. Start an org called Stoners Against Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I will save the young men from the Peterson fans.
Fair, and we are already. And it's because we've forgotten the deepest things, not only the deepest things that we knew, but the very things that the best countries in the world have been founded on. And you might say, well, what do you mean by best? It's like, how about the countries that the miserable and oppressed flee to?
I'm adding tariffs. This will create jobs. I'm removing tariffs. Are the deal. I'm adding tariffs. This will create jobs. I'm removing tariffs. Are the deal. Okay. I like it. Listen, I was going to do a tweet making fun of Hassan, but this is better, okay? This is much better. Give it to me. Thank you. Stolen. Oh, it's from Project Liberal. Ah. Fuck! Why is he shooting me? Dick.
To voluntarily. How's that a definition for best? And if you think that those countries existed independent of their Judeo-Christian foundation, you don't know anything. You don't know anything, and you're a danger. So
I can tell.
Yeah.
Judeo-Christian.
So that's what I've been touring around saying,
Jordan,
for like 8 years.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I wanted to end by mentioning two things, which really, in a way, you've kind of talked about without actually specifying.
Oh, we have an emote for red faces. I'm surprised that's not getting spammed. The fuck?
Fine. The one is your tour, where you've been doing a lot of this very emotive talking, very heart-rending talking. The tour comes to Europe in May and the UK June 12th to the 19th. And you've also had the Peterson Academy, which goes from strength to strength. But both of these things, it seems to me, if you are a young man confused about life and your purpose and what it means to be a man and your masculinity, and you are being bombarded with all this negativity all the time, and you're watching adolescence and thinking, is that how everybody views young men?
Wait, I thought I clicked the ball and chain. What's happening? Never mind. I'll kill the things.
They could do a lot worse. In fact, I would urge them to go and watch your show and to sign up to your academy, because at the very least, what they would be getting...
Sign up to my academy. Bro, he's not helping anyone, bro. He's just fucking... He's just squeezing them. That's all he's doing. Draining them.
...is a more positive expression of what it means to be a man, and a guideline to how you don't have to get sucked in to all the negativity, and you don't have to go down these paths. You can make a different choice. But a lot of them, Jordan, as you know from talking to them, they feel like they don't have anyone they can talk to. But actually, in a way, because of the medium of live shows, of YouTube in particular, where you're extremely dominant, obviously, and through the academy, they actually can, because they can do it through you. they can do it through the prism
of
Jordan Peterson. You are there.
Well, the
for them.
Peterson Academy is a good. The Peterson Academy is a good example of that, not least because it has a very effective social media element, you know, and we have 40,000 students and about 15,000 active users of the social media site, and it's very positive. Like people are exchanging their visions of the future and their plans for development. And, like we monitor it very carefully, Pearson. We had to toss about 10 people out of 15,000 off because 10 people misbehaving was enough to tilt the whole thing in a pathological direction. Very interesting thing to watch. But if people are looking for a community, they can definitely find it there. And it's a community that's aiming upward and not in a naive manner. You know, like it's easy to think of morality as...
Don't leave me, guys. You're not leaving my cult for this bullshit. For this fucking brain damaged military camp. No, 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 no. You're staying here, okay? I'll tell you what's what. You're struggling to be a man? Okay, I'll hook you up. Don't worry, I'll tell you what's what. 1, stop blaming feminism for all the problems, okay? Same time next week. We're already one step ahead of this moron. That one's for free. There are ladies here. Oh yeah. Yeah, but we shouldn't say that. That might turn people off, to be fair. Bunch of fucking incels.
Never doing anything wrong. But that's you want to aim to not err, you know, fair enough. But the other side of it that's never amplified, let's say particularly by the conservatives who are, you know, concerned about morality, is that there isn't a greater adventure than truth and responsibility. And I don't mean that in a trivial manner. It's like with the truth, for example. Why is the truth an adventure? Because if you're going to say what you believe to be true, you have to sacrifice the outcome, right? You can't use your words instrumentally in a manipulative way. You have to say what you think is the case, and then you have to let the cards fall wherever the hell they're going to. And that can be a real mess, but it's unbelievably exciting because you don't know what's going to happen. You know, and we know in the West, at least we knew that the truth is what sets you free, and that the world of proper order is founded on the truth. And there's terrible risk in that.
What does that mean? The world of proper order is founded on the truth. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's just like a nothing sentence. Oh my God. It's just Russell Brand. He's just Russell Brand without the rapes that we know of. Only difference is that we don't know if Jordan Peterson's raped anyone. Maybe he hasn't. You know, he's doing all right in that department so far. Fuck me. That's the only difference. And he's not English.
As everyone who's tried to tell the truth under difficult circumstance comes to understand, but the payoff is that your life is so exciting if you only say what you believe to be true that it becomes virtually unbearable. You know, and you need that too, because you need an unbearable meaning to give you strength and commitment when you're suffering deeply. And many young people are suffering deeply. They don't know where to turn, and you turn towards the truth, and you turn towards responsibility. Like, why wouldn't you want that, you know, to have someone you could care for deeply, your wife, and to be able to make sacrifices on behalf of your children and your grandchildren? All that does is extend your view way out into the future. You know, in the story of Abraham, God comes to Abraham as the voice of adventure. And he says to Abraham that he has to leave his zone of infantile comfort and move into the terrible world. And he makes him a deal. He says, if you do that, this is the covenant of Abraham. This is the covenant that our civilization is founded on. If you follow the pathway of maximal adventure, here's what happens. You become a blessing to yourself.
Buy my
Your
course.
name becomes known validly among your people. You
Buy my
establish
course.
something of
Make me
permanence.
rich.
You do that in a way that brings nothing but abundance to everyone, and no one can stand in your way.
Whoa, shit, I'm gonna die.
And that's what I'm trying to
Thank
tell
God I've slaughtered
young
everyone in
people,
sight.
is that if you
Yeah.
follow the proper pathway upward, then
Pierce has been set on the Asmongold timer now. Oh no. Pierce has actually been thrown onto the Asmongold wheel. Yup.
your life becomes so rich that even the suffering justifies itself. And they understand that, Pierce. They understand that, and they put it into action, and they straighten out their lives. And, you know, my sense is I started doing this because I was concerned, you know, about the culture war. I was concerned about the manner in which totalitarianism emerges. But my discovery, I suppose, or presumption was that you fundamentally address that one soul at a time. It's not a political issue. And everybody kind of knows that the culture war is much deeper than the mere political. That's what we're trying to do with ARC, too, with the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. It's like, it's not a political movement. It's a movement designed to foster individual fortitude and purpose. And
whoa, Willie McIntyre. Hey, how's it going? Woo. Oh, shit. Fuck. Trouble.
That has to be put in place before the political can even operate, before the liberal dream, let's say, can make itself manifest. There's no free societies without trust, and there's no trust without responsible citizens. And that's the best way to act. And it's also the way, man, it makes you more confident, it makes you more trustworthy, it makes you a better partner, it makes you far more attractive to women.
What does?
At least women with...
Wait, what does? What makes you attractive? Oh, no, I missed it. Because he's not really saying anything. Oh, okay, never mind. You know what makes you really attractive to women? Is if you support the Learner Box stream. Is if you buy my book, buy my course. I only need 7 more subs for the goal. 7 more super chats. And get subs as well for, like, your name stands out. That's what you want to do. You want to support the stream. Keep me chugging. Keep me yapping at you. Get me away from this fucking horrible video game. Ah!
With any sense. You know, they can be demented by their attraction to idiot psychopaths. And, you know, that because psychopaths are very good at gaming female confidence. But in the final analysis, women are looking for a stalwart shepherd. And that's been true forever. And I'm trying to remind young men to be that, and young women to know.
Someone asked, how is Jordan Peterson harming men? Like this. I'm sorry, can you imagine some fucking dude listening to this and thinking like, okay, yes, from this hour henceforth, I shall be a stalwart shepherd and guide my fair maiden through the valley of darkness. Like, you're gonna get the shit beaten out of you, man. She's gonna laugh in your face, kick you in the balls. And then she'll fuck your dad.
Notice. And so, and why does that make me emotional? Well, because I've seen the breadth of suffering and the consequence of its rectification. You know, and there's a sense of desperation about it, I suppose, too, because there's so many people that are suffering. You know, and I suppose in his own way, demented way, Keir Starmer recognizes that to some degree, and that's why he's stumbling so foolishly towards this television series. But all of his presuppositions are wrong and shallow.
Oh, shit.
And he's part of the problem and not part of the solution.
We're fucked.
You know, the education system has been dominated by progressives for 4 generations.
Dominated.
Right, and it's produced a culture of infantile dependency and anti-masculinity. And that's been terrible for young men, but equally terrible for young women. And more of the same is not going to...
I remember when they told us to hate masculinity in school. It was fucking based. What? Well, like when we studied fucking World War II for 6 years. That's all we did in school, bro. What is he talking about?
Fix that. You know, and you say, well, where do we turn for a better model? Well, I outlined a better model. That's a better model, obviously. Everyone knows it.
Yeah.
So,
oh, a jailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
yeah.
I've got 3 sons, Jordan, who, as you know, are all massive fans of yours. I as a parent, would much rather they take guidance from you than Andrew Tate. And that's the bottom line.
Okay, well,
And
there we go. Listen, that's true, actually. That's true, yes. That is very true. He's better than Andrew Tate because he's not a rapist. That's good. That's a start, isn't it? Ugh! Come here. Come outside. Can you shadow bolt through doors? No, you can't. Not through walls. Thank you. Ugh.
Those are the 2 choices.
See it for what it is.
Those are the 2 choices.
Yeah.
Damn, that's really unfair,
You
isn't
know,
it?
it's a privilege to be of service, Pierce. Seriously. Like, it's so rewarding.
We're trying to wrap up here, buddy.
Almost incomprehensible. It's why my wife and I keep touring, you know, and she's got very good at this too, and has taken these things very seriously, and it's really transformed her life, especially after she just about died a couple of years ago, and she's put herself together so remarkably and has learned these things deeply, and is trying to provide what salutary service to young women, and we'll see how that goes. They're a hard market to reach, a hard audience to reach. But
I wonder why.
That doesn't mean it's impossible. So it's hard for Starmer and his crew
Jordan,
to
before
rethink their first principles. You know? Yeah.
Well, they should talk to you. They should talk to you, in my opinion. I just to wrap up, Jordan. It's been I've got to say, I've interviewed you many times. I think this has been our best interview. I just think the way you've opened up and the way you've articulated.
Yeah, this interview is gonna get so many clicks because you've turned up looking like a fucking like a piece of fucking mutton chop, and you've cried 3 times, and it's gonna be epic content. It's gonna be sick ass clicks. This is gonna get me through the next 24 hours, dandy, man.
Articulated these problems and how best they can be fixed is just so important for people to hear. And the fact it moves you so much, to me, says it all. If you didn't genuinely care, you wouldn't get emotional talking about this stuff. Why would you?
Wow.
But you genuinely, passionately care that young people are put on the right pathway to adult life. And I think as a parent, I thank you. Honestly, I do. I see the impact on my own sons when they listen to you. And I'd much rather they take their guidance from you than someone.
You know what? I'm quite curious to see what Jordan Peterson fans are like now, because I can understand people definitely people who haven't had a good experience with like progressive types or maybe with university or some shit like that, seeing Jordan Peterson for the first time and finding it like quite vindictive or vindicating. But I have no idea what someone listening to Peterson the way he is now would be like. I don't know what they'd be getting. Do you think it's fair to describe people like Second Thought as pro-genocide? No, they're not pro-genocide. They just think it's based when half the Jews in the world are treated like military targets, and they wish it would happen more often. That's not genocide, though. That's just the oppressed defeating the oppressor. You know, we like that. It's definitely not genocide to say that half the Jews on Earth are military targets, you know? It's just material conditions.
Like Tate, who I think is just a chancer on the make and exploiting people. I don't think you're ever that kind of person. You're doing it because you genuinely care, and there's a massive difference.
He cares about selling that course for
well,
sure.
Well, thank you, sir. It's like I said, it's a
selling the academy. Sorry, not the course, the academy. Obviously, you've got to call it the academy. It was Jordan Peterson.
It's a privilege to serve, like it truly is. You know, I can't look. Imagine this. You know, imagine that wherever you go.
Oh, we're so close to wrapping up.
In the world, people come up to you and tell you that they put themselves together and their life is much better because they've been trying to put into practice what you've been suggesting. Man, like just you could let yourself dream. And you could dream
of
my
God,
what
it's
you
crying
would want
again.
if you had sense and you could have anything. And that's what you'd pick. And that's the consequence of putting yourself in service. Like really, that's the consequence of serving the truth and putting yourself in service. And anything hedonistic, anything that might accrue to you as a consequence of power, they're not even in the same universe. You know, if you have the pearl of great price, you don't need any other treasure.
Wow.
Completely agree. Jordan,
and if I'll tell you
it's been
something else,
brilliant.
Mr.
Thank
Morgan.
you so much again for joining me again.
And just one more thing. Oh, come on.
I sense that I love talking to you. I feel like as we get to know each other better, you open up to me more and more, and I feel very privileged to listen to you. So thank you very much.
I feel privileged.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure getting to know you, and I'm...
You guys should feel privileged for having been part of this community, by the way, and for donating, as some of you did. Yes, Churro Bandit, thanks for the $9.99. You should be so privileged. Much more than all the other cheap bitches for the JP course. The wokes. Too many wokes, too many women in this community. That's what it is. But that's what we need, okay? Buy my course. Buy my Academy subscription. Need 6 more for the goal. Men, get your wallets out. Women, ask your husband if he can give you his credit card. Tell him you're buying shoes. So that he doesn't see you on another man's course. LeMayo, thanks for the 2 Canadian. What's the story behind your name? Well, I was kind of like a part-time, I was a musician when I came up with it, so it doesn't mean anything. Came from the music world, bro. Names don't mean shit. Huh.
I'm also very thankful for the fact that you've treated me so straightly and with no tricks and no games, and that we communicate. Like, that's rare, especially, you know, there's a legacy media element to what you're doing, but you're never playing tricks with me, and that's much appreciated.
Whoa.
And definitely noticed. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, Jordan. Great to talk to you.
Maybe we'll see you in the UK, hey?
Yeah, I'll take you for dinner. We share a love of the same Italian restaurant. I shall take you there. You will be my guest.
All right. All right. Good to see you, Pierce. And, yep, thanks again.
Great to see you, John. All the very best. Thank you very much.
Whoa! Thanks for treating me so straightly, chat. Thanks for being straight, because I fucking hate gay chatters, okay? Thank you. Why can't I get into this fucking lock, bro? Is it broken? Oh, it's there. Ah. Oh, a chest. Churro Bandit, thanks for the $9.99. Giga chat here. I asked my wife and she said I can send another super chat. Lol. Wow. And MSE Squire, thanks for the $4.99. Husband finally gave permission. Thank God. Yeah, good. All right, hang on. Okay, I'm going to be straight with you guys. The tariffs have been paused. And Bloomberg had a video that just came out. I don't know if this is before or after the pause got announced, but Bloomberg had a video out talking about markets soar after Trump announces the tariff pause. I wonder, because, no, this is older. U.S. recession was almost inevitable, but this was only an hour ago.
In terms of direction, yesterday and today, we've been kind of all over the map.
This was before the pause, I believe, but maybe not.
We saw steep declines last week. It was a pretty steady drop down. But this week, on Monday, the S&P 500 rose as much as 3.4%.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
3.4, we're laughing.
As much as 4.1%. Today, it was up as much as 1.4%.
We're on fire.
Could you read that as a sign that the selling is exhausting itself?
I think temporarily, yes. But there's still going to be another down leg. If you look at, say, the poly market contract about whether Trump will significantly reduce the tariffs that were implemented last night, I think like 66%, like 2/3 of bettors on that site expect that he will. That might be too optimistic. And perhaps even more importantly, the economy is turning down. I think a recession at this point is almost inevitable. And if you look at the forward P ratio for the S&P.
Little does he know that Trump's about to bring out a Trump card. Trump is about to bring out a total reverse 180 Uno Shinjitsu Bankai. And he's going to pause all the tariffs, but move a bunch of them to China. Because we hate the Chinese. Yes. I mean, no, not the Chinese, we hate China. Sorry. China. It's not racist. Ugh.
P18, it's not at recessionary levels. Credit spreads are not at recessionary levels. Even commodity prices are not at recessionary levels. So the market hasn't fully priced in a recession yet.
Okay, when you say a recession is all but inevitable, initially your odds of recession were at 75%. That was at the start of this year. It was actually
Excuse
after
me, Mr. Scientist, with your fucking baldy little head and your little glasses. You have no idea what the fucking bull daddy is about to do 60 minutes from after this broadcast.
Election. When you say inevitable, are we talking about 90%, 100%?
It's never going to be 100%, but probably in the range
Whoa,
of around 90%
I'm so
at this
powerful,
point.
man.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay. You are an economist by training. We should add that as well. You were at Goldman Sachs, and before that, you were at the International Monetary Fund.
An economist, excuse me. Have listen, we're about to hear from a man who eats economists for breakfast, okay? And you can tell because he's incredibly fucking fat. And he has to lean forward to disguise how fat he is. Blended, that's what Trump eats in the McDonald's. That they're just cover. It's just blended fucking pieces of economist. Like this guy. Trump's gonna fucking stomp on this guy. This guy got curb stomped by Trump as soon as he walks off the fucking frame.
We know companies have been front-running the tariffs. They were ordering a lot of stuff in advance of the tariffs being implemented. We know that consumers are currently in a big rush to buy as many things as they can before prices go up. That being the case, how reliable will the economic data be in the coming weeks?
Well, we're not going to get a lot of data over the next few weeks. The trickle of data that we've gotten so far does look worrisome. So one data set that I look at are job openings from Indeed, as well as from LinkUp. LinkUp is this analytics firm that tabulates job openings on a daily basis from the 10,000 largest U.S. employers. That series has seen a fairly sharp decline just over the last week or so. So it does look as though the labor market is breaking. And I would imagine that as we get data over the course of this month, we're going to realize that most likely the recession started in April.
Right. Because the data tends to be backwards looking, and it just feels like the data that we're going to be getting is going to be pretty messy and not necessarily accurately capture.
I can't believe this went out an hour ago, and this guy doesn't know what the data is going to say in like less than an hour, like in like less than half an hour from this. Oh no. He's just making them look like fools.
All the changes that are taking place. There is just a snap.
Maybe that's the plan. It's to undermine the economists. They make them all predict a recession and then pivot so it makes them look like they can't predict shit. Oh, that's actually genius. Undermine the experts. It's fucking genius.
Snapshot of a moment in time.
That's right. And we haven't really seen the impact of the trade war yet, because as you correctly pointed out, what was happening up until recently was that there was a lot of tariff front running. People were buying things to get ahead of those tariffs. But now that tariffs have gone up, we're going to have the opposite effect. We're going to have tariff front waiting. People are going to be waiting for the tariffs to come down, at least waiting in hope that they'll come down. And that means they're not going to be doing much in the way of buying. So we could see this step down in economic activity, which will probably appear in the data later this month and into May.
Yeah, and it'll probably
just quit your job, chump. What a waste of time. The amount of books this guy's read, all the econ textbooks and all the little numbers and all the little dinky dinks, all the doohickeys, all for nothing. Because he didn't read The Art of the Deal.
look pretty dramatic as well. So, I mean, nobody knows what President Trump is going to do, but given that so many of his supporters, at least on Wall Street, are urging him to perhaps ease up on the tariffs, if he were to back down, could we avoid recession? Is that even a possibility, or have we gone too far?
I think it'll be hard at this point. I mean, I think Trump has sort of dug in his heels. He almost has kind of this critical.
Hey, you're so out of your depth, man. Quit your job. Put the fucking fries in the bag, old man. Trump is dug in to the tariffs. Is that true? This video is completely out of date, isn't it? It's like an artifact.
Trade theory version of trade, that any trade deficit with the U.S. by any country must be the result of discrimination by that country against the U.S. He seems very, very wedded to that view. So I think the only way we could get a reversal in these policies is that Congress takes action. But right now, I don't get the feeling that there's enough.
Congress. He thinks Congress is going to do something to reverse this. You think Trump would defer such an act to the Congress? Mate. Move along. Bounce. This guy can absolutely bounce. Get me my coffee.
Movement within Congress to strip away his authority over tariffs. That'll probably come, but most likely it'll only come once the economy is in a full-blown recession.
Okay, so in other words, too late. As you're speaking, we're looking at the 10-year yield spike up by 15 basis points. The 30-year yield, as I mentioned earlier, did reach 5%. We've moved on to this new phase in the market dynamics, to a bonds-driven story. How does this spike in yields affect stocks?
Well, it's bad news because usually when the economy weakens, bond yields go down, and that
this guy's
provides
strong. What the fuck?
a soothing force that helps to mitigate the economic downturn. We're not getting that this time around, partly because tariffs are going to push up inflation, and that makes it more difficult for the Fed to cut rates, but also because I think increasingly foreigners are asking themselves whether they want to hold all that many treasuries, but 1/3 of U.S. treasuries are held by foreigners. We also, I think, have the reality that the fiscal situation is very, very dire. People are worried about that. And now, of course, we've got the unwinding of the basis trade, which is only adding to the upward pressure on bond yields.
Okay, so for a variety of reasons, bonds are not where people necessarily want to be. So if treasuries are not a safe place to hide, or no longer as safe a place to hide, what is your recommended haven?
I think you want to be in cash, you want to be in gold, you want to own safe haven currencies, not the US dollar, unfortunately, anymore, but maybe the Swiss franc.
No, you want S&P 500 because it's coming back up. No, this advice is so out of date. No. You're sending them to their deaths. People, now is the time of Trump coins.
The Japanese yen. If you do have to be in stocks, then favor more defensive sectors such as consumer staples and healthcare over, say, consumer discretionary, tech, or industrials.
Oh, Nvidia just went up 10%, man. Oh. So that was just over an hour ago, uploaded to Bloomberg. Okay, and everything this fucking overeducated, disconnected from the real world ivory tower academic fuck has said there is just complete nonsense. Because Trump, very shortly after this Bloomberg video went out, has paused the tariffs for 90 days. And markets are surging. Move aside, buddy. Move aside, Professor, Mr. Scientist. The men have entered the room. You can bounce. Put the fries in the bag.
Major breaking news into CNN.
Economist.
Global trade war. President Trump just truthed out, saying, quote, I have authorized a 90-day pause. The president here announcing a 90-day pause on tariffs, though it's not clear specifically which countries.
Should have listened to Gary Stevenson. True. That guy got nothing on Gary Stevenson. Gary Stevenson, ironically, is probably like making a shitload of money right now because of this chaos, because he's still a trader. He still trades from privately.
This pause is going to apply to the Dow right now, shooting up over 2,000 points. Look at that. As this announcement comes through, a giant spike in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This is important as part of the messaging around this post. The president saying that this is based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called the U.S. and try to work out deals with the administration and not try to retaliate for his tariffs. Notably, though, the president is raising the tariff applied to China from the United States to 125% effective immediately. So this pause applies to other countries, not China.
That's right. A 90-day pause on new tariffs except for China, which again goes to 125%. And the markets obviously ebullient. They are, as they are hearing this news. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny. He is live for us at the White House. This is what they had been hoping for, the markets. They actually kind of imagined it the other day and had a little bit of a jump into positive territory. But this is the announcement from the president, Jeff.
Well, Brianna, that was certainly a test run, but certainly not an intended one to see the markets go up when there was a false report of a pause. But now we are hearing from the president for the first time during this escalating trade war.
Was the false report of the pause done on purpose to see what would happen, just to see what a real pause would look like? Is that what that was? He's actually, bro, he's mogging the entire nation. He's the planet. They're just sitting, Trump and Musk are just sitting in the little fucking fuck dungeon. And they're just pissing themselves. They're just like entertaining themselves with this.
Saying that he is putting a 90-day pause, and you can just see to the right of our screen there what the markets are doing with this. From a policy standpoint, it is a bit more murky. The White House has not filled in any details of this, but we are getting this from the president on social media, as you were reading there, and he is explaining it as adding more to the China tariff pot, which is really growing day by day here, adding another tariff to China, even as he is praising the countries who he said have not retaliated. And those, of course, are the countries who are lining up to have discussions with the Treasury Secretary, with the White House, with the administration on trying to renegotiate. So the president is saying, and let me just read it to you here. He said, the countries who have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States, I have authorized a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. So what this would seem to be, and again, we will have to fill in the blanks here, what this would seem to be taking all the countries back to that baseline 10%, if you will, which went into effect last Saturday for most countries. And then, of course, the reciprocal tariffs went into effect at midnight. So the president is putting a pause on those. Of course, this is adding to the policy uncertainty, but you can see what the market is doing. It's adding a bit of certainty to the market. So we're expected to see the president in the next hour here at the White House. We will see if he adds any meat on this bones here, but certainly a significant reaction from the White House. They've been reeling here, watching the financial markets really have a deep negative effect on this. The president has long said, at least during this period, he's not watched the markets. We know, of course, watching him for a long time, he does. And clearly, this is something that he's been hearing from Republicans on Capitol Hill, Republican donors, really people who are supportive of his policy, saying it's time for an exit ramp. So that's what it looks like this will be, at least for now, a 90-day pause on those reciprocal tariffs. Boris and Brianna.
Jeff, please.
I love it that they just have to call them reciprocal tariffs because that's what the government calls. Oh no, it's so gross.
And we've just learned that the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be speaking publicly soon. This also as we await to hear from President Trump. Markets, as you can see on your screen right now, are reacting very positively to this news. Let's bring in CNN's Matt Egan and Richard Quest. Richard, first to you, I wonder what you make of this announcement from the president, given the insistence from some folks in his administration that these tariffs were here to stay.
I think that there's a sort of duopoly of issues taking place. The first is the tariffs and the second is the execution.
Oh, it's this guy.
The tariffs themselves, the president still loves tariffs. So he's going to want to, in some shape or form, bring them back. This is his raison d'etre in terms of economic policy. But he's seen how
he looks like a really skinny Andrew Neil. Like a skinny, sort of cleaned up Andrew Neil. Anyone else see that?
And now he says he's got so many countries coming towards him wanting to negotiate. He wants to give time for that to take place. It all begs the question, why, when they announced the reciprocal tariffs, didn't the president say they take effect in 90 days? You all have 90 days to negotiate. Why did it have to be done this way to get to a result? Let's be clear. There is no more certainty about US trade policy now
Yes, slam
than
your
there was
desk.
half an hour ago than before this announcement. The only difference is that the sword of Damocles has it's actually been dropped, has now been lifted back up again, and so you're seeing the market. This is a relief rally. This is not back to the races. This is them saying the worst has not happened just yet, but it does not. And this I can't emphasize enough. It does not take us back to anything like the level of certainty that business seeks.
Bro, it's just been like an hour. What are you talking about? Let the surge happen. Let the surge happen.
About what the US trade policy actually is.
Yeah, no, it's a stay of execution. Yeah. Richard Quest, hang with us if you will. I want to bring former Treasury Secretary.
CNN are mauling, man. Libtard media is so upset that Trump has pulled this out of his pocket. These guys wanted America to fail, okay? They want you to fail. They want you dead. That's why they're saying this. Look how sulky they are that you're not dead. Fuck these guys.
Secretary Larry Summers back into the conversation. Larry, react to this news.
Look, this is a welcome development. What everyone has been saying is that the policies that are being pursued are very dangerous, that the truculence is catastrophic for economic interests because of the uncertainty that it generates. And we've seen a major retreat by the president from the truculence. It doesn't put the genie all the way back in the bottle. It doesn't eliminate all the uncertainty, but it's obviously a welcome step that we are backing away from major blunders. And the market is appropriately welcoming that step. But credibility is a thing where it takes a long time to build up and only a short time to lose. And we've lost a lot of it in the last few days. So this action, as welcome as it is, certainly doesn't leave our credibility completely restored. But I'm glad that we've had a demonstration that the president is able to listen. And I wonder whether the Secretary of the Treasury wants to reconsider his remarks about the Spain cutting its own throat in light of the president's prudent decision to back off. And hopefully we will now start listening to sense in the formulation of our policy. But this is a very welcome development, but no one should be confused. If anyone thought there was a carefully crafted, well-designed strategy behind what went on Liberation Day or since, this reversal, after all the statements that were made even earlier this morning, should remind people that we are engaged in dangerous rhetorical improvisation, not serious policy making.
Larry, please stand by. You're seeing at the bottom of your screen a position in the White House grounds known as the Sticks, and it's essentially a live position where we are listening to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Let's listen.
Trade plan. As you all know, the president just put out a statement announcing an additional tariff on China. The tariff on China will now go up to 125%. because
No
China
problem.
imprudently decided to retaliate against the United States. And as I said at the podium yesterday, when you punch at the United States of America, President Trump is going to punch back harder. In that same vein, we have had more than 75 countries from around the world reach out to President Trump and his team here at the White House to negotiate better trade deals for the American worker. We have been overwhelmed with the amount of requests from countries around the world. I'll let the Secretary speak to that. We will.
Hello.
I have a little thing. I'm not sure if you realize this or like I don't know if you've paid attention, but about the tariffs, right?
Yeah.
Before he did the whole Liberation Day nonsense, the EU tried to basically offer to Trump that they'll buy more US gas just to avoid a trade war, right? And then Trump imposed the tariffs anyway. And then the EU said, okay, we can have a free trade agreement, right? But the thing is, the US, like, we import from the US, the average tariff that is on it is like 2%. 70% of those goods are duty free, right? Then, they basically said, okay, then we just go back to status quo because it basically was a free trade agreement at that point, right? If it's like average 2%, it's basically nothing.
Yeah.
He then said, oh, actually, we do want you to buy more US gas. So he went back on the offer that like the EU gave him before he imposed those tariffs. And now he fucking flinched and paused the tariffs. This is so fucking funny to me. He's actually like such a pussy.
Yeah.
He's so weak.
So when he talks about 75 countries coming to him with deals, what is that? Is that just like, are they just offering him things that they've already offered, or are they just offering to go bad or something? Or what?
I don't understand because the EU literally basically offered him like a way out of this like stupid like self-destructive nonsense, and it's just like nobody is gonna take him serious about anything, about literally anything. This is so dumb. Like the only thing I somewhat agree with him with is the tariffs on China. That's fucking fine. I don't care. But like the tariffs on everybody else is just so stupid. I don't know.
Well, that might be where we are for the meantime.
So dumb. Like the whole narrative, like in the media and shit, is like, oh, big man Trump, he's gonna screw us all over, and we're gonna lose so much fucking money on tariffs, and global trade is gonna fucking die. But in the end, like, the EU had more like power on these negotiations than he did.
Oh, someone in chat pointed this out. We watched this just earlier. Yes, Asmongold did actually say that Trump couldn't reverse course now or pause because he would look weak. He did say that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that's the case. I already noticed this yesterday when I like read up on the tariffs and like what the EU has proposed and what they then counter proposed to the tariffs. And then as soon as the EU then said, okay, I guess we'll just put 25% tariffs on your nonsense. And then he was like, actually, let's put a pause on that for 90 days. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. So you can go back watching your nonsense too.
That's okay. Wait, where did he say it? Where's the... Fuck, I'm looking for the clip. Was it this one?
Yes. Probably not.
But you mean Asmongold?
No, yeah, we didn't see... It's earlier, but I can't see the...
Yeah, it was earlier when he saw I think it was like the press conference with Bibi.
Yeah. It was something about being locked in. But I don't think the transcript actually picked it up, so fuck, I don't know. If anyone can find him saying that, because it's from that video. It's from the Trump said, what about tariffs? But I can't find where he said it.
That press conference is not just a nightmare blunt rotation of people. It's actually a seventh circle of hell blunt rotation. Everybody there is a fucking ghoul, and I hate all of them.
Pretty
They're
bad.
Such fucking assholes. They're all war criminals. I don't give a fuck.
My favorite is Rubio in the middle of JD Vance and the other, and Pete Hegseth just looking like, why the fuck? How did I end up here? Yeah, you deserve it. You made your deal with the devil, dipshit. Let's see. Okay. Is it somewhere here? Is it quite early on? I don't know.
Be paying substantial tariffs.
Yeah, he's locked in.
There'll be fair deals. As you know, I
Go
spoke
back.
this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan, and we had a very good
gonna let
conversation. They're
you
coming.
That's all
do your
good.
stuff
And
then.
I said, one thing, you're going to have to open up your country because
Nintendo
we
Switch.
sold no cars, like 0 cars.
What about
in
Nintendo
Japan.
Switch?
And they sold millions of cars into our country. They
Oh,
don't
where
really-
did he say it? Where did he say anything about looking weak? It was somewhere. Oh, fuck. It was in the first. We only watched 20 minutes of it, didn't we? I was too busy with the wheel. I've forgotten when he said it. Do you guys remember? Does anyone have the timestamp? Fuck. Something about pausing? I thought it was weak. Pause is just all the recommended. Oh, here. Is it right at the beginning?
Damn.
Tariffs to allow for
Nope,
negotiation.
nope.
Oh, it was this. Yeah, it was right at the beginning. Yeah.
Mr. President, to the markets today, and would you be open to a pause
Damn.
in tariffs to allow for
Nope,
negotiation?
nope.
Looking at that, we have many, many countries that are coming to negotiate.
If he
deals
pauses
with
it,
us, and
it
there
makes
will
him
be
lose
fair deals.
strength. He can't pause
Certain
now.
cases, they're going to be.
Oh, can I get a clip of this? Please, can I get a clip of this?
Any questions?
Mr. President, to the markets today, and would you be open to a pause
Damn.
in tariffs to allow for
Nope,
negotiation?
nope.
Well, we're not looking at that. We have many, many countries that are coming to negotiate.
If he
deals
pauses
with
it,
us, and
it
there
makes
will
him
be fair
lose
deals.
strength. He can't pause
Certain
now.
cases, they're going to be.
Yeah, that was like a couple of days ago, and then authorizes 90-day pause and some tariffs. Everything apart from China. Some. That's a very liberal use of the word "some" there, lib media. What now, Asmongold? He's lost strength. What are you going to do? Or are you going to defend it and say it's like craftsmanship? He got what he wanted because countries said they were going to offer things, even though we have no idea what those are. And some of these countries didn't have tariffs on Trump and on America in the first place. Quite a lot of them didn't. The total tariffs around the world on that list of countries added up to like 2% on average.
Continue with the tailor-made negotiations that I spoke about yesterday. In the meantime, there will be a 9
I need that clip. I need the clip for Twitter. It doesn't even need to be me reacting to it, okay? It just needs to be the first 20 seconds of that video. Please. Hang on. I'll give it to you. Give it to you here. Ah! Fucking farmers! Where's the farmhands? Footman, farmer. Where's the farmhand? Oh, Citizen Wilkie's. Okay.
90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff. The secretary here has been a huge part of the president's
there he
trade team,
is.
of course, and will continue.
This guy is actually the devil. There's no way this guy doesn't know exactly what he's doing.
To lead these negotiations moving forward, to look out for the American worker, which is always President Trump's goal.
Oh, yeah,
so
always.
I'll kick it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Our great.
Good, thank you. And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that
Nutter.
President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you. We're going to go down to a 10%.
Again, countries were trying to negotiate before these tariffs went into place. Again, they're like, for most of these countries, there are no tariffs to remove, or there are barely any. Like, negotiate what? Buy more fucking Chevys.
Baseline tariff for them, and China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Ed, go ahead.
Secretary, thank you for doing this. Let me ask you 3 quick things, if I could, just for the sake of clarity, because the markets are open and they're wondering. First of all, Mexico and China, are they part of this 10% universal?
Well, China. No, China.
Well, China has a shitload of tariffs on them. Do we add 10? Do we take away? Is 10 even part of the 125? Do we know? Does he care? Hmm.
Mexico and Canada, are they part of the 10%?
Yes.
Okay. Second, given then that you have the rest of the world essentially calling it, it's not China, is this now just all about China?
Well, it's about bad actors, and what we will see is some of the very early countries are China's neighbors. That we're going to see. I'm seeing Vietnam today. Japan's at the front of the queue.
Yeah,
South
Vietnam have come to remove their 90% tariffs on America. Wow, I really look forward to what that looks like. They're very real 90% tariffs. They're dropping, man. They're done. Out the window.
Korea, India. So we will see. And as I've repeatedly said, and President Trump has been saying it for years, China is the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world, and they are the biggest source of the U.S. trade problems. And indeed, they are problems for the rest of the world, because what we've seen is that as the U.S. announced the tariff wall last week, many of those goods have already started flooding into Europe.
So as you see it now, this trade war is China versus the rest of the world.
Well, I'm not calling it a trade war, but I'm saying that China has
It's
escalated,
negotiating. That's what it is.
President Trump responded very courageously to that, and we are going to work on a solution with our trading partners.
If I could just, excuse me, Raquel, if I could just add to what the secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China, when in fact we've seen the opposite effect.
Holy shit.
The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China. They need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them.
Strong
and that's
boy.
exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher. Elena, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Treasury Secretary Bessent. Can you explain more of the decision making on what feels like a reversal here? I mean, just these went into effect less than 15 hours ago, these tariffs. Why the pause now? What led to that?
No, again, President Trump created maximum negotiating leverage for himself, and which tariffs went into effect 15 hours ago? The ones that we have lowered went into effect a week ago. They were announced a week ago, and we've just been overwhelmed by the response from mostly our allies who want to come and negotiate in good faith. So we are expecting them to come with their best deal. As I said a week ago today, don't retaliate, hold your ground, let's see what happens. And China, they kept escalating and escalating, and now they have 125% tariffs that will be effective immediately.
Mr. Secretary,
go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for doing this. The 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs, is that because of the whiplash that we've been seeing across the financial markets? How much was, what we saw in the stock markets, a part of this decision?
No, it's because
no. It's definitely not because the stock market was plummeting and it made me look really fucking retarded. Yeah, it's definitely not that. It's definitely not because the entire legion of OAPs that we depend on were losing their 401ks and also already freaking out about Social Security. It's definitely not because of that. And we were on a trajectory to just nuking all of our voters out of orbit for the midterms. Definitely because of that. No. Art of the deal.
Because of the large number of inbounds, we've had more than 75 countries contact us, and I imagine after today there will be more. So it is just a processing problem. Each one of these solutions is going to be bespoke, It is going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. So that's why we're getting the 90-day pause.
Clarification, Mr. Secretary, there was a tweet that you and Secretary Lutnick were in the Oval Office with the President talking about this. Can you talk about what that conversation was like and what you guys said to one another that led to this decision?
That, look, it's all the President's decision, and the President had a level in mind to raise the China tariffs, and then he had the 3-month pause in mind, and we were discussing the exact wording. Sorry? Of course.
It's the President's decision.
It's the President's decision. It was the President's decision to wait until today, and again, as I've said in the past, no one creates leverage for himself like President Trump.
Mr. Secretary.
Shelby, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, what does the President want to see by this, I think it's July 9th deadline to keep things paused? Is it just trade barriers coming down, or is it more than that?
Well, these are trade negotiations, but if countries want to come and offer other things, I talked about yesterday that we are thinking about a big LNG project in Alaska that South Korea, Japan, Taiwan are interested in financing and taking a substantial portion of the offtake. But again, in essence, that is trade because it will decrease the trade deficit that we have with those countries. So everything's on the table.
Raquel, go ahead. A clarification on the pause. What happened to those countries who just had 10% baseline tariffs, like Brazil and others? Are they still going to have this 90-day pause because you were saying that there will be a tariff of 10% for others? So what happened to those who just had a 10%?
Yeah, that's going to remain.
And do you call this an embargo to China?
Pardon?
You call this an embargo to China, a trade embargo?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word embargo.
125% tariffs, like on those, and then impose 84%. Isn't this an embargo?
Well, it's not. It's China's decision that we have the deficit with them. They sell us almost 5 times what we sell them. So again,
Yeah, why? Because they have fucking tantamount to slave fucking labor, making all your cheap shit, including your MAGA hats. Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem for you, Mr. America? What the fuck? He's not speaking to me. He's speaking to the MAGA-tards who are really obsessed with being the country that makes and sells shit. His voters yearn for the sweatshops.
I think it's an own goal by China.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, does this signal that you're confident that you're going to be able to strike a satisfactory deal with all these 75 nations that have approached you?
It signals that President Trump cares about trade and that we want to negotiate in good faith. And as I said, each one of these is going to be a separate, bespoke negotiation. So we are confident that having seen the other side of where this could go, and it was like I said last week, the market didn't understand. Those were maximum levels. The countries can think about those levels as they come to us to bring down their tariffs, their non-tariff trade barriers. We're going to discuss currency manipulation, subsidy of labor, and industry.
Thank you. Will the pause also apply to the sectoral tariffs that the president has announced? Pharma, lumber, anything else?
What's your favorite World of Warcraft region, Mr. Box? Every region. It's the one that I'm currently in because I'm a positive thinker. This is my favorite region.
No, it's on the reciprocal.
Will be coming here soon, right? Mr. Secretary,
Andrea, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, so I want to ask you about what you're doing here. So the market is reacting crazily, right?
I haven't seen it.
Do you think that this move is going to sort of change and calm down the market reaction?
What?
Do you think the markets have tanked, right? There's been a lot of volatility, not just in terms
He's so unfazed. He doesn't give a fuck.
stock markets, but also in terms of bonds. So will this move in your mind? Do you anticipate that this is going to calm the markets down?
Well, I think what we've seen, I think the willingness by more than 75 countries to come and negotiate, I think now the market understands that everything they saw last Wednesday was a ceiling, and now we have a 10%.
Man, what is this cap? When he's talking about 75 countries coming forward, can we just have like the world leaders from each of these countries just be like, yeah, I actually did. Or no, I didn't. So we can actually get a proper tally. That's just not how it works though, is it? Unfortunately. I think there's so much cap here. When they talk about countries coming to negotiate, I don't know if that means like people willing to make more concessions or people willing to like make, or reminding them that they've already made concessions. Or just countries have come and said, what the fuck are you doing? Or if they had said they were willing to negotiate before the tariffs even went into place and you just ignored them. And you're adding that into the 75? Something's not right there. Something smells wrong.
Temporary floor, and I think the market, my 35 years in the market, I always wanted certainty, so I think we've got more certainty.
But Mr. Secretary,
Maggie, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, why do people assume this is the last word? The president began this morning saying, be cool. 5 hours later, he announces a new policy. Why will investors in the market assume that this is it?
Because, again, as I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
And you, Mr. Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with the bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along, and that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
What's your message to
Politico article saying that the countries were getting called back.
These negotiations with these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them, so I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over. So we'll see. These are complicated negotiations. These are imbalances that have taken decades to create. But I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
It's all the art of the deal. He did all that damage to just show you how serious he is, guys. That's the rationale. Okay. Wonderful.
Victory for Sylvanus.
Wow. What are the markets looking like? When I say the markets, I mean Twitter. I shouldn't be scrolling on Twitter live. That's a bad idea. Hey, we're looking strong. Strong stocks. Whoa. Who's this? Why do I know this person? In pursuit of knowledge. When did I? Okay. Interesting. Quinn showed boob on Twitter today. I don't know who that is, but sounds great. I'm happy for you. Or I'm sorry that happened if you don't like them. Show us your DMs. It's literally all bots offering me fucking the hottest deals. That's all I've got on Twitter. I do get crazy people on Discord and Reddit, but not so much on Twitter these days. Bad Empanada threatening me with doxing. Apparently I said it's public, so it can't be doxing. Did I say that? Okay, sure, bro. Thirst traps. Yeah, obviously. Just as well, he's doxing me just as I'm about to move. Otherwise, you know, that would be annoying. How do I need to mute these. There we go. Cool, thank you. I don't know why they were unmuted. Ah. Okay, hang on. Seabugs, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Thanks for treating me so straightly, but tell Embo to box me in. We'll sort you out later. It seems to be that every time we make an unban decision, half of the fucking Discord mods have a massive episode, so I don't know. Asman tariff pause clip. Oh.
Any questions?
Mr. President? This is a good clip. Let's see.
To the markets today, and would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiation?
Nope. Well, we're not looking at that. We have many countries that are coming to negotiate.
If he pauses it makes him lose strength. He can't pause now.
Yeah, that was like a couple of days ago, and then authorizes 90-day pause and some tariffs. Everything apart from China. Some. That's a very liberal use of the word some there, lib media. What now, Asmongold? He's lost strength. What are you going to do? Or are you going to defend it and say it's like craftsmanship? Why is the audio always fucked when these things get clipped? Why? What are you using? What he wanted, because countries said they were going to offer things even though we have no idea what those are. And some of these countries didn't have tariffs on Trump and on America in the first place. Quite a lot of them didn't. The total tariffs around the world on that list of countries added up to like 2% on average. Okay. You used OBS. That's very weird that OBS would do that. Because it sounds like it's just full of fucking treble and clipping and weird shit. And white noise. Oh, it might be because of VLC, actually. I don't know. Anyway, that's a good tweet. Why not? That's a good clip. Give me the folder. Okay. What shall I caption it? On why Trump didn't pause the tariffs. I think that's a good tweet. Solid. I like it. Yup. He's going to lose strength. Wait for a clip of what Asman says for the pause. That's okay. We can stick them together. Okay. The fuck is wrong with this page? Okay. Ooh. Roll the wheel to know the answer. The wheel is not bright enough for such a task, unfortunately. I like your glasses. Where can I find them? They're Kylie Minogue's brand. They're called Please Stay. Bad Empanada said, I don't care. Yeah. Did you know that there's like a fucking crazy person at the street corner in the town square talking about the end times and smearing himself in shit? Oh, okay. Don't give a fuck. Where should we go? I can either raid Chris Speaks or Vosh. 100 pounds, never mind. Are they 100 pounds? Oh. I think I got a good deal with them. I think I paid 50 for them. You want to raid Vouch? Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay, fuck off. I need to pack more boxes because they arrived today. 2 days early. I'm so chuffed. All right, bye-bye. Bye.